Hello, good morning, bună ziua. Welcome back to Romania, Bucharest for the FanCode European Cricket Series that's taking place here. What a day we had yesterday, day one. It was full of action. There was some drama as well. There was a few twists, plenty of runs being scored, and I think we expect the same here today in day two. Something like Ramesh Sasisan, he was in good form, scoring 70 runs there yesterday. What about Abdul Asif? 92, 81 of those just coming in 19 balls. So there's going to be plenty of runs being scored here today. I'm certainly looking forward to it. There's more action, more entertainment, and maybe just a little bit of drama coming your way as well. I'm Rico Full from the European Cricket Network, and the action starts right here, right now. Hello and welcome back, and welcome to the start of day two here in Romania, Bucharest. And what an exciting start we have to the day. We've got Banisa, the team that are flying high at the top, 2 wins out of 2, but they're up against the reigning champions Cluj. This is going to be a really exciting match. But first, let's see who's going to win the coin toss. Let's join Stefan Gooch, Ijaz and Arun for the all-important toss of the coin.
Okay, Cluj to call. Heads. Heads to call.
It is heads.
Go back first. Okay. Good luck, mate. Thanks. Cheers. Cheers, buddy. Cheers.
The captain of Cluj, Arun, he wins the coin toss and he says we're going to have a bat. Look, why not? The sun is shining. It's going to be a beautiful day. Temperature's going to go up to about 24 degrees. And this surface, well, we saw yesterday and the other times we've been here in the FanCode European Cricket Series, it plays really well. There were no surprises, I think, from the batters, so they can bat with confidence. And we saw yesterday when batters get in on here, they can go on to score big runs. Just asked Asif about that yesterday. A magnificent 92 not out from him yesterday. It was a great knock from him. But yeah, so Cluj will be wanting to make the most of these conditions, get the runs on the board. I think they'll be looking to try and get around 120. The big story really is they're missing some key players. Taranjit Singh, the MVP from last year, he's not here. They're also missing Shiva. So the other guys have really got to pick themselves up. And the reason why, well, Banisa were in fantastic form yesterday. Ijaz Hussain himself, he was performing with the bat and with the ball. We also saw Mohamed Moyes, Mamit Kohli as well. These guys are great all-rounders. They can hit the ball big, and we saw yesterday scoring runs, getting in the 40s and also picking up a number of wickets. It's going to be a very exciting game. I tell you what, get yourself ready for it, because there's going to be plenty of fireworks happening here now. A frenzy of cricket, as I always say. Join me in the commentary box when we start this match. Hello, good morning and welcome, and thank you for joining me back. Rico Full here as we get ready to start this interesting day. What a lovely shot that is. Well, that is the lake here of Mama Valasia. And this is, of course, the Mama Valasia cricket ground. We are in Romania, in Bucharest, about to start this exciting contest. And it's going to be Prasanna with the ball. What a magical start he had yesterday. Can he repeat the same as he bowls to Satwit Nadigotla of Cluj? Cluj winning the toss and electing to bat straight away. I have to say that did not come as a surprise at all. It is a beautiful day. And, well, the birds are chirping early morning. It's up in the air, and this point of the match, there's nobody out there, and it is just going to give the rope a little kiss. And that's 4 runs, and signalled by Andrew Begg, one of our men in black this morning. Alongside him at square leg is Abe Milan. Good morning to our men in black, and good morning to you all. And to the early risers that are on the YouTube chat already. It's going to be another lovely day. And namaste. Salam alaikum. Sasri akal. One to everybody that's watching via FanCode in the sub-Indian continent. Prasanna once more. And this time it's played out onto the offside, but well fielded in the covers there. So we're off and running the day. A nice shot being played. And then he got to the boundary. It was a little bit too short, and he was quick to capitalise on it, especially with the field as it is. And this one has been called wide. But, I think he just doesn't get his feet into play here. He needs to be looking to try and hit this straight down the ground. And, yeah, sort of get stuck inside his crease. And well, this one is going to go probably the distance. We've had the first 4, and now put them up in the air because that's the first 6. Bolle, bolle, inna sona, shakalagya. It wasn't the best of deliveries, but they still need to be put away. And well, Prasanna, he's got to get that ball right up there. You can see the difference already. Everyone is pitched up, been a dot ball. And anything that's been short has been dispatched. That works this one round. Man at square does the fielding. 2 men out at the moment are both on the leg side. Well, they were to Nadi Gotla, but now to Rajashakira. They're both straight, so long on and long off are back. The man that was back at mid-wicket comes inside the circle. Just play that defensively. Rajashakira not wanting to take any unnecessary risks at this moment in time. It's going to be interesting, isn't it? I mean, I know there's a lot of talk about Taranjit Singh being absent. As Prasanna comes in once more. And this time thinks about taking a quick single to get off the mark, but Nadi Gotla doesn't want to know. And quite rightly so. That would have been a bit suicidal. 13 off the first. Yeah, I was going back to talk about Taranjit Singh. No doubt he'll be involved in the chat, certainly since it's his team that's playing. But yeah, he's absent because he's actually away. I think he's spending a bit of family time in India. So, Sasriyakal to Taranjit and his family. And obviously wishing him a very happy holiday. Siva's missing as well. So, somebody other than Taranjit has to perform. And the reason he's going to be such a big man to be missing is that 674 runs he scored in European Cricket Series is here. That doesn't include what he's done in the ECL for Cluj. That's just to do with the 2 series that we've had here so far. He also was the MVP last year. And remember, in that final against ACCB, when he scored a fine 72 of 23 deliveries, also picked up 1 for 10 in 2 overs as well. So they are going to miss him. There's no doubt about that. But they've got plenty of talent in their squad. Bowled, good pace. Joby Charlie, one man I was very impressed with from Manisa yesterday. And they will be on a high themselves as well, sitting pretty at the top of the standings at the moment with those 2 victories over Bucharest Gladiators. Joby Charlie, who made a very important 13 of 11 in that first match, as this one is hit out to the man at long off. And the captain himself, Ijaz Hussain, feels, yeah, I think in that very close game, it was 171 to 69 by 3 wickets by Manisa. But Joby Charlie, he played a very important part in that. Second game was a little bit more easier. It was a 12-run victory over the Gladiators. That's nicely played. That's 4 runs. This is a lovely shot. And it's not just about swinging and hope for the best. It's about carving things out of the ball. And this time he was given the whip that he wanted. He leans back and plays this beautifully between the gap between third man and point. Delightful shot. 4 runs. Yeah, so when he's saying that second match against the Gladiators, as I said, winning by 12 runs, and it was all about another key player, Mohamed Moyes. He was brilliant. And of course, the captain played his part as well. Short, stopped, well fielded. No room for error there. Make a mistake, it would go to the boundary for 4 runs. Yeah, so they've got some good players themselves. Moyes, I was impressed with him. Ijaz Hussain as well. And don't forget about Dookie, who was the player of the match. The 46-year-old, taking 3 for 4 in 1 over to seal victory. Short and very quick. Works it round to behind square. The fielder does well once more. No mistakes. And a single taken. And that's the end of the second over. 20 on the board, so going quite well. Just a chance to look at the standings here after yesterday. As I say, Benisa with those 2 victories are at the top, and then we saw a tie between ACCB and United, and ACCB losing out in the first game by just a couple of runs, but they didn't really get enough runs on the board despite the efforts of Guy, who made a fine 45-24. But in the second one, they came back with a bang, didn't they? A bit more on that later as Prasanna continues. He played away, it should be stopped out there. It has, so single. Yeah, I mean, that second game was all about Abdullah Sif. He was in superb form. It's an excellent 92 of 31 deliveries, 81 of those coming off 19 balls, and the way he played the spin was particularly impressive. Hit hard, and this will go all the way. Yeah, Shaka, Lagya. Lovely shot. Both a cheat timing. Puri Mari, Lagya, Shaka. And well, what we're seeing here from these batters is that anything, especially from Nadigotla, and now Rajashkara is in on the act. Anything that is short, they are onto it straight away. That was like a sweep slog, wasn't it? Lovely shot. There's no protection out there. This is the last, of course, in the power play. So this is the opportunity to make those shots count. Play to the back foot towards the captain Ijaz. No mistakes there. Gives me an opportunity just to finish off on that little recap. So yeah, the second game between ACCB and United. So United winning the first by 9 wickets, but then it was time for ACCB to do the same. They won by 48 runs, posting a huge 165 thanks to a SIF. Well, that was a full toss, but he gets stuck in his crease. He doesn't come out to it. As a result of that, not able to get anything from it. Ends up being a dot ball. Yeah, he was supported well by Rajneesh Guy as well. Made 35 of 25, and that was a superb partnership of 141 runs. And that's why that contest yesterday was tied. So, but these are the team in form. They're the team at the top of the league. Or the standings, I should say, at the moment. Cluj, they're looking to open their account here. And this one was well bowled. Nadigotla looking to attack. It's unfortunate here. Finds the fielder. Needed to be just a tad more straighter. End of the over. So the power play does come to an end. And Prasanna goes for 21 off his 2 overs. Scored 28 without loss. So they'll be fairly satisfied with this start. It's their first match. And one man that's looking to impress today is well, the opener right there, and then Rajashkara. Well, that was an interesting stat out there. So, Anand Rajashkara, happy birthday to you. Yes, and he'll want to make this one that he remembers. Maybe that's why he's just be just a little bit cautious at the moment. As we see spin to come into the attack. When I say spin, well, this is probably the quickest spin bowler that we've ever seen. It's actually not the bowler I thought it was going to be. This actually is Anik Ahmed. Anand Rajashkara. Felicidades. Feliz cumpleaños. Ahmed once more. This is well pitched up, asking the question. And from here, my position, I would say this was just drifting down leg. Probably be confirmed by the replay here. Yeah, just not by a lot. Certainly worth the shout. And sometimes we do see those given. But not on this occasion. I think that's the right decision there. Not out. Missing leg stump. Again, good bowling right up in the block hole. This is one thing I think Benissa did really well yesterday. I think their bowling, but not just their bowling, I think both teams that opened up yesterday, match 1 and 2, Bucharest Gladiators and Benissa, I think they bowled particularly well. They bowled a good line, they attacked the stumps, it was wicket-to-wicket bowling, and they got their just reward. Slightly shorter, and then he got trying to make it count, not able to work this round. Maybe the conditions yesterday as well were slightly favourable to some movement. There was some cloud cover. This is another appeal, and probably once more will be the same reaction from the umpire. Abay Milan saying no. It's going on to hit. It's always an actual replay of the very first delivery. Another good ball right up there in the block. So this has been a good over so far, the way that it's gone. We've had 13 runs came off the first, 7 off that second from Jobby Charlie. Then there was 8 from Prasanna. And that one was a very tidy one as we have a look at the schedule there. So yeah, we are in Bucharest here at the moment for this week. And then we have a 4-week affair in Sweden, Landskrona. We start off with Landskrona, remember, was known as Malmo. We had the blue pitch in Stockholm, Prague, Vienna and Budapest. That's where we are going. We're always sort of, I was going to say on the road, but on the air really, thanks to Bizway, our travel partner. But certainly looking forward to reuniting with some of the players in Sweden. And, well, looking to get plenty of matches in this year. And of course, you can follow us on our travels. Good start. Somebody who was very impressive yesterday from Minder Singh. Gets this one right in the block hole. But what a fantastic over that last one was again from Anik Ahmed. Just the run from it. To say it's absolutely lovely to be at this venue. I can't think of too many locations that we've been in that has been as picturesque and beautiful, and in terms of cricket quality as well, as good as this. It really is a fantastic setup. This one is popped up in the air. They'll look for 2, but will only take 1. But you have to give a lot of credit to the Federation and to Gabriel Marin and also Abdul Shakur. Abdul Shakur, we'll see him out there playing. Plays for the Benissa side. Oh, this is probably close, and no, it's not just close, it's out. And this one, he gets the line absolutely right, Parminder Singh, and he gets the wicket. So Raja Shakira has to go, gets to double figures, and then, well, he was just trying to get going, wasn't he? Didn't really play any aggressive shots. Just that 1-6, really. And went after this one, but it was very full, and yeah, look, that's going to go on to rip out sort of the middle leg stump. It hits him low. There's no doubt that's going to go on to hit. Well bowled. So we see the back of the birthday boy, but of course he will get another opportunity. These are back-to-back matches, so these two teams will go at it again. So going for 10 of 10 deliveries. LBW, and that's well bowled by Singh. So he just continued the sort of form that he was in yesterday. Yeah, lovely ground. And when the sun is shining like this, and you've got the view of the lake to your right, the Moara Valasia Lake. This Moara Valasia ground looks absolutely beautiful. Pitch plays really well as well. I was saying in the introduction that yesterday, it's the first time, of course, I've seen it. It's my first time here. That I think the bounce was true. I think batters can bat in confidence. That's why we did see batters from the getting going to make runs. But it also, bowlers can do things with it as well. The ball does swing around. If you bend your back, it does carry through well as well. Coming to Singh now. He's on a high and he tries to get that Yorker going again, but doesn't quite get this right, and this races away for 4 runs. He'll be disappointed with that. That's Vasuzani, a man that we know a lot about. We've seen him in the ECL as well. He says, thank you very much. That's like a gift for him. It was gift wrapped and he put it away. So, Sani makes a aggressive start. Boundary off his very first ball. Minder Singh needs to get that ball back outside the off stump. He does. Bit Fuller, and Sani just respectfully pushes this away. The offside, he'll take a single. And that will be the end of the over. So we're at the halfway point here now. 36 on the board. So it did start well with 13 coming off the first over from Prasanna. But you have to say, the bowlers after that bowled well. Prasanna himself bowled a good second. Jobby Charlie, second over just went for 7. And then those last 2 overs particularly were good. Singh goes for 7, but he does pick up that wicket. And before that, Anik Ahmed bowled a brilliant one. But, probably just wanted to get in the good over after I called him a spinner. He said, Rico, I'll show you, I'm no spinner. And I got him confused with somebody else, but okay, I'll give him that. It's not a spinner. Very good bowler, and it wouldn't surprise me if he's going to come on and finish his spell. Yes, he is. This quite well. It's interesting, isn't it, with the ball? I mean, we're talking about this ground. It does move pretty quick across the surface. So there's not too many opportunities to really push for the second. But I think you've got to show intent. And at the moment, I don't think these batters are showing the intent to try and turn those to try and turn those singles into 2s. And that certainly is one thing that they can work on. Just run the first one a little bit more aggressively, just to apply a bit of pressure on the fielders. Oh, that's a nice looking shot. It's a straight drive, but unfortunately, it's straight into the stumps. No run there. And I guess this is where the non-striker is fortunate that there's no touch on this. Otherwise, Natty Gotler would have had to make a sorry departure. There's something on this, I think. There's certainly an appeal, and it's been given. I have to say, we'll see it on the replay. Has definitely heard a sound. Sani, his was probably not too short. He hangs around. What a great catch this is from Abdul Shakur. Have a look at this. That is a tremendous catch. Well, the CEO of Romanian cricket saying that he's pretty agile behind the stumps as well. What he was saying to me this morning when I said to him, you had a good game yesterday, mate. A good couple of games. He said, I'm getting old, Rico, I'm getting old. Well, he's certainly showing no signs of it out there at the moment in this match. That is a tremendous take, one-handed, and he gets a very good batter. Vasuzani has to depart. It's a very short innings for him. 6 or 5 balls. Caught brilliantly by Shakur. And
Mr. Maximo's not with me at the moment. He's got some important work to do. Obviously, he'll be going to the T20 tournaments later this week in Desert Springs. So he's just doing some preparation for that, which you'll no doubt hear from him later. But he'll be very pleased with that catch, because he'll tell you they're not easy. You don't see much of them, so it's all about anticipation. Played away. And see, this is the one I'm talking about. This is where I think you have to show the intent, because that one wasn't hit hard, so it was taking its time to get to the fielder. And I think if you run the first one quick, you put that pressure on the fielder, and you give yourself the opportunity, don't you, to try and make the second. Struck firmly. He's got two fielders to try and beat that part of the ground. One of them is Jobby Charlie, and well backed up. Well, he was well backed up by Prasanna as well. Just the one run, and it's another over that's completed. So, but Issa, you'd have to say they're sort of carrying on from what they did yesterday. They're bowling pretty well, bowling tidily, making the Kluge batters work for their runs. As we have a look at this win probability, this is something new here. The percentages. It's interesting one to look at. So it's called wide. Bowler, Ijaz Hussain, the captain, was a little bit surprised, but yeah, I think he's surprised because he's thinking, well, the batter did move a fair bit, but the movement came after the ball was delivered. Correct call. And this one is the quicker one, but once more, just struggles with the line. I think we saw this yesterday from Ijaz Hussain. When he first came on, the first couple of deliveries, he had difficulty. But then, when he gets it right, he can be sensational. This one gets played to the man at point. The single will be taken by Nadi Gotler. Nadi Gotler's got to be the key here now. I mean, he's seen Roger Shkera go for 10. Sani went pretty quickly with 6 or 5 deliveries. Now he's got Mishra out there with him. But we haven't seen too many big shots. We just saw 2 4s and a 6 from Nadi Gotler and the 1-6 from Roger Shkera. And Sani, his first ball was played for a 4, which was a full toss in the legs. It was a bit of a gift, but that was all he was given. So this is an important partnership, I think, for me. I think Nadi Gotler now has to try and take control, has to try and get on strike as much as he can. Slower delivery, up in the air. This is a catching chance, just dropping short off the fielder. And, well, I think Jobby Charlie's one of those you've got to make up your mind, don't you? You've got to decide here, do I go for the catch, do or not? I think this one is always dipping. So what he needs to do here at some point is make the decision and say, right, I'm not going to get there, but I need to try and stop it. But he turns his back on the ball, and he's not looking where the ball is going, so it goes through in 4 runs. And he'll be disappointed with that, Charlie. Well bowled. Yeah, he's normally such a good fielder. Just perhaps overcommitted. But then at the last minute, when he realised he wasn't going to get there, he sort of turns on it, turns his back towards it, hoping that the ball will hit him somewhere safe. And he's able to stop it, but he wasn't able to do so. 4 runs. Ijaz has got that clever, cunning, slower delivery, which not a lot of batters tend to pick. This one's a quicker one, it is right through. Jog left, and that's what we're talking about. Ijaz, he's on fire once more. It's the variations, and I know that this is one thing that all the coaches in T20 and particularly I think in T10 as well, they're always telling the bowlers, variation, we need variation. We don't want the same ball twice. And this man, the captain, Ijaz Hussain, he does just that. And that is a great delivery. Just comes in a little. And they've got another wicket. Beautifully bowled. And Mishra has to depart for 2 of 3 deliveries. And the captain, Hussain, once again, showing what he can do with the ball. We talked about him yesterday. He scored a fine 33 in that second game against the Gladiators. And he also took 2 for 15. So, and in the first game, he was the player of the match for the 3 for 11 he took. So he took 5 wickets yesterday. And he's in the act again here today. And now he's got the left-hander to contend with. Let's see if he can get the line right to the lefty straight away. It will be the only ball that need to be faced. And he plays this quite cautiously, making sure it's not getting through. Single taken, and that will be the end of the over, and a fine one as well. 50 does come up at the end of the 7th over. And, well, you can stay updated with us with what we'd say the news graphic, I suppose. And you can follow us, of course. You know that the website europeancricket.com, but that's another way to do it. A bit of QR code there. Well played. Devray. All along the ground. Permit a thing. Doesn't quite get this where he was. Natty Gotler, he did start pretty well. Played some nice shots, but you see now from the scorecard there, he moves on to 27. He's 24 balls in doing so. I get the feeling that he's trying to hit the ball too hard. He's not relying on his timing, and that's why he's dragging a lot of these shots. This one's hit really well. The fielder has got work to do and can't get anywhere near it. This is a tremendous strike from Devray. What a beautiful shot. And this is what I'm talking about, maybe. Have a look at this. This is all, rather than trying to hit the ball too hard, it's all timing, isn't it? The position is good, the footwork is right, makes the room for himself, and then he basically guides his ball exactly where he wants it to go. Whereas I think Natty Gotley is probably trying to hit it just too hard. Maybe just go back to stroking the ball around, because you'll get reward for your shots on this ground of this outfield. Goes the eerie route again. This one won't go to the boundary, or shouldn't. It doesn't. So picked up, get a single. And Gottler gets another chance. And he's the one really who's got to go. I mean, if they're to try and get this score up, well, even into sort of the 80s here, he's got to play some shots. He'll be hoping he can get into 90. That would serve them well. Bobbles down, and Jobby this time makes no mistakes. Again, just a single. And Benisa yesterday, just to remind you, the first match, they won with 4 balls to go, chasing 70. And the second time, they posted 103. So gives you an idea that they're batting as well. They start well because they've got some good hitters up the top. But it's keeping the consistency going when they're losing the wickets. That's where they have the issues. And of course today, the other issue that they have, they don't have Mohamed Moyes in their side. Now he provided them with good support in the bowling front, picking up a few wickets, but they didn't, I mean, they haven't missed him here today up until, or I should say so far in this match, but they may miss his batting because he certainly was contributed with 45 runs with 15 deliveries in that second game. in the air, a drop short for the bowler. They do come through. A bit of bat on that. That's the signal there from Andrew Peck. The umpires doing a brilliant job as they did yesterday, led very well by Stefan Gooch. Captain once more. And this has been well hit. He's going to do well to stop this and does. It sort of has a kind bounce, the fielder out there. It was a good shot. But once more, Natty Gotler hits the ball well, but can't find the boundary. Moves on to 29. The left-hander Devray now to face Jas Hussain. Full toss and smashed. This will go all the way. Bole, 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 kinna, sona, shaka, lagia. This is more like it. This is what they need. They need some firepower. They need some fireworks to start now. And they need some boundaries. Got to find a way to get themselves as close to the 100 as they can. And shots like that will help. Wasn't the best of deliveries. Hussain bangs this one in. Maybe a bit of anger in this delivery, but that makes him lose his line. Fires it down the leg side. Maybe under just a bit of pressure here, the captain Hussain. 68 now on the board. And this will be called again. Yeah, I mean, that's a good ball to the right-hander, but not to the left-hander, and I think that's intelligently played as well from Devray. He knows it's going to be a wide, and he thinks, well, why let this hit me, or why do I need to try and do anything with this? It may only just get me a single. I'll take the wide and the extra ball. It's a slower one. I was waiting for this. I would have put money on this one was going to be the slower one. When he's under a bit of pressure, he reverts back to his slower delivery. This one, I thought he'd seen it and picked it, but he doesn't move his feet. He stands sort of grounded, doesn't he? He's rooted to his crease and not able to get himself in the position he needs to be to hit that over and straight. Short. Oh, absolutely punished. Que guay, que grande, que espectacular. Eso es como me gusta. Así, así, así. 6 carreras. Oh, this is an absolute beauty, and Jas Hussain deciding he wants to bang it in. He does, but doesn't quite have the pace to trouble Devray. That is an awesome strike, and Devray, he's flying. He's under 21 of 9 deliveries. Hit well, and they're saying 2-2-2. There haven't been too many twos, has to be said, and oh, I just get the feeling if this one was collected cleanly by Jas Hussain, batter could have been in trouble. Let's have a look. Here comes the throw. And yeah, he would have been gone. So the gamble pays off, if you like. And Natty Gotler survives. Just not able to get hold of the ball. That's the end of the over. And that's a good one. That's a good one for Cluj. 77. 9 overs gone. Say it all happens in the ninth. And it did in that one. The acceleration that was required. 18 came of that. Before that, there wasn't, well, it's only the first over was in double figures. Jobby to bowl the last. And starts with a wide. These are all valuable runs. You're saying that they would, at one point, they would had to go some to get to 80. Well, they have gone some, and they'll be hoping to get further than that. I just wonder here if Natty Gotler is probably wise to perhaps just take a single and try and give 5 deliveries to Devray. And he'll do that. This will be a single. So we're going to have an interesting finish as the score moves to 79, 5 balls to go. Just going through the scores per over then. So starting with over 1, 13, then 7, 8, 1. Anik Ahmed, marvellous. Parminder Singh, 7. Ahmed again, 4. Then 10 from Hussain, then 9 from Singh, then 18. That 9th over from Hussain. This one's up in the air. Chase, on the Eva, but you're not going to get there. It's 4 more. Fielden was cautious. Takiti per lag gaya. Choka. Patru. 4 carreras más. And runs are starting to come thick and fast. Chubby Charlie now. It's his turn to be under pressure. It's well hit. And will they push? I think they need to push. Will the fielder stop it? Well, he goes for the foot system. And I suppose he gets lucky there. Anik Ahmed, you really need to be going down here with your hands. And had plenty of time to do so. But decided he was going to use his foot. And he gets a bit lucky, I think. But they do get 2. We're in the 80s. Iron up 90. This will be a wide. And it is. So just losing their way in these last couple of overs. Manisa and Kluge. I've got to a score which they believe they will be able to defend. Played well down the ground. Again, I think you've got to go 2 here. You've got to turn and go. I think the throw's only going to go to the bowler's end. If Natty Gotler's the one that has to sacrifice his wicket, I think you have to at this stage. You've still got 2 batters out there who are batting well. And Devray, look, 30 of 13 deliveries. He's already caught up with Natty Gotler, who's on 30 of 27. So, well, it makes sense to me which batter you'd rather have on strike. Natty Gotler, will he finish well? Well, he gets a Gundy ball and he looks to put it away. Has he got enough on it? Fielder comes across and does fumble to pick it up, so he gets 2. Closing in on the 90s now. And one thing I've noticed perhaps with Benitza is they probably could have done with a good out-and-out spinner. They've gone for sort of pace all the way through. And that's good running. It was a difficult one, this, for the keeper, Abdul Shakur. That wasn't an easy one to take. Byes are signalled. And that will conclude the innings. So they do get to 90. It was a good finish from Kluge. Natty Gotler, really, it has to be said, I mean, he's batted all the way through the innings. And you can see that maybe he's a little lacking a bit of match practice. But sort of just overrun a ball. He goes 32 off 29. But I think the star innings there was from Nishant Devray. Batted very well, the left-hander, 30 off 13. As we have a look at some of these highlights. Here you see early on, Natty Gotler looked pretty good. He played some nice shots, that being one of them. He was hitting the ball cleanly. Again, you see, not trying to hit the ball too hard. He was sort of stroking it around. I remember when he played that one and the offside. I thought, well, that's nice. He's just guiding that ball. And this was well bowled. There was no doubt about this one. Parminder Singh coming into attack and getting the birthday boy out. Once again, happy birthday to Anand Rajaskera. But he went for 10. And then, well, Sahni came in. His first ball was a gift for 4. And then there was that tremendous catch from the wicketkeeper, Abdul Shakur, one-handedly. And then we saw the wicket there of Mishra Hussain, Ijaz Hussain just knocking him out. But then this man came out, Devray, and there was a good partnership between him and the opener, Natty Gotler. But most of them coming from Devray. He really did hit the ball sweetly. And Kluge will probably have a look at this innings and say, well, why don't we go with somebody like Devray higher up the order? I certainly would. I'll tell you why, not just based on what we saw him do out there, but I would base it on the fact that it's always a good idea for me personally to have a left and a right-hander out there. I think it just creates a few more problems for the opposition. And with a team like Manisa, who you know are always going to bowl well at you, well, one way to maybe throw them out slightly is to get that combination in. The scorecard there again, so Nadi Gotla 32-29, but the star performance there from Nishant Devre, the man we're talking about, maybe has got a good case to go up the order. 30 from 13 deliveries. That gets them to 90, so 91 is required. We're going to have a look at the bowling figures. No, I don't think, apart from, I think, Ijaz Hussain, and we'll probably see that reflected in the bowling figures, that one over game for 18, the second one. But everybody has bowled pretty well. I always say that if you can be around 20 runs, your 2 overs in this format of the game, you bowl well. Prasanna, again, his first over was expensive, went for 13. He bowled his second pretty well. Chubby Charlie, I think, bowled well. So credit to the bowling. And I don't think there was too many errors also in the field. There weren't too many opportunities, in fairness. So this match is, I think, evenly poised. I think 90 for the first match in the morning, the first knock that we've seen Cluj have. I think they've got themselves to a reasonable score. I would say that 100, though, is certainly got to be like the average score here, and maybe a good score around 120. So they've got themselves an sort of just below average score of 90, but we know that they've got plenty in the tank to defend. That is going to be an interesting match. The Manisa need 91 for victory. Join me, Rika Full, for the start of this match in about 10 minutes' time. Hello and welcome back. Buenos ziua, as they would say here in Romania. Good morning and welcome to the Mawara Velsiwa cricket ground. This beautiful location right next to the Mawara Velsiwa lake. And coming in this morning, the lake looked magnificent. Though I do have to say that there was a fair number of ducks yesterday. I would say definitely over 10. And I think I saw them all in the lake. And it is absolutely beautiful. Quite a few people were out early this morning doing a bit of fishing in there as well. I'm told that the carp are massive. And well, this could prove to be a massive match as well, because I think if it ends up being a victory for Manisa over Cluj, the reigning champions, well, that will really put them in a strong position to make it into Saturday's finals day. Already 2 wins yesterday. They're opening up with Numan Sajid and their captain Ijaz Hussain. And with the ball for Cluj, it's going to be Gaurav Mishra. That's a name that people will recognise from watching the European Cricket League. And, the umpires, Andrew Beck, just waiting to be given the nod. And I think we're all set to go. So here we go. 91 is the target. And they start with a gift. So a run from nothing, if you like. Those 6 balls still need to be bowled in the over. A very good morning to everybody, wherever you're tuning in from around the world. Our global cricket family, lovely that you can join us. Rico full here as this is played out for 4 runs. Nobody's stopping this. That shows you the speed of this outfield. That's a lovely shot from Sajid. And it does swing in, but he had the whip, doesn't he? And hits this straight down the ground. A lovely drive. 4 runs. Yeah, Rico Full from the European Cricket Network, and we'll be joined by Mr. Maximo for the start of the second match once he's finished doing his bits of work. Now that's a better delivery. You see what he's trying to do there. So he starts pretty wide and getting that ball to really swing in. This time was just a tad closer to Sajid. And Sajid not able to, as he did with the ball before, use the width to get it away. And this one, he's gone. The batter is looking at the ball, but he needs to be looking at Andrew Beck. But I think he knew he was gone from the jubilant noises around him. And credit to Mishra, even though he got hit for 4 from his first legitimate delivery, he stuck with his plan, which is to get the ball swinging in and get Sajid to miss it. And Sajid does miss this. Have a look. Watch the swing. And all the umpires got to decide is if that's going to go on to hit the stumps. And you know what? For me, well, I think Numan Sajid, we know what your least favourite fruit is, and that's plum, because that was plum. That was going on to hit middle of the leg. And you've got to go. I think that was quite an easy decision for umpire Beg, because it hits him on the back foot as well. So they get the strike, they get the wicket, and Cluj, they get rid of Numan Sajid, who was able to, well, just hit that 1-4 off the first delivery of the match, or legal delivery of the match. LBW to Mishra. So he joins his captain, Ijaz Hussain. Hussain at the non-striker's end. Waiting patiently. Wonder what sort of innings he'll play. He can be very destructive. But, will he just gamble and go for it and hope to get to these runs, or will he try and pace himself and be thinking more about building partnerships with the other batters that come in? Well, we shall wait and see. Takes his time, get himself guarded, if you like. And here's the first. It's a full toss. He probably wasn't expecting this. And it's well fielded. They take one. Ijaz is looking to come back. But the big stop sign has already been put up there by Abdul Shakur. captain on strike. Ijaz Hussain took a bit of tap, didn't he, in his second over, which went for 18, which did help tremendously. Kluge, that was the 9th over. We say it all happened in the 9th, and it did. Well, can he make amends and make a valuable contribution with the bat? Well, he doesn't have to do much with this one. It's a wide delivery. Just goes to do something slightly different there, Mishra. Normally likes to get a good bit of loop on the ball, so he gets that drift. We'll swing in. Let's see what he does here. This is nicely played, and he's been sent back. He's going to be very, very, very close. And I think they're going to go with the third umpire. So Stefan Gooch will have to have a look at this. Well, I'm going to say from here that I think he's gone. I don't think he gets back. This is going to be so, so disappointing. Here comes a throw, and keep an eye on the bat. Does he get in? Oh, it's very, very close. I mean, we can't see from our camera angle because of the way the camera is and the sun, that line very well. But I'm just wondering if there's any more of an advantage to the third umpires. They may have one or two other cameras there to have a look at that. It's very, very tight. It's going to be an interesting one. There's some work to do for the third umpire here, and I believe that is Stefan Gooch. He'll be looking at that very closely. Let's see what the call is. I think if you're Ijaz Hussain, you're going to be a little bit nervous, and we all await. Well, not out is what's given. And again, if you look at this, you can understand why, because it's so, based on that, I mean, even if you slow it down, it's so difficult to see. And I think, yeah, look, if you can't see it conclusively enough, you have to say not out. So he's very lucky. Ijaz Hussain, it could have been gone for a duck. Could have been another one in the lake. Well, let's see if he can make it count. Plays this one out, and once again, no run. I mean, he just played that one. We go back to the one where he survives, plays it, and he wants it. But Abdul Shakur, I mentioned him when he was keeping. He took an absolutely stunning catch, didn't he? But he's not the quickest. I mean, he did say to me that, you know, he's getting older. So maybe he doesn't back himself. And I think that's what the two batters are talking about here now. They say, look, we've got some work to do here, but we're not going to help ourselves by running ourselves out. So if it's not on, we don't take it. First over complete. 7 on the board. But also 1 wicket, and a crucial one as well, with Numan Sajid already been sent back. Interesting field set. He's sort of got a line of red on the offside, going from a very sort of wide, long off. But you've also got mid off as well inside the circle, very straight. So you can see the sort of plan here from Kluge. You start with that sort of very wide third man, then you've got a backward point, man in cover, and long off very wide. Comes Ravi once more. And this one, well, comes up, and I think hits him on the lid afterwards, but they're all interested in what happens beforehand. I think this is probably quite a difficult one to give, because the batter, I think he's coming forward as well. Have a look here, he starts to come not too far forward actually, but I think that is probably all based on maybe just pitching outside line, and also I think the bounce. I think Ravi's got a fair bit of pace here, and this is probably going to go on to go over the stumps. Big swing, a bit of a heave, they would say, but still no runs. So struggling to find any sort of rhythm here. They've started at 9 and over, only 7 off that first one. So already the rate is going up. And they need to be looking for at least a boundary per over, but they've got to run these singles, and that's where these two have been very hesitant at the moment. Apathu once more. And they do take the single this time. And my suspicion, my feeling here, folks, is that I think Ijaz Hussain is going to swing hard and maybe wild here. I think he realises that unless he gets a couple of boundaries in the over here, they're going to find themselves sort of slipping away in this match. To stay in it, he's got to play some shots. And, well, he's not going to be able to do too much with that one. It was a very good delivery from Asabu. Right up there, Ravi, Yorker length. He's got a nice run up, hasn't he? Adapathu, he's got nice rhythm. Let's have a look. Nice little rhythm as he comes in, gets a nice high arm action, and he certainly does bend his back, and this one has gone through. And let's see the leg by. Let's have a look at this again. And yeah, that would explain why you saw the keeper going in one direction and the ball the other. There's a good ball, and again it's another very good over. So not able to get anything to happen here at the moment. Both these batters struggling after the departure of Sajid for 4 of just 3 deliveries. 2 overs now down. 10 on the board. That rate now has gone above 10. And they don't really want to see it go any higher than this. Mishra to continue. This is well struck and work to be done for the fielder. Does really well. And no mistakes there. And a very good throw as well. It's only another single. And after he's bowling, Ravi shows how to do the fielding. There are some that would have tried to stop this with their foot. And that's the way to do it when we say you've got to get down and get everything behind the ball. Good bit of work. Changing the field here now. I think they're sensing that Hussain is going to try and take this on. So Ravi comes in from the boundary on the offside, and another one is pushed back on the leg side to Hussain. Hesitant, but this time the communication between the two is good. Shakur takes off straight away and gets there. So they'll take the single, but at this moment in time, with no boundaries being scored, only that one from Sajid earlier on, they are more than happy clues to give the singles away. So nice looking shot, work to be done by the fielder once more, and does extremely well. The fielding to now has been splendid, and this time is Nishant Devray, the man who put in a great performance with the bat, the left-hander. Now showing what he can do in the field. Made a splendid 30 not out of 13 deliveries. Devray in the air, but finds a gap, and I don't think this one is going to be stopped, is it? No, it goes to the boundary. So finally, there is a little bit of joy and something to shout about for the Venetia bench. They do get a boundary, and maybe that is what's going to get them going. So it's a nice shot, you have to say. You're saying he knows that they're trying to stack up the leg side or the onside with the field. And he just shows that he is capable of playing through the offside. Slower delivery and beats him, trying to go over the top this time of that offside field, aiming sort of around the extra cover area here, but misses out on it. And you can see where he's looking, but unfortunately for him, it's not where the ball goes. In the air this time, oh, and it would have been a good catch, diving to his left, and not sure where this actually hits him in the end. The ball still is moving, but the batter's happy just to take the single. It sort of, I don't think it gets in his hands as he's diving. I think he perhaps loses sight of it, and it hits him on the chest. I think you'd say that's probably a good stop. That gets past him, as we know already down there. that would have motored away to the offside. So what we're looking at here, we're seeing that percentage now. Cluj, well, this win probability keeps changing all the time. 65% now to Cluj. And before the start of the innings, I think it was the other way around. But anyway, it's interesting to see how all those statistics and are gathered together at the end of the over to come up with that prediction. What are your prediction, remember? And yeah, how that can change. I mean, you just think if a couple of wickets go in this one and it's just 2 runs off the over, that all changes. So it's based on what happens over by over. Oh, and this one is not a good delivery. It was a gundy ball and it's been put away. And they needed something. They needed a loose one. And this was loose. Full toss. Wide outside the off. Thank you very much. And not a good start with the ball from Devray. In the air, as he found the gap, he looks to have done, and he has. Back-to-back boundaries. So all of a sudden the captain, Ijaz Hussain, is thinking, yeah, I've got to do something here. I need the acceleration. And he's done it. He's taken on Devray, and Devray's first 2 deliveries have been put away. The second one actually is a good shot. Wasn't too much of a bad ball, but he just decided he's going to attack it. He waits for it, hits it on the up, and hits it through the gap. And they're just making a slight adjustment to this field here now. So Gaurav Mishra moves into that long on position, but he was pretty straight before. He's gone wider. And it will be him who's in the action once more. Makes the stop, takes the single. So to get themselves moving with those boundaries. Power play was pretty low key, just 18. At that point they were 10 behind. Where Cluj were. Firmly struck. From Ravi. And that very first ball also that went for 4 from Devray was also called a no ball. And, that's why you only see 3 balls bowled so far in the over. So the first ball was a no ball, so that was a 4, and the one for the no ball 5. This is how Ijaz gets a single. So the over that they needed has come. 12 of it so far. Still a couple of balls to go. They're keeping the same field now to Shakur as well, which I don't think is correct. I don't think you need this sort of field to Shakur. He hasn't hit one, really, as yet. And I think he's more, I don't think you mind me saying this, he's more of a dabber and maybe more sort of classic stroke player. So having this field where you've got sort of this long on and extra cover all back on the boundary and the offside to him doesn't make sense. I think he's the one you've got to put the pressure on. He's the one, for me, you've got to have the fielders in close on either side and say, look, yeah, you may be thinking the tactic is to try and get Ijaz on strike. Well, we're not going to let you do it easily. Ijaz, this is a nice hit, straight down the ground, 4 runs, and that is a classy straight drive. What a lovely shot this is. This is quality. This is top draw, and I like it that he just holds the pose for a moment and says, Le, shot me money, I mean, you have 4 wickets there. Click, click, smile, please. Thank you very much, and that is the over that they needed. It goes for 17. It doesn't, not quite magical, but it gets them moving again, and I mentioned that at the start of the, or at the end of the power play, that there were 10 runs behind where Cluj were. Now, with that over, they are ahead by 6 runs, like at the end of 4 overs. So, just goes to show just what one good over can do for you. And I thought maybe they might call upon Ravi to bowl his second, but they're holding him back. And Kluge here. They're now going with Safi Ahmed. Safi. To Shakur. 6 or 10 balls. Yeah, you see, this field for me, it's not right. He's just going to try and, yeah, there you go. Just going to get bat onto ball and take the single. He wants to get Hussain on strike, and I think this is probably not the best bit of field placing from the captain, Arun Kumar. I think he needs to have a look at that. And the interesting thing is, though, that Ijaz is the one who's on 21 of 12 deliveries, but to him, the field actually does come in. And yet he's the one that's looking to hit the ball hard and over the top. So, well, let's see what happens when Shakur comes back on strike. Let's see if they keep it the same or they make any more changes. And I get the feeling that we might see 12th man just run out some water for, I think it might be Ijaz that's asking for some water. It is rather warm, and I think we've seen this before, of course, in Spain. We saw it in Malta, and I think the first time it was in Bulgaria as well, where because of the heat and when temperatures do get warm, the tournament referee will allow water to be brought on for the batters. The fielders, of course, they can leave a water bottle sort of on the boundary line for themselves. But yeah, when the batters are out there, if they're out there for sort of 5 overs plus, I think it makes common sense for them to be allowed. This is hit hard, and I think the fielder, he's just come inside here. When this ball is hit, sometimes it's a natural reaction, isn't it? You take a couple of steps inside. Mishra's done that, and what he has done, though, you see there, he's taken himself away from the ball. I think if he stays on the boundary, he has an opportunity to catch this. But it is now Abdul Shakur. Well, that one, it was Hussain rather, sorry, that goes big. Shakur, now it's his turn to. This is well played down and on the ground. All of a sudden, Abdul Shakur decides it's his turn to take the bowling on, and what a marvellous shot that was. But once again, a slight misjudgment there in the field. I'm pretty sure that if you stay, it wouldn't have been an easy catch, but if you stay on the line, you have an opportunity. It's not going over you. So now Shakur is up and running as well. And Jazz gently plays this down. So Safi comes on, and I think they were hoping that he would be able to maybe slow that momentum down that was picked up from that over from Deverett, but he's not been able to so far. Firmly struck, and this time into the safe hands of Ravi, who gets the throw in. So we'll go for 10 off the over. And the score goes on to 45 at the halfway point. So, well, 2 times 45, you know what that makes? Yeah, 90. The target, 91. They do have wickets in hand. So after losing that wicket early, Sajjad going in the first over. You see there the scorecard, LBW to Mishra. These two have started to put a partnership together. It took a while to get going, though, you have to say. It was only, interesting enough, after the power play. Power play was only 18. And then that one over from Devray, that's when Hussain decided to open up his shoulders and played some nice shots. And then we just saw it in that last over. It was, well, Shakur who said, well, it's time for me to unleash. And he did. He's got his first boundary as well. So it's full force in the innings so far for Hussain. A 1-6 for Shakur. Hussain on strike. And it's going to be, well, big change this for me. Sani coming on to bowl. He can make things happen. Oh, and this one eludes the keeper. It will be off the bat as well. Was there a chance? Was it? Was it not? Make your own mind up. Nah, certainly was it. Goes too quick, and I don't think Nadi Gotla could do anything about that. Bit of fortune for Ijaz Hussain, the captain. Need something to happen here, Kluge. Drags this down. We'll get the singles. The man comes in from long on. So, Shakur now going back on strike. Kluge, of course, are the reigning champions. They're looking to do what? Indo-Bulgaria. Hello to a lot of people from Indo-Bulgaria. I'm sure Prakash Mishra is watching. Indo-Bulgaria, we were there last week, and they defended their title in Sofia. That beautiful ground there. I wonder if Kluge can do the same here. And it is only their first match. These two teams will go at it again today. So we will see this contest again. So whatever the outcome, the losers will have an opportunity to bounce back. Short and has to be put away, and he's got plenty on this. It goes all the way. Well, Dennis, don't stand, watch it go by. Take a picture, son, take a picture. This is coming your way. Well, he's given this everything. That was a bit of the captain, Caveman. 6 runs, and Ijaz Hussain, the captain. We know that he had to make a bit of amends, didn't he, after going for 18 in the 9th over. Well, he seems to have made up for that. He's in credit now. And a little bit of a trigger movement, wasn't there, from Ijaz before the start of that ball, just as the bowler came to release, but he then adjusted himself pretty well. He just defends it. He's, I wouldn't say he's raced onto, but pretty quickly he's got to 34 off his 19 deliveries. Chops this one into the ground and will be fielded by Sani. They'll get the single, and that will be the end of the 6th over. And the way things are looking at the moment, score of 58, 1 wicket down. Kluge, you would say, would be the favourites. Be interested to see that win. Oh, here we go. Look, just right on cue. Win probability. And 17% Kluge, and Benicia 83%. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't argue with that at the moment. Kluge needs something to happen, don't they? They need wickets, and they need them quickly, because the acceleration from in the last 3 overs has been quite impressive. 33 required now of 24 balls, so still around 8, just over 8 and over. So it just means that you get 1 good over, 1 good tight over. Maybe, you know, we've seen it so many times yesterday. You know, 2 or 3 wickets falling in an over. On 3 occasions, I think, yesterday. We had bowlers on hat-tricks. 2 of them couldn't complete them because the wickets were taken in ball number 5 and 6. But it can happen. And that's what's needed here. And, these two, they started quite shakily, didn't they, when they came together. And they came together early because that first wicket did fall with just 5. So they have put a 50 partnership together. They were hesitant in their running. There was that one really close call, wasn't there? The run out of Ijaz up in the air. This is an opportunity, and it's taken, it's swallowed up. And no mistakes this time from Ravi. Takes the catch. He had the opportunity, didn't he, to get Shakur before. The good thing for Ravi is, although it cost 6 runs, Shakur has not been able to go on to make any further indent on that score. So they do get Abdul Shakur. He's played his part quite well here. And, well, maybe that's the commentator's curse again. I was just talking about the 2 batters. They've made their 50 partnership after they came together. It was a nervy start from them. And they weren't running very well. Then you had that opportunity of a run out. It was a really, really close one. But I think the benefit of the doubt had to go to Hussain. It wasn't conclusive when we looked at the evidence on the replay from the camera angles. So they've done his job, really. And he has to depart because of a very good catch there taken by Ravi. So 15 runs But I think the key thing is the partnership that he put together, and no doubt that he played a big part in keeping Ijaz focused as well on his innings. Now it's important here. I said that one wicket or one good over could change things here, but they've got the wicket. The key thing here is, I think for Kluge, is to asking the question. I'm not sure what the bowler was appealing for. Well, he started appealing and now he went to begging, and I'm not sure. I mean, surely he's not appealing for the stumping from here. He's saying this. He heard an edge. I'm not convinced. Let's have a look at it and keep an eye on this. No, I don't see anything there. There's no deviation of that. He's absolutely convinced. The interesting thing about this for me is that Nadi Gotla, look, he's not interested at all in the appeal. He's probably saying, oh, yaar tenu ki ho gaya, pagal ho gaya ki swere ki khada. Pata nahi apne paani ch ki pa liya. Well, it's not out anyway. And this one is cautiously played by Jobby Charlie down the ground. He does get himself off the mark. He probably says to the bowler, now, ¿qué pasa, tío? ¿Qué pasa? Tranquilo, tranquilo. And still a good over so far. How does Hussain go about things? Well, that's one. I cannot believe he's even thinking about having an appeal here. Well, I think when you're an umpire and you get a bowler like Sahi here that's made those two appeals, I think you can be quite confident that maybe he doesn't quite know the LBW laws or rules, and you'd be more inclined not to give him. This one is the late Chinese cut. Does it go to the boundary? It's still tidy though. It's the over that they needed. And it gets completed. That's exactly what I was talking about. So looks like it's going to be 3 off the over. So the score moves to 61. It does also pick up a wicket. And what you'll notice is that the required rate, which was 8, is now gone up to over 9. As we have a look at the fantasy dashboard, these two teams are going to be at it again. And, well, we don't know which way this one is going at the moment. I mean, it could go either way, especially with that over. I think this one is an important one. So stay with us, of course, for the second contest between these two top sides. Manisa looking to make it 3 out of 3 in this one. And, well, could they dream of making it 4 from 4? What a start that would be. And, well, it would be a disappointing one for Kluge as well. But let's not talk and focus too much about that first game. Go back to this one. And it's going to be Vasu. It's going to continue. 61 for 2. 30 required. 18 deliveries. Good shot. Hit hard. Bobbles along the ground. And the fielder does really well. Keeps his eye on it. And, apart from that one error, Ravi, I think he misjudgment. That actually isn't Ravi out there. Apologies, Ravi. Let's find out who that fielder is there, but he did really well. And you can see here that Bobby Charlie is just trying to get bat onto ball and get a single, and I wonder if that's been picked up by the skipper of Kluge, Arun Kumar, and whether he'd be tempted maybe. Look, I'm having a look where Sani is. Sani has got cover behind him. He's got a man literally right behind him. I would push him right up. Say, son, come right up. Your job is to put pressure on the batter because he's just trying to nudge a single. Well, if I can't nudge a single, he says, maybe I'll try and blast this one out of here. He's not able to do that either. It's 2 dot balls. The pressure is on. And Ijaz, the captain Hussain, walks up to him and has a little word. And says, hey, yaar ki karda? Thanda re, thanda. Garm nahi hona. A match sada hai. Single lela. Yeah, just stay cool, stay calm. Just take a single. And let me do the business. Hits this fairly well, and work to be done by the fielder. Tremendous, absolutely tremendous. Well, I was calling out Ravi's name when it wasn't Ravi doing the fielding, but this time it is Ravi. And this is brilliantly done. He has ground to make up because this is travelling and it doesn't slow down at all. And I like the way he gets down and releases this. And that was intentionally done. Just sort of nudging it forward for the fielder to pick up and get the throw in. Not that I think they were going to take the 2. Hussain, he wants to go big. He tries. Well bowled. Doesn't pitch it up to him. That's clever. Doesn't put it in the swing zone. Doesn't put it in his arc. Dot ball. What a good over this has been. Only 2 from it so far. And he does it here again. Now you see here, this is where Joby Charlie, he has to be running down there saying, look, there is one there, we've got to take it. And I tell you why you got to take it. It's the last ball of the over. This one should have been a single. Hussain would have been back on strike. Opportunity missed. Another tremendous over. And you see, look, it all changes, doesn't it, now, that probability. And now they're saying it goes the other way around. Now it's Kluge, and it's interesting, isn't it? I said it's going to change by over. Look, last time we looked at that, I think it was about, was it 83% or something to Benissa? And I said that was 12 balls ago. A couple of good overs, that would change. And we've had those couple of good overs, and now everything changes. We've got a game on here. 63, 2 down. Have a look at the scores of the last 2 overs. The 3 overs before that, 17, 10, 13. The last 2, Sahi went for 3, Sani went for 2. And it's a change in the bowling. I'm quite surprised at this, to be honest. It's played down the ground and it bobbles down. The run is taken, so Ijaz Hussain will get back on strike. Yeah, Sahi. I just get the feel. I'll tell you why I was surprised by it. I'll say after this delivery, and I won't change what I say, I promise. This is hit down the ground. I think sometimes as a captain, they try and take the 2 on here and they will get there. I think sometimes as the captain, a bowler delivers you something that you don't expect. And I think you take that, but don't get greedy. And I just had the feeling that maybe Sahi had already produced more than what you'd expected from him, and maybe you go for someone else in this tight one. But Arun Kumar is stuck with him. And so far, it's only just 3 that have come off it. So far, it's okay. Goes big, and he nails it. This is out of here. Adios, pelota. Eso es grande. This one is heading in the direction of the lake. He's absolutely crunched this, and this is the big shot. And this was what my thinking was with Sahi bowling. But then I suppose, what are your other options maybe? But he's got this one out of the middle of the bat, and the captain, he's looking to win this one for Benissa, make it 3 out of 3. He's on 45 of 28. So much depends on him. So, this ball, I think, will it come back from the lake? Yeah, it will. It's not been gobbled up by one of the monster carps in there. It doesn't actually quite go into, I mean, there's a fair bit for it to do to get into the lake. It's a bit of rough ground there where the ball normally stops in. This is why sometimes it's difficult to find. So well done once more to the ball boys and girls around the ground doing their job in there. The yellow vests on. Back to the action. 72 for 2, 19 of 9 deliveries. And this one is going balle, ginna sona, ginna badda, shaka. And this is what you're talking about. That's 12 just in 2 balls. This is big. And the captain also brings up his 50 in style. 51. Ball Badanya, Ijaz Hussain, 51 of 29 deliveries. And he's looking to go again. And I think he has gone again. It's 3 and 3. Shaba, shaba, un, dos, tres. We're doing it Calypso style. And it's a festival of 6s around this ground at the moment. Here at the Mawara Vladasia cricket ground. That is superb. That is thunderous. And he's looking to do it and do it quickly. 7 and 7 now. They're back to run a ball. Surely they can't lose it from here. Kluge. And I'm not going to say that I said so, but now you know why I was thinking that with Sahi. And this one, it just played cleverly along the deck. That's 1 of the 7th inning. So they stay at runner ball as we come to the end of the over. And the gamble of giving Sahi his second over doesn't pay off. It's 85 for 2. An over to go. And, well, you see it there at the bottom of your screens. It's 6 from 6. And, of course, if the game is tied, we could be going to the golden ball. Well, could we have a golden ball in this contest? Well, anything is possible if these first couple of balls end up being dots. All time, remember, it's 18 to the bowling side, 11 to the batting. This year, the bowling side is on top as well, 4-1. So, I think they will go back to perhaps Ravi. And, yep, that is what they're doing. He's went for 3 in his first over. But he is bowling to Hussain. Hussain, what does he do here? Does he play safe and say, if it's a single, I'll take it? Or will he want to go big? He wants to go big. Fielder under it. Big moment in the match. Catch is taken. Ijaz Hussain departs. No mistakes made there. And it is Pisal who takes it. Rajinder Pisal takes the catch. Ijaz Hussain departs, needing a runner ball. He tries to finish it with one shot. Well, you can't blame him. He did hit 3 sixes in a row in that last one. Took a single to give himself the strike. Didn't fancy doing it the long distance way. Wanted to do it long distance with one shot, but he's caught. He goes. And, well, we might as well just rethink and relook at that golden ball graphic, because now the pressure is really on. This can go either way. And not sure who they're sending out there at the moment. Looks like it's Anik Ahmed. Look, if it were me, if I were the captain there, I certainly, the captain being just the same, maybe he doesn't have time to make the call or make the change. I would have gone for Dookie. Dookie showed good experience yesterday when he went out there. So, well, look, got to quickly focus on a marvellous innings from the captain, 58 of 32. But he has gone, and maybe he's going to be guilty of not finishing the job off. Here we go, big moment, big delivery. The new batter is in. Ahmed takes his first ball. And they've got to go here, and they do. That's good running, good backing up. And this is where now the responsibility has to be taken by Jobby. Look, Jobby Charlie's been there a while. It seems like he's been there a while. He's only faced 6 deliveries. And he's only got 3 runs from it. So where are we at here now? 4 balls. 5 runs. Goes up in the air. Will this go to hand? Will it drop short? Fielder coming in. And no mistakes. He holds on to it. He gives the ball a big hug. And he says, Gaurav Mishra, tu kitne nahi ja raha, kitne nahi ja raha, itne rehna, meri shati de goal. Another wicket has been taken. Oh, we have some drama here at the Muwara Valalasia cricket ground. It's another wicket. He's another batter who wants to finish it with one big shot. The catch has been taken. And, well, would you believe this? There is going to be a bag of nerves now there in the Malaysia camp. Somebody has to come out and be cool here. It now goes to 3 balls to go and 5 runs required. Remember, they started the over needing just 6 runs. As I said, you can do it in singles. Ijaz Hussain decided he wasn't going to do it that way. And he got out. The new batter came in and got the single, Ahmed. And he got Jobby on strike. Jobby decided to go big. He gets himself out. Going for the big shot. And though that catch looked easy, it wasn't, I tell you that. Because you know that the match is depending on it. Parminder Singh is in, still no Dookie. That surprises me. Left-hander, bowler has to get the line absolutely right. 5 required of 3. And they will run here. Well, they've got to go for 2. I think this is an easy 2. So this helps. Keep an eye on the ball. Anybody backing up? Oh, they are. They think about 3. And that's, I tell you what, he's done really well backing up there because this wasn't a good throw. It was bobbling around. He's done well. That's the captain, Arun Kumar. Three of 2. 3 to win. 2 balls. Singh back on strike. Ravi has already taken 2 in the over. And they will run regardless. I think I do. Let's see what the umpire calls there. I think there may have been a bit of bat on the pad. And yeah, no calls. So here we are. They take another one here. So it all goes down to the last ball. And 2 required for victory. And 4, we go to the golden ball. Well, there's 3 options, isn't there? You lose, you tie, you win. What's your money on? Well, I get the feeling here that, well, they brought the field in. Have they brought them in too close? I don't know. What are you thinking? What are your thoughts? Come on, quickly. What do you think? Okay, I say golden ball. I've got a feeling about it. I reckon we're going to the golden ball. And, let's have a look. Swing and a miss, and they go through for 1. A lot of pressure here on the keeper as well, I think. Nadi Gotla. Nick Ahmed. Waits. 1 man still deep. In front of us there is Pisal. So he's not committing. In fact, long on and long off have stayed back. They're making another change. Are they making another change here? Or is there some more advice being given to the bowler? A lot of tactics, a lot of advice coming your way. Who want to be a bowler here? Everybody's talking. He said, do this, do that, try that. He's saying, look, just let me do my job. He's done very well so far, hasn't he? He's got a ball to bowl. Here we go. Which way is this match going to go? Oh, it's going to be a wide. It's going to be a wide. And it's going to be a wide, but it's going to be run out from it. Well, okay, so they do get the run. The scores are now tied. The scores are now tied. There is still a ball to go. This is why I say leave the bowler alone. And, well, this is just unbelievable. Well. I can understand here. Look, I'm with the batter. I'd go the batter on strike. I think, yeah, it's a wipe, but look, let's go. What have we got to lose? Because if they mess it up, we win the game here with the ball to go. So at the moment, we're sitting on a golden ball. There's a ball to go, but we're sitting on a golden ball. This is just amazing stuff. These 2 teams, Benicia and Cluj, they're providing us with a sensational match. You couldn't ask for anything more on a beautiful day here in Romania and Bucharest. The very first match between the reigning champions Cluj and Benicia, and the scores are tied. 1 ball to go. Are we going to get a golden ball, or is it going to be a famous victory for Benicia off the final ball to make it 3-3 for them? Well, let's wait and see. We're ready for it. Here we go, back to the action. A new batsman comes in. And is he nervous? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, he's nervous. And just trying to see. I think there's Prasanna. Prasanna comes in. And he's doing a lot of warming up. I think the only thing he's got to warm up here is his legs. I think the man you've got to send out is got to be the fastest runner that you have got in your team. Because whatever happens here, you've got to run. Everybody now inside. Apart from Stranger, you left 1 man out on sweeping on the offside. Well, sorry, take it back, not the offside. It's a left-hander, so it's the mid-wicket. Yeah, I understand that. Here we go. And a swing, a miss, a direct hit, he's out. Well, is he going to make it? Oh, they missed it. Oh, they had 2 bites at the cherry. Have a look at the celebrations here. Benicia make it 3 out of 3. Cluj have been beaten. It ends up being a bye. It was Nadi Gotla that had the first chance. I'm not sure if he's trying for the stumps here or trying to get it back to the bowler. Either way, it doesn't hit the wicket keeper's end, and the bowler, well, he takes his time. He lines it up and he misses it, and they get through and they make it. What a match it is. 91 to Melissa, to Cluj's 90. Here we go. Let's see the frenzy of action once more. Well, he does go for the bowler. He does the right thing, but the bowler does the wrong thing, and the bowler immediately turns around to the wicket keeper and says, "Oh yaar, mainu kar diti hai, tu apne end te stumps tod deni hai sige." Well, they can't believe it, but what a load of emotion out there early morning. What a match it was. Bernisa, they're the ones that hold their nerve best and win this absolute classic match. Well done to all the players and also the officials out there for making that into a fantastic game. The best thing about it, of course, is they do it all over again. And I'm going to say, I just can't wait. It's going to be a great match, and I know that at some point, Mr. Maximo will be coming in for this one. Won't he be gutted that he's missed this one? I think he will do, but as I said, he's got busy working on things that are going to be happening at Desert Springs. I'm sure he'll tell us about that a bit later as we look at these highlights. But it was amazing scenes. I mean, they never really got their innings together, did they? They lost Sajid early, and then I think Shakur and Hussain just weren't able to find any sort of momentum until that fourth over from Devray. That's when everything changed. That was a big moment there for me as well. I think that's sort of the one error perhaps that Ravi made, where he came in from the boundary and saw the ball go over him and go for six. But he did make amends because he did get the same man out before. Other than that six, he wasn't able to add many more. And look, you got to say this, if they did go on to win that, you'd have to say that they won it because of the way they fielded. And one man that was spectacular in that area was Ravi. I think he fielded really well, as well as Mishra. Catch taken there. And we were saying when we were looking at that percentage win probability that a couple of good overs, everything will change. And we did get those good overs. We got one from Sahi and one from Sani. But I did say, and I will say this again, that when they went for that second over for Sahi, it was going to be risky, and that was the big one. That's where this game changed. And this is it. This is what it all went down to. Swing and a miss, and the throw went to the bowler. The bowler said, "Why did you give it to me? You should have done the job." And the wicketkeeper there, Nadi Gotler, doesn't even respond. All smiles for Manisa, but it's agony for Cluj. But no doubt they will be looking forward to going out there and getting their revenge. But Manisa are the team at the moment. They're flying high. They've made it 3 wins out of 3. 2 yesterday, remember, against the Bucharest Gladiators, and now this one against the reigning champions Cluj. As we have a look at that scorecard, and it's all about one man, Ijaz Hussain, 58 of 32, but a lot of those 58 sort of came in the last 10 balls or so when he just went absolutely wild, especially that one over from Sahi when he hit 6 sixes in a row. It was a brilliant innings from him. The bowlers, well, I think apart from that, again, it's very similar to I think Manissa's bowling. Apart from that one over from Sahi, they bowled pretty well. It was always going to be a tight game. I think you can't be critical on any bowler. I think Ravi was the main bowler, picked up 2 wickets there. Mishra bowled pretty well himself. Just the one over there from Safi Ahmed, and well, that was the bit maybe where they could have maybe just used the bowlers a bit better. But it was always going to be a tight game. It was always going to be a little bit of magic that made the difference in it, and that magic did come from Hussain. But Hussain would have been absolutely gutted that he got out without finishing the job, and then he saw wickets falling in that last over, and he's thinking, okay, what is going on here? And Ravi, that wide was crucial as well, wasn't it? Got the wide, even though they got the wicket from it, but he wasn't able to hit the stumps at the end there where it would have been the run out, and we would have gone to a golden ball. A classic match to start this day 2. Match number 5 was an absolute thriller. This is what it's all about, and I always say that the European Cricket Network provides you the most entertaining, the most dynamic and entertaining form of cricket you can ever see. And well, it's time for me to take a very short break, calm my nerves as we get ready for the start of match number 2 here in the day, match 6, between the same 2 teams, and that's coming up in just around about 15 minutes time. Join me then, but for now, well, get yourself a nice cold drink, calm down, settle those nerves before we do it all over again. Hello and welcome back. We are in Bucharest, which is the capital of Romania, a beautiful country which is found in Eastern Europe and has striking architecture, historical buildings, and a great foodie scene as well. And it's an area which a lot of people, Bucharest, they've known it as, well, Little Paris or also New Berlin, because it is so striking and resembles those countries so well. It also is the home of the FanCode European Cricket Series once more, and what a start we've had here today too. An absolute brilliant match between the reigning champions Cluj playing their first match against a team that's won 3 out of 3 so far, Benicia, and Benicia won that thriller. It was 90-90 with the ball to go, and they ran the bar the very last ball. Otherwise, it would have been a golden ball, but it's another victory to Benicia. We saw some good performances there, didn't we, from some key players, but it's got to be, well, the player of the match, Ijaz Hussain, once more doing the job for each team. Will he be doing it again or not? Well, to find out what happens in this match between the same two teams, let's join the captains, Aaron and also Ijaz, and also the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, for the all-important coin toss.
Right, Benny is the call. Tails. Tails the call. It's heads. The betting. Okay. So, Cluj, we've won the toss and they're going to have a bat. Back over to you in the commentary box, Rico Full.
Thank you very much to Stefan Gooch there, the tournament referee, doing an outstanding job, and also the umpires doing a great job. And what a feast that match particularly was for the umpires, Abe Malon and Andrew Begg. It's always good, I think, when you're an umpire and you're involved in a game like that. It certainly has your blood rushing as well. Certainly had our blood rushing. It was an absolutely fantastic match, and this one I think will be very much the same as the teams start to make their way out on the field. Maybe we have a quick look at the fantasy dashboard, and I think there's some key players there. Again, we'll be looking out for. Let's focus on Cluj once more. Look, remember, there's no Taranjit Singh in their side, so they need more, don't they? They need that, maybe somebody like Vasusani to make some impact in this match. Nishant Devre, I think he was really good. He played an excellent game, and you can't fault the efforts of Nadi Gotla, though he was a little bit slow going. But yet on the other side, it was Ijaz Hussain that was the star once more. But again, it's their bowling. I think they bowl really well. They don't give you too much. They attack the stumps all the time. And it's going to be interesting to see if Cluj can, in this match, like we saw yesterday, we saw teams struggle in one match and then go big, go ballistic in the second. Are we going to see Cluj fight back here? Or are Benicia going to remain the unbeaten team? So far, 3 out of 3 as we get ready for the start of this match. The umpires, Abid Malian and Andrew Begg, well, they're back out there again. They're hoping for more of the same. We're certainly hoping more of the same, and I'm sure you, our global cricket audience, are hoping for more of the same as well. A very good morning to you, or good afternoon to some of you now, maybe even evening, wherever you're watching from. And as you get ready for another thrilling contest, just to remind you once more that it is Cluj that won the toss, and they want to have a bat again. Nadi Gotla is going to be on strike. And opening the bowling this time is going to be, well, the game for Anik Ahmed. So a bit of a change. Prasanna has opened in all their matches so far, but this time round they're just deciding that it's going to be Ahmed, and Prasanna maybe just going to be held back a little bit. Here we go. Let's see if this is going to be another classic. And it starts with a bang. He rocks back and he hits this over the top. I think this is probably going all the way. The umpire's just checking. No, it's gone for 4, so 4 runs. Obviously just dropping short. And let's see where this one bounces. Yeah, 4 runs. It's a good hit, though. It just rocked back. It's a similar sort of start, I think, that was made by Nadi Gotla in that first contest. He started well, played some nice shots, and then he just sort of put the brakes on a little bit and then just couldn't get going again. So I think he'd be quite keen to just continue playing his shots if he can. Nadi Gotla 4 off the very first delivery. Good reply from the bowler, pitched up, Yorker length. Darted into the off stump, no run there, dot ball. Well, I hope you've all calmed and settled your nerves, and I think everybody was going crazy, wild and ballistic. What a match it was, the first one between these two. Goes in the same area again. There is a fielder out there, but this time it will clear him. That is gone. That is big. That is 6. Or as they say out here, Chassé! Lovely shot, 6 runs, and not hanging around. So they made a change with the bowling. Prasanna not opening, and it's not worked to their favour for now. We've seen 2 boundaries now. Nadi Gotla, he's on 10. 10 of 3 balls. And that means that the bowler, Nick Ahmed, has gone for 10 of 3 as well. Better. It's always much better when you get the ball pitched up. You see there, it just doesn't give him the leverage or the room to be playing those shots. Down the ground, doesn't quite get the timing, so Prasanna is able to come across and make the stop. Yeah, I mean, I was talking about Bucharest. Little Paris, or Paris of the East is what it's known to by many. And that's all to do with the architectural style and the Art Nouveau buildings across the city. I haven't had a great opportunity to see some of them yet. Unlike some of my teammates, took the opportunity. And talking about taking opportunities, well, there's a Chuck the Fateh style celebration. And Ahmed has got a wicket, and unfortunately, he is the birthday boy. Well, Anand, Raja Shakira, I'm not going to say happy, but I shouldn't say happy birthday. It was an okay birthday in his first match. He got 10, but he's not going to get anything here. And I think he's going to have to go and cut his birthday cake by the lake with the ducks, because that's what he's got here. They're going to have a party. Yeah, I know I can be mean sometimes, but sometimes that's just the way it goes. But credit to the bowler. He gets it right on the money, knocks them over. And Roger Sakura, well, he's going to have a disappointing end to his day in terms of with the bat. But he'll be hoping to at least be able to celebrate his birthday with his team getting a victory in this one. They certainly need it. They wouldn't want to, the reigning champions wouldn't want to lose their first 2 matches. But that's a very good comeback from the bowler with the way things were looking, 11 on the board. But he's come back well. And that is the end of the first over. And it is 11 for 1. And it is Roger Shakira, unfortunately, on his birthday, who is out very first ball. So it's a bit of a golden birthday, I suppose. And talking about golden, it's time to welcome back the golden man of European Cricket Network, certainly when it comes to his commentary, and my good friend, Mr. Maximo. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Rico. Good to be back. And here we go. Second overtime. JB Charlie. It's an interesting tournament so far. Let's work for a single low full toss first up. Yeah, it's great to be here. And thanks for covering, Rico. There's a lot going on in the world of European cricket at the moment, as you know. The Spanish series later in the week. But it wasn't that an exciting game first up. 91-90. I really had the golden ball tingle hard. Had it really hard. And yeah, it was a crazy kind of a game. To be honest, it should have been a golden ball.
Should have been. That wide was criminal, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's one thing. But then I think Nadagodla, I can see where he was coming from. Throwing to the bowler should have heaps of time to take the stumps. Given away and slight misfield, or result in a single. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. I think Nadagodla, I think the issue was communication. He was always planning to throw it to the bowler hard, and if the bowler's not expecting it, it can just kind of catch them off guard. So that if the bowler knows that's going to happen, he probably is waiting for it, and he's also probably already on the move towards the stump, so he doesn't even have to throw. But I think it just kind of deer in the headlights him a little bit. Full toss. And this has worked to the sweeper. Should just be 1. Yeah, I've had, I mean, like everything, obviously played a lot of cricket, watched a lot of cricket. I've had that exact situation where I knew I was going to ping it at the bowler, and the bowler was in his follow-through and kind of gets, like, shocked by the ball landing in his hands. And then, you know, even, I won't mention the international player it was, he missed him from about, from about 4 metres.
I think the key thing there is that, I mean, you know the batting team or the batters, they have a plan. We're going to run.
Yeah.
And I think the fielding team, they have a plan. I don't think the bowler expected it.
Exactly. And so it's, communication, like so many things in life. Yeah, good effort by Charlie, but he won't get across to this. Yeah, but it's great to see Kluge out there. I mean, always a bit of a fan favourite team, Cluj, a team that we first saw in 2019 in the European Cricket League as the domestic champions of Romania. And I remember back then, they always said, we don't always win the matches, but we always win the hearts. That's what they said. There's a lot to like about them. But also Bani Asa, I'm impressed with who they're starting to the tournament. 3-0. Goes leg side. Let's think of two, but no, it was well cut off. They're well protected outfield over that side. And yeah, hello to Taran. And he's a player, of course. We've seen him playing a lot for Cluj. To Graham as well. And yeah, well, Graham, how are you feeling after yesterday? Abdulaziz, you're saying maybe we should retire him. And then he came back and hit 86 off 19 balls. That was an innings and a half.
Wasn't that awesome? I mean, I was watching it, of course, from the side. And the way he played the spin was just, well,
yeah,
it was carnage, wasn't it? Absolute carnage.
We often see high scores here in Romania. We've had the highest successful chase on ECN right here last year, 159. It's well bowled. I'm going to say I like Joby Charlie. I think he's a player that's always giving 100%. And I think he's enjoying his time out there in the middle. It's the end of the second over. The score is 16 for 1. Thanks to everyone that's welcomed me in as well. To Liam and to Luke and to Maya, of course, and to Robin Buyan as well. Good morning to you. Yeah. So just to give everyone an idea of what's going on this week on ECN, we have the series in Romania, but then come Friday, we'll also be broadcasting simultaneously the T20 internationals from Spain. Right here, though, you can see Cluj. I don't have any points yet. Can't see that lasting, though, because they're such a good cricket team. They'll be out for revenge here in Game 6. Just slants in for Andy Ahmed. Should be a leg by, I think. Yeah, so on Friday, I'll be in Desert Springs in Spain for the triangular T20 International Series involving Spain and Norway and Guernsey. So I'm really looking forward to that. I'll reunite with Corey, though he won't be on commentary. He'll be busy coaching. And he tells me he goes into his coaching bubble. So I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk to him. He's some sort of trance-like state. Yeah, but right here, I mean, I think what we're seeing, Rico, is yeah, Romania, there's a reason this series is always so entertaining because you just feel like anything's possible. Yeah. And so yesterday, Abdulaziz, that innings we're talking about, you normally you'd say, okay, this isn't going to go well for him, and then he turns around and cracks a 90. And similarly in the second innings, you say, well, the team can't chase 167, can they? But with Sathisen there, it looked like they were on track to do it.
They were. I think at the halfway point, oh, this is a really, really good catch. That is a monster bit of work behind the stumps there from Abdul Shakur. We saw him take a one-handed catch, Vinny, that you would have been proud of. Go back and watch that in the first inning. But this is sensational.
Yeah, no, I saw that one this morning. And this one's pretty good as well because he's well balanced. And it's always good if you can get two hands to it because it does fly quick, you see. But he's well balanced. He's not wrong-footed. Just watch him here because he sets his left foot early. And that means he can get back and get back to his right. Really good bit of keeping from Abdul Shakur, the veteran. Oh, he's looking like a spring chicken when you see that catch. And so Cluj, they've lost a second wicket now, 18 for 2.
Yeah, what was good there, I noticed very quickly, is as soon as he realises there's an edge there, very quickly decided which way he had to go with his hands.
Yeah.
And he made that decision quickly, gets the dive in, and he got it absolutely spot on. Great catch.
Yeah, for me, yeah, you're absolutely right. But just have a look at his foot here. See, he's not rushing to his left. See, he's there early, picking up the line of the ball. But because of his good early footwork, and that's something you probably wouldn't notice, because of his good early footwork, he was able to then get a pretty good dive in. Now, how often do we see keepers just kind of throwing a hand at those? Excellent wicket keeping from Abdul. He's a pretty good gloveman. Anyway, Anik Ahmed, he's the beneficiary of it. And now we've got Gaurav Mishra at number 4. So, and Mishra is a guy that often we see batting in the middle order, even lower order for Cluj, but he certainly has had some good contributions with the bat. I remember one game last year, he absolutely went off. So it's nice to see him batting with a fair bit of the innings to go. Just works this 1 for 1.
Yeah, I have to admit, Vinny, I mean, I'm surprised, and I said this at the end of the the sort of the first match, the innings that Kluge had when Devre came in, and he played a sensational innings coming in. I think he came in at number 5. He's one for me that he needs to be up the order. They haven't changed it up. They've stuck with the same format. I think it just breaks it up slightly as well, being that he's a left-hander. But this is up in the air, and we might see him sooner than later. Oh, it goes over the fielder. And then Jobby Charlie, he's normally very good here, and not able to take it. I thought I heard something. Was there a call of no ball or something like that was here? Or was that just the fielders shouting, catch it?
I think it was just communication. I mean, he only gets hands to this because he's so tall. He completely misjudges it and runs under the ball. Right. Yeah, Charlie was always struggling to get back to that one. It's the end of the 3 overs. It's 20 for 2. And a pretty good power play from Baniasa. I mean, if you thought the first victory was a fluke, man, this should show it wasn't. But still, Sayani and Mishra will be hoping they can put together a partnership here as we head into the middle overs.
Yeah, I mean, Ahmed, they made that change, didn't they, the captain? Just Hussain decided that Nick Ahmed should bowl the first and the third, and it's worked. He's picked up 2 wickets. And, well, quite early on to see these probabilities, things popping
How's
up.
that? That's the pulse chart. You can see if a team's got a pulse or not. You can see, I think...
pulse chart.
It's the pulse chart, because it is, when you go to 0, you're pretty much dead. All right, here we go, and he's gone. It's a no ball, though. Called a no ball early.
This is a surprise call for me.
This hits.
You just said pretty much dead. Well, the batter was pretty much dead because it stumps.
Well, it hits the batter.
It? No, that's
yeah.
not.
I mean,
Look
I don't know if
past him.
Yeah.
I mean, if he was on his back foot and it like dropped on the stumps and he's inside his crease,
I think it actually hits the bat first. This is what you don't realise there. I think it actually hits the bat.
See if this helped. I was surprised with the call.
Yeah. See, I reckon there's a little bottom edge on this. And so remember, you know, when it hits the bottom of the stumps, you think, well, there's no way. It's actually higher than it seems.
Do you think it hits the bat?
I think it gets a little edge.
I don't see that. I don't see it from that angle. I think this is difficult because the batter is coming out the crease. But I think these calls have to be made with the batter standing in his crease there.
Yes,
that's where you got to look where the ball goes. And I think if you keep an eye on that,
it definitely takes a little edge. Look. When it's how high it is there, and then it definitely takes a sudden jump down. So that's why it gets called there. See, that is where it gets called. But I think upon further review, they are going to give this out. And look, I do think it's the right decision. Yeah. But I also think it's not as bad a call as you think when you first look at it. Because for me, I think it definitely hits the toe of the bat and then dives.
Yeah.
But I think ultimately it was just below the waist. And that's what we look for now. It has to be below the waist. And I think the umpiring, there's been a few hairy moments over the first day and a bit, but most of the time, almost all the time, they've gotten it right.
They've got it right.
So
yeah. They've got to say that.
That's the case again.
I think in all fairness here, I mean, Sani is not going to be disappointed because as soon as he's bowled there, he knows he's gone. He starts to walk, and it's him who thinks, oh, hang on a minute, maybe he got lucky here, but he hasn't. He's got to go. The right decision made at the end. All right, they've taken a few moments to talk about it and discuss it. For me, that's the right call. Yeah.
And we've certainly seen in world cricket that issue causing a few
It is a strange one, isn't it? But look, I can tell you as an umpire, and I know most umpires will say this, they probably are one of the hardest ones because, first of all, at square leg, like you got to be focused. Like if you're the standing umpire, you always know when the bowler's coming to bowl the ball.
Yeah.
Because you see him. But when you're at square leg, you never know when you're going to see the ball in that exact spot. And if it's a slower ball, you think, where is it? A quicker ball. So you've got to be so switched on a square leg. It's very, very difficult.
All right. Here's Paminda. It's a wicket straight away. Now, Misfield, they might think about Zoo here. They won't. So, new batter up there is Ravindra at the Batu. Yeah, so here's the thing. The umpires are encouraged to call those, right? So I don't mind that. If there's any suspicion that's not below the waist, you call them. And he does. I think what makes that one look really bad, and I actually saw it in real time. I thought it maybe hit his body, but I knew it hit something and it dived.
Yeah.
So, you can't really blame the umpire for calling that, but also I think it was a good kind of, I suppose, an overall from off the field because it was clear and obvious, I think, from the replay that it was below the waist. And that's the wording now. It's like you have to be absolutely sure it's below the waist, and you can see how the umpire wasn't.
Beautiful again from Paminda, and he's disappointed that he doesn't stop this himself. Vinny still no Deverate. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, he certainly becomes more prominent, I think, in their bowling attack with no Taranjeet in the lineup.
Yeah.
You know, they're normally spoilt for options. I think we'll see him. Maybe that they have a certain over that they want him to bat. That's probably what I'm thinking. And you know, Luke's saying that you might as well have no umpires if you're gonna look at overturning decisions like that. But I think ultimately the umpires, they want more right decisions. You speak to any of the umpires. We spoke to Tyrone yesterday, and it was great to have him on. And he said the umpires, they're not just decision makers. They're game facilitators, right? So I think ultimately, if you speak to any umpires, they don't mind decisions being overturned if it means that there's going to be a correct decision. I think that's what umpires are more interested on than being right. Well, the good umpires anyway. They kind of put the ego away. Anyway, it's in the 4th over. It's 24 for 3. And yeah, it's great to be here with you. And in the commentary cube for the first time today, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and alongside me is Rico Full. And yeah, Cluj, the team that always bring us a lot of entertainment. I think they've got a lot of players that can hurt you. Just think about how they went in the Group C of ECL, and I look at some of the innings we saw from Rajshekara, for example, against Carlton, the Scottish champions. And yeah, it's nice to see them in the domestic circuit. But what you're seeing is, they don't like steamroll the opposition here in Romania. They've got quite a few teams that challenge them, and yeah, pretty high standard of cricket, I think, all up here.
Yeah, you think? I mean, we were talking about this at the beginning of the start of the day. Without Taranjeet in the team, it just gives them a bit more depth, doesn't he? I mean, we know he's a great batter. And also, though, I think with his bowling, because I don't think they have an out-and-out slow bowler without him here.
Yeah, well, that's right. I mean, you've got Sukran Sahi, who can bowl a bit of spin. You've got Arun Kumar, can bowl a bit of spin. But yeah, I mean, Taranjeet just is an important player in all three facets of the game. This one's cut away, and I think this will be 4. That's good placement. And so Mishra gets his first boundary. It's taking a little while to get going. As we see Prasanna come into the attack, and immediately a little bit short, a little bit wide, and pays a penalty, 4 runs.
Yeah, Prasanna, we've used to seeing him open the bowling. They elected to use him a little bit lower. It's worked so far because Ahmed, who's replaced him, has picked up 2 key wickets. Prasanna, he's looking to prove to his captain, Jas Hussain, that he's still a very good and viable option.
Long on, long off, pretty straight, guarding against the straight hit. This one gets past the umpire, gets past the bowler as well. It'll be a single.
Could stop this. It'd be interesting if this had gone on to the stumps. Let's just see how far the non-striker had committed. Yeah, he would have been out.
I think he would have been gone, but kind of, if anything, the touch took it away from the stumps. It's better back from Prasanna. First one wasn't a very good delivery, but I think as a spinner in this situation, you want to challenge the batter to go down the ground. I think that these two, they don't want to get out because they don't want a 4th wicket at this stage. You got long on, long off, pretty straight. I think not afraid to toss one up to maybe induce an error. Doesn't this time though. He's just happy to concede a single. He pushes this one through, but it's all about variation. I think Tyrone was asking me yesterday, if you get banged as a spinner, do you go faster or slower? I think the key is being unpredictable. So if everyone knows every time you get smashed, you're going to bowl a quicker one, well, the batter can set up for that. Yeah, so I think, especially in T10, you have to try and be a bit of an enigma. So that's when he tosses up. So it's good change in pace, good use of the variation by Prasanna.
Yeah, he gets that drift, doesn't he? And I do like that from the slower bowlers, just to sort of almost float the ball up there, and you're basically giving the batter too much time to think, and hopefully they're going to make the wrong choice. Once more, this time they do take the single. That's basically a bit of tip and run. It's nicely done. I mean, it is a little bit of tiki-taka here, sort of almost similar, isn't it, to the first innings. The boundaries only came early, and we know that we saw that 4 and a 6 from Natty Gotler.
Yeah, and look at no wides or no balls. I mean, that's so important. We've seen some bowlers struggling with that. You know, if you have, let's say, 6 or 7 already, they're up to 40, looking for 80. Suddenly 33 off 3. You go, well, we're We're right in this. Paniasa. And so on 66 pace, you would expect some acceleration, especially as Cluj get less nervous about the wickets. The 3 wickets after, say, 3 overs, they're feeling a bit worried. Their innings could be derailed. But now at 5 overs, I think they're a bit more comfortable. After 6 or 7, they'll be even more comfortable. Minda coming back in. And he immediately just knocked down the ground for a single.
Very, very peaceful here, isn't it? We're sort of right in the heart of nature, aren't we? Can you hear the birds chirping away in the background?
It's a bit of the birds and the bees about this place, isn't there?
It's a lovely place. And, I suppose the good thing is, as we see that one take the single, is if you can hear the peacefulness of the birds, and as you say, the bees chirping away, at least that means that there's no bears in the way, because that's the only concern I have. You've heard that in Romania. They have a very high number of brown bears, and about 6,000 of them, and I look at this greenery and forestry around this ground.
I was out last night. I didn't find a bear suit. I mean, I do think that would be a good gag to kind of sneak up. I'd be worried though about getting a tranquilizer dart or worse if I rocked up in the bear suit. But yeah, it's a beautiful part of the world, isn't it? Yeah. Very unique, a bit like Bulgaria last week.
You were out last night. I didn't go too far away, but I did try the Romanian national drink. I wonder if you did. And we go on to that after this one. As he found the gap, he has, and that's just dropped before it goes over for 6. So it will be a boundary though, 4 runs, 1 bounce, and over it goes. This is a nice shot. It's a confident-looking shot, isn't it? He plays it beautifully. And Mishra is starting to show signs of himself waking up.
Yeah, that's Atapathu that time, but still, yeah, I think he hits it pretty correctly, this ball, and the placement was there, wasn't it? Bring the long off even straighter and push those leg side fielders around a bit. Just get one here. So they've done a good holding job. What they haven't done is they haven't been hit for runs of boundaries. When there has been one, they've been right back on it. Yeah, so tell me, what did you have last night then?
Well, I tried, I think it's pronounced Tuica,
yep,
which is the national Romanian drink, which is a very strong, sort of like brandy made from fermented plums. And it is strong, and I know when it was poured, as we see this one, all the way to the man, so that square leg will do the fielding. Should keep it to 1. Think about 2, but down. Yeah, and the lady that poured it said, it's not a shot, because you only get a small glass of it. You don't down it, because it is really strong. And it was actually, first taste, it was a bit, you get that little bit of a burning sensation, but then after that, did
she have to tell you that after you already downed it? Or?
No, she was good. She told me before. But ironically, they tend to have it before you have a meal.
Yeah.
Not after.
Okay. Yeah, that's a bit unusual, isn't it? Well, let's have a look at the pulse. And at the moment, Cluj are on the slide, aren't they? 26%. I think what we know is that we don't normally judge games in the first 5 or 6 overs because a lot can change. I mean, have a look at that game yesterday, game 4, where it was turned around dramatically by ACCB. But yeah, 26, about 1 in 4 chance from here. It shows you Paniasa, 3/4 chance of going 4-0 and going clear at the top of the table. Cut away, straight to the fielder. Not strike a slip, so has to hustle back. Adabadu does. One thing I do miss about Cluj when they play domestically is that they don't have their kind of fuchsia, hot purple uniforms. They've got their traditional red.
Yeah.
I think eventually, maybe the next batch of uniforms, I think we'll see a bit of purple in them, even domestically, because that's something that
it is a nice kit.
It's a different sort of a kit. They're always going to have their traditional red, but I just like to see instead of the black trousers, maybe the purple, a bit like that helmet. Actually, exactly like that helmet that Atapathu's wearing. So right now, after start losing his footing there for a second.
Yeah, because it's the purple, but it's got those sort of, I don't know, like
the flowers,
poppy type of flowers.
The red flowers.
It's got a really good,
flower-like
good vibe to it.
Insignia. Oh, that's so close to being out. Just saying.
What can you say about this man? He's just he's a top performer.
We didn't see enough of him in the ECS last year. I think he came down right. I think maybe it was day 5. And so it's so good to have him available for more of the tournament, and it just makes Paniasa so much more competitive
big time.
with him in the lineup. He's the reason, they only won 2 out of their 8 games in the group stage last year. They've already won more than that this year. 3 out of 3. This is a really good shot. It's well placed. It's a full toss, and Mishra bangs it down the ground. That was right out of the middle, Rico. You see, he's on the charge. He thinks it's going to be full. In fact, it's just slightly over pitched. Yeah, good timing, good placement, 4 runs.
Well, this one is, that shot was probably powered by Tuikat, the rocket fuel. That's the national drink here in Romania because, well, once that went, it was no stopping it. That did come out the middle of the bat. Strong hit, 4 runs.
Hussein doesn't often get the treatment. There's that slower ball. It's picked. There's protection out there. It's Prasanna. That will clean up. Yeah, I mean, we talked about being unpredictable, right? And Ijaz Hussein is that kind of a bowler. You don't know when he's going to bowl that slippery Yorker that has a bit of pace on it. You don't know when he's going to bowl the slower ball. I think it's just he's more likely to cause misjudgments. And that's why he's such a dangerous bowler in this format. And that's not to even mention his batting, which makes him a match winner in another way. This will just be 1 run.
Well, it wasn't an intelligent throw, to be honest. There's nobody backing up, and I don't think the captain needs to be injured at the moment.
Yeah, well, exactly. I think it's probably just more of a surface issue. It certainly wasn't pleasant for Ijaz. Haven't quite let him get away here at all. Nice ball, the over. This will just get through the fielder. It cost him 2. I suppose he saves 2. So I suppose at least he makes a stop. Probably should have been 1. Instead it's 2. Could have been 4. So let's just take it as it is. It's the 50 up for Cluj as well. At the end of the 7th over, it's 50 for 3. And look, talking about Romania on the European stage, we will see them playing in the ETC, and we saw them last year, of course. And they are in Group D. So have a look at this group, though. Italy, Germany, Norway, and Switzerland. I don't know if there's a group of death, but
it's spicy,
it's a pretty good one, isn't it? I mean, Italy and Germany both super strong. I could see them in the same group as well. Norway, they were kind of hitting their straps, but just weren't quite able to qualify from Group A last year. And then Switzerland, could see Switzerland in the competition for the first time. Their national team, that is. And the ECC is coming again. It's the Euros of European cricket.
You might even see Rhino playing. I mean, he's been in some good form at the
He
moment.
took 5 for 5.
Took 5. Rhino, if you're listening, you're on fire at the moment. You might not. I mean, if his team qualifies, what do you do?
Yeah. Well, I mean that's the national team. So I mean, we'll have to see. Obviously, players have to fulfill the criteria. But yeah, he's in good form.
Yeah, I think he does complete the criteria, doesn't he? I think he did that a while. But yeah, Rhino took 5 and he posted it as well. And the 5th wicket, it was a banger, wasn't it? Caught the mould.
Yeah, it was. Gets better every time he tells it. Andrew Ryan, of course, one of our commentators here at ECN. But then, if he's playing, we can't get him in the box. So what's going on? All right, now he hits this down to long on.
No, but that is, I mean, going back to that is some group.
Yeah.
Because all of those teams are capable of producing some surprises. That is, I'm looking forward. I mean, we're going to see so much cricket this year. Just spoiled, aren't we? We're just spoiled for European cricket at the moment.
There's Andrew Batchelder's got a question saying, how do they pick the England and Ireland teams for those weeks? Well, it's really up to the boards. I mean, last year, England elected to pick a team from what used to be called minor counties. And so, yeah, the best amateur players, I suppose, in English cricket. Wow, he's in about 3 or 4 minds here. He wants to ramp, but he gets no pace on the ball. So then he has about 3 or 4 seconds to think about it, and he decides to go through with it. It goes straight through his legs. Yeah. He wants to use the pace, but there's no pace, so then he just kind of swings at it anyway. This one, more of a regulation shot. Yeah, Cluj just really stuck in the doldrums in this innings. Yes, I mean, Ireland, same thing. I mean, they might look at their schedule, and I'm guessing maybe they'll send a bit more of what you might call an A team. Same with Scotland, probably. Yeah. It's up to the countries to choose who they play. There's no reason you couldn't have the English team playing. It's just completely up to the boards. Goes over the offside. This will be a long chase for the field, and he's not going to get there. It's a good effort from Zafar Ullah, but Matspatu does well to get this square. and he lets the bottom hand take over. It kind of opens the face. And that's why it gets away from the field of 4 runs and a badly needed boundary for Cluj.
Yeah, Batu, he has to do that here. They need to get this acceleration in. They sort of got it, didn't they, in the last match, the first match. But that was all down to Devray. I still cannot believe that he's not out there. I just don't. It makes no sense to me at all. I mean, they're not going at the back. I mean, he came out there, Devray. If you remember, he scored 30 runs of 13 deliveries, the left-hander. And, well, look, you know, I think you've got to have him up there. Just breaks things up a little bit.
Yeah.
The left-hander, he hits the ball well. I think they're missing the trick here, missing the opportunity.
The issue is sometimes they might say, okay, we want Devray to come in, let's say, at over 5 or maybe in the second half of the innings. But now these two have pretty much batted together for 5 overs. They haven't really set the world on fire.
No.
But, again, they're both very capable. Yeah, this is such a late grunt from Ijaz Hussain. He pretty much grunts when that ball reaches the batter.
Listen, in my umpiring, I mean, I say my umpiring days, not that long ago, but when I'm umpiring, I've actually had complaints from batters to say he's putting us off, and
Yeah.
I've had to have a word. And this sort of grunt does, because like you say, it comes after the ball's released.
Well, he goes over the leg side, but he won't get over the fielder, I don't think, and he's dropped an absolute goober. Oh, this really should have been out, and puts his hand up straight away. I don't know if this gets all hand or maybe gets a bit of the chin. Oh, look at this one. I mean, he's in perfect position, did everything right. He just didn't hold on, Rico.
Yeah, he puts it down, gap, shorter ਦਿੱਤਾ, ਬਹੁਤ easy chance ਸੀਗਾ. ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ball ਨੇ ਥੱਪੜ ਵੀ ਮਾਰਿਆ ਥੋੜੀ ਤੇ. Looks like he's holding his chin. I think the ball might have given him a bit of a slap.
Yeah, and calm that was out there. And now follows up with the boundary. So Mishra trying to get going late in the piece here. There's Tyrone. He's doing a good job of fielding that one. So over and a half to go. Gets Cluj up to 64, and they're going to need all these runs. Otherwise, they're staring down the barrel of being swept aside by Baniasa this morning.
Yeah, well, how often does that happen? A catch goes down and then the next ball goes to the boundary.
Comeback ball from Ijaz. There's the slow ball, and he goes straight through him. Good bowling. This is all about accuracy. And he gives it a bit of the now you see me, now you don't. And Mishra goes 4 and out. He labours for 27, but it'll go no further. The 4th wicket falls, and Cluj are 64 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of those we were talking about when he uses this delivery, and it is very cleverly disguised. It's going to get many a batter out for sure. There's going to be a lot more of these in this series. He's enjoying himself out there. And the thing is, when he's in trouble, that's when he goes to it.
Yeah.
And we know he's in trouble there. A couple of boundaries off, and that's exactly what he goes to. So I think the batters will start to be wise to this and start to pick it. I think if you pick it, you just stand still, wait for it, and smash it straight. I mean, it's a hittable ball, but I think when your mindset in this stage of the match is to go after everything, of course, you're already prepared to take on what would be the normal delivery, and it outfoxes you.
Yeah, it's the power of disguise, really. And you're right. I mean, if you play the ball like a spinner, you can kind of set up that kind of a plan to maybe go down the ground, but see that he was just completely fooled by that. So Mishra has to go, and now here's Ravindra at the Batu. Left-hander. And he's someone we always love to watch play as well. He can bang the ball around. Left-hand, right-hand combination now.
Surely this is Devray.
Oh, sorry, pardon me. Yeah, Adipatu's out there, but now Devray's come out
Yeah.
at number 6. And so Ijaz Hussain get the chance to bowl at the lefty.
Come on, Devray, prove me right. I mean, you've got to feel for him. I mean, what's he got? 8 balls?
Yeah.
If he, that's even if he phases all 8 balls. So you're seeing he's going to go big straight away. Slow ball first up. What do you reckon?
Yep, I think so.
Yep.
Yeah, this was the kind of off-spinning, slower ball.
Oh, there was 2.
A slight fumble. Decided against it. Last ball, the over coming up. Yeah, I mean, Cluj almost defended 90, didn't they? So, I mean, they get a wriggle along here. They may get something like 80. Seeming a long way off at the moment.
And, well, you know, in the first match, 90 wasn't enough. I mean, it almost was. What a match it was. But this one looks like, at the moment, it may be less than that.
Last ball for Ijaz Hussain. He's got 1 for 15. And there's the slow ball. It's picked and it's hit. And well, the fielder makes hard work of it out there. It's Charlie. And gets it down, but not in time. I think that'll be 2 runs. It's the end of the over. 67 for 4 as we head into the last. Well, Graham in the chat saying he's a good bowler, this bloke, but Not sure about the Sharapova grunt. Well, there's a bit of that. And the funny thing about Ijaz Hussain is when he holds his pace on delivery, he doesn't grunt at all. So it's the oldest trick in the book, the slow ball grunt. I don't know if I'd be falling for it. In fact, I think it would help me if I knew that he's going to have a big grunt.
I think he's starting to cotton on to that. I think occasionally he will grunt at the quicker one to try and fool you. But yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, what do people think on the chat about that, about the grunt? Is it not cricket? Should we be saying, come on, folks, this is cricket. We don't do that here. Do
you know what I think, honestly? I think if you're batting and you're focused, you actually don't hear it.
Yeah.
I think that, I remember, if I would play a game with, say, a big crowd, or if it was televised, not a big crowd, but a crowd, or if it was televised, come back to that in a second. Be a wide start, the 10th. I think that if you're focused, you don't hear any of that stuff. We hear it because we're not so locked in on the ball. So I don't actually think it puts off the batters as much as you think. I think that they're focused on the ball and concentrating, and that's the way it should be. It's just, that's why I've always felt as well, crowds booing and all that. I think the best players, it doesn't affect them that much. They're not hearing it. They are so focused on what they're doing.
Should be Charlie. Once more, wants to get his line right here. And this is in the air. It should be an opportunity. It is. And no mistakes taken this time by Parminder Singh. No mistake. Takes the catch. And well done to him. He's had an interesting time in the field. Parminder, a few have gone down. I think maybe 3, maybe 4. But this time, he makes no mistake. It's another day and it's another situation. And Manisa, they are on a high. They're on a roll.
Good catching as well. Parminder. Yeah, make sure of that one. Yeah, Devray can understand what he's doing. He's trying to accelerate things, but he finds the fielder, and that is the 5th wicket to fall. It's 68 for 5. 5 balls remaining. Well, good news. This man's in the house, and look, we got Pavel Florin here in the commentary box, and he's just turned up, of course, because you got the afternoon, and it's great to have you here. Famous commentary box here. It's even more famous with you in it. We'd love to see you getting a bowl today. Do you think maybe we'll see you getting a bowl? Today's another day, and I remember against ACCB last time, you had a really good game. So best of luck to Pavel this afternoon. That's 3 and 4, the 3rd and 4th game today. Matches 7 and 8 on the calendar. It's ACCB versus the Bucharest Gladiators. He's one of the real nice guys of European cricket as well. All right, now we're going to see the captain out there, Arun Kumar, wearing the Richie Richardson hat. And, swings like a rusty gun at that one, Arun. Batting a bit higher than he normally bats himself, actually. So just maybe he feels he's the man that can arrest this malaise.
Somebody from Cluj has got to leave their mark on this match. I mean, it's not necessarily going to be with the bat, because you can't really see them getting sort of anywhere near the 80s here. There's something spectacular happens.
I don't think this is out. They might even take another one. They will.
Well, this is going to be interesting. Let's just have a look at this.
The ball slips out of his hands, but at what point? So we'll have a look at this. It's definitely out by a mile, but let's see what happens with the ball. Is the ball in his hands? I don't think that's out.
No,
I think it's already ejected. They see there, you can see it's gone. So it'll be 3. Yeah, it's great camera work by the guys as well.
Yeah, that's a good pick up from you as well.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that hard because the ball went all the way to the 30-yard circle on the other side, see? So I think he'd have a bit of an instinct. But there are some occasions where you do have the ball, and actually it's the stumps that knock it out of your gloves. And that's a different situation. So in the end, it'll be 3. And handy runs for Cluj.
Yeah, very handy, because it does get the recognised bat up rough. He's been out there a long time. He's used up a few deliveries, but a couple of boundaries here. If they can just do that and get into 80s, it's still not going to be, well, for me, maybe not enough runs, but the only way then for them to register this victory is to be at the 100% best with the ball and take all their chances. So, but 80 will keep them still maybe in the match.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's possible with their bowling attack. Had some questions in the chat. I'll get to them. I think in the second half, somebody was asking what my commentator's 11 would be. If I think of like a commentator's 11. So including some of our colleagues here. This is into the gap slightly. They might look for 2. Good work by Ijaz Hussain. And they're going to get back for 2. A really good running from Aaron Kumar. Now, I remember from ECL 19, he is a nutcase when he runs between the wickets at the end of the innings. He will try for anything. And yeah, I think it was a game against Chandra Brescia. Aaron eventually ran himself out, but it was pretty entertaining while it lasted.
Yeah, look, he's just keeping an eye on him at the non-strike. I mean, he's practicing playing shots at the moment, but he's like a sprinter in his blocks. You know, he's ready to go. And at the moment, they're not running anywhere because we've got to do the laces up.
Yeah, take a bit of time.
Ravi.
Also,
over.
question from Liam about will I be solo in the box in Spain this week? It looks like it will be that way, but I guess we'll have to see. I might be able to pull someone in for assistance at times. But yes, it's going to be great to cover T20 international cricket again on ECN.
You'll have a wonderful time. I think the quality of the cricket will be great, but it's a fantastic location, really. Desert Springs. I mean, it really is stunning.
Can't wait. Got most of Friday off as well. The first game's at 3 p.m. 2 to come. 73 plus this, and you can pretty much add 6 to the total. Maximo at the Batu. He's been there a long time. And he says, how do you do? As he takes this off a length, probably not the best length to bowl at this stage of the innings. Picks it up and he gets half a dozen.
Yeah, not a good delivery. It's too short. You've got to be pitched up, wicket to wicket, bowling at the death. So valuable runs. So they are almost, I suppose, into the 80s.
All right, so last ball coming up. 79, so they have got that target of 80. And, well, this one isn't quite hit as well, and we drop. Well, get your running shoes on. Aaron's already back for 2. Don't know about his partner, and Adibadu's going to be run out. So they get 1 extra run because of the drop, and it does get them to 80. I mean, it probably should have been held out there, but I suppose it wasn't a disaster. It did go to the boundary. It does cost them the 1 run. Adibadu, he's run off his feet there. And Cluj, the defending champions, got a bit of a task ahead of them. To get any points out of their first day of action, they need to defend 80 here in match 6. And yeah, credit to Baniasa. I think they bowled pretty well. They had good variations. Ijaz Hussain used his bowl as well. And I think Baniasa, they're in a pretty comfortable position here. But we know there's plenty more to come in this game. And Cluj, they'll be desperate to get some points on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Baniasa, I think they've done this all the way through now. 4 matches on the spin. I think their bowling particularly has been very good. They've bowled at the stumps. They've bowled and played to take wickets, and they've been successful. And they put themselves in the driving seat again. Obviously, they'll be relying on one of the top 3 of their batters to perform once more to try and get them the victory. Cluj, well, they're going to have to bowl brilliantly if they're to get there, if they're to level this series. And there was the wicket there. That's good bowling. It's full straight, and it was Ahmed who was given the task of opening the bowling this time, Nick Ahmed, and he did not disappoint, and that was a great catch. Excellent catch there this time from Abdul Shakur behind the stumps, and had a good day. Some of the catching in the outfield wasn't so good. We saw 2 chances on the square leg boundary put down. But this one, well, was called a no ball at the first instance, but on review decided it was fine. So that was Sani who was on his way, and once he went, really, they were going to have to drop. It was only Ravi who was up there left, the only real batter. He needed to try to get as much strike as he could. Well, look, there we go. Oh no, what did I do? I put it down, and it's going to happen again. He just isn't having a good day out there, the fielder, Nick Ahmed. He did with the ball, but not so much with the bat, and that's Hussain. Hussain getting those slower deliveries in, and he's loving himself at the moment and loving what he's doing out there, because with bat or with ball, he's always in the action. And that was a good catch there taken by Puminder Singh. He didn't have a great time in the field yesterday. This time, Nick Ahmed, he does the job pretty well. He did drop the catch, but he does get a good throw in and gets the vital sort of wicket there towards the end there, which just kept it to just the 1 run. As we have a look at that scorecard, and so there was a bit of a rally there, wasn't there, from Mishra, and Athapathu, he did his part. 29 run out of the very last ball, but it's that opening partnerships that's just not happening. That he got didn't really get going again. Roger Shakira on his birthday, poor lad, getting a golden duck, and Zani, well, missed out on a full toss and had his stumps shattered. So just not with it at the moment here, Cluj. They're going to have to be at their utmost best if to win this, and they're going to have to follow what Benitez have been doing with the ball. I mean, again, Nick Ahmed, I think he did really well. He did better with his bowling than he did with his catching. He took 2 wickets, but he did drop 2 catches, but they didn't prove to be sort of too expensive. Joby Charlie, 1 for 18. There was 1 for 13 as well for Parminder Singh. I think Parminder bowled very well for me as well, and also a wicket from Ijaz Hussain, and he's one man that's on fire at the moment, and they'll be looking for him to perform with the bat. So we'll leave you with the midway summary, and remember, we'll be back for the second innings. 81 required by Malaysia. You would think that they should get there quite easily, but just to remind you before we go, remember how the first match finished with a ball to go. It was all square on 90, and it was one of the very last ball by Malaysia. So this one could be an interesting one, and you got a chance to see what the probability monitor thinks. It thinks that Malaysia at the moment 81% to go on to win this. Well, we shall see. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, as we return for the second innings here. Vamos en 10 minutos. Hello and a very warm welcome back to you, our global cricket audience, cricket lovers around the world tuning in to the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Romania at the Mawara Valasia cricket ground. Beautiful location, lovely weather. It's just ideal setting for cricket. What more could you want as you have a look out there and see practically cloud-free skies, and certainly looking forward to the conclusion of this match. It's the second between these two teams, Cluj and Benicia. Benicia are one up already, and you would think they've done enough by restricting Cluj to just 80 to go on to win this one. So 81 is required. But, well, it's a funny game. As we know, anything can happen. And one thing that Cluj need to do is they need to pick up wickets. And well, only by picking up quick wickets will they get themselves back in this match. And we wait for the clock to strike go. This is going to be Mishra who's opening up. The umpires for this match. Again, the umpire at the bowler's end at the moment, Abe Malone, and Andrew Begg is at square leg. So what can we expect to see? Well, what we need to see is that Cluj need to pick up and take every opportunity that comes their way. It's going to be a change in the batting. Is Mahesh Prasanna. He's opening up in this one. And hits it straight up in the air. And he goes very first ball. So they tried something different. And it didn't work at all. And the last time it was Numan Sajid who scored 4 and then got out. This time Prasanna was the man given the task, and he hits, well, it's a full toss really, and straight to that fielder who's in close and says, well, hit it over me if you can. If you can't, then you've got to make your ways. And he makes his way. It's the second golden off the day, and he has to make his way into the lake. It's another dark, so it's the perfect start that Cluj needed. I think this one was very much the case. Well, okay, let's just try a new batter. It could work. If it does, great. And it could be valuable runs. If not, we go back to the drawing board. As was saying, the captain at the non-striker's end has to wait for a new batter that comes out to join him, and it's going to be, well, some more change. They're going with Parminder Singh. Comes in back pretty well, handles the bat quite well. He comes in a bit later and gives it a big swing. Just wondering whether Benicia here are thinking, well, you know what, we've got 3 wins under our belt. We're looking pretty good for the rest of the week. Why don't we just try something different? Because it's not such a high score, but it can backfire. It's a big swing and a miss from Singh. Huge. Have to be at their best. It's well bowled. And he's stranded. Oh, direct hit. And it would have been adios. I think it probably needed to be a direct hit here. Ijaz decides he's not taking the risk getting out. And yeah, I think if that had hit, I don't think he would have got the bat down, or did get the bat down in time. Called wide down the leg side. making plenty of noise. Just having a look at this field to the left-hander. 2 men back. And 2 men that can be out in the power play. The first 3 overs are both on the leg side, long on, and the man at cow corner. And it's another one that goes. So the only runs on the board at the moment, courtesy of that 1 wide. And Parminder Singh plays a horrible, horrible shot. Shot Maria Ganda, Bapas Agya Banda. And that's the end, Parminder Singh. So they've tried 2 left-handers going in up front, Prasan. And also now Parminder Singh, and both of them have to make their way back without putting a run on the board. So it's another. There's another batter. Makes his way into that lake. Well, the Waravalasia Lake is filling up with ducks. There was quite a few in it this morning when we came to the ground. But there's a few more now. And interesting looking scorecard. Captain Hussain at the non-strikers end is thinking, right, what is going on here? We've had a first baller for Prasanna. We've had a 4-ball duck for Parminder Singh. And the only one on the board is the 1 extra for the wide. This one is pretty full as well. They're asking the question, the umpire under a bit of pressure, and nothing given. And this one will be worth seeing again because it was very full. It was pretty straight. And let's have a look at this. It was the last ball of the over, and wow, it hits him on the back foot. This is a really, really close one. The umpire, I think, thinking that it's probably just going to miss the leg stick. It was one of those. And look, you see them given, you see them not. And, well, was that going to shave the leg stick or not? I think only the umpire standing in the right position will know. And he decides no, does Abe Manan. So they do survive. It could have been another quack. Hanif gets away with it. End of the first. And it's 2 for 2. No runs off the bat so far. And, well, by taking that leg by as well, it means that Hanif is going to put himself back on strike. Be careful here. And coming into the commentary box, as the first run of the bat is scored, is Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, it's going to be back. Yeah, it was a real close one. I think Mishra, he swings the ball so much. He's his own worst enemy at times because the umpire's thinking, look, he's swinging that so much, if it hits in line, it's probably going to sneak past the leg stump. There's really no way to tell. Probably an umpire's call. If I was looking at that one, I probably would have given it. I certainly don't think it's a bad decision from the umpire. Here's Ravi Atapatu. Second drive. Wow, they go on the hit. Yeah, Cluj, typically their fielding's pretty good as well. I mean, if you want to defend 80, it's not going to be easy, but they certainly have the bowling and the fielding to do it. And they'll be desperate just to get some points on the board. Last year's champions, staring down the barrel of going 0 for 2. Of course, it's their first day of action. I think they have the first day off because of the immense travel. It's about 500 kilometres from Cluj to the cricket ground here in Waravalasia. Once again, just a single. So they've done well putting the brakes on so far. I think you've got to be careful as well as a batting team with these kind of chases, not to be too conservative. You have to still take some calculated risks. Easier said than done with 2 wickets on the board. I mean, how's the first one? Never even bounced on the pitch, on the ground. It went straight from ball to bat to hand. Still, with Hussain there, probably would favour Maniasa. He goes down the ground and goes pretty good. It's going to be 4. And he just spots the gap. That's good power play batting, really. It was pitched up. Someone clears that front leg. It's a pretty good fat swing. Just knows he has to get it over the infield, and he does get a boundary.
Yeah, it's a good shot. It's a safe shot to play. There's that, though there is a long on in place. There's nobody in the long off position. So once he hits this cleanly, it's going to be 4 runs. But the captain continuing in the good form that he's in, Ijaz Hussain.
Yeah, but slightly risky shot, because if you don't get out in the middle, then probably mid-off in the circle is a chance, but to get enough contact. Oh, and this one is a real spicy one. I think this is a chance. Not an easy one at all, because he does pretty much middle this. We'll see it's on the replay. Tapatu gets a fingernail to this. Hopefully he's still got his fingernail attached after it.
Yeah, it was a... it would have been an outstanding catch if it was, because it was, though it was hit well, it was sort of in downward motion as it gets to the bowler, Ravi. He does do well, gets a bit of something on it. This is where they've got to attack. I think they've got to attack all the other batters. Hanif has got 2 or 3 deliveries.
That's good batting. That's good batting because he's confident it's going to miss the leg stump. Can be a bit risky if it comes back and hits the stumps, but we'll get a run. We'll get an extra ball. Apologies also for the slight loss of score graphics in the first over, but we are back. Shows you how much of a difference it makes, hey? Back in the old days, they wouldn't have the score up all the time, but now we've gotten used to it in the modern day. Inside half of the bat. Hanif will hustle through for a single. It's the end of the second. It's 12 for 2. And so, a game in the balance. That's the way we like it. Already one close contest between these two teams, with just 1 run separating them in the first match of the day. Cluj hoping for their first win of the tournament. Gives us a chance to look at the table as well. And Cluj, I'll be hoping to get some points. And so will the Gladiators that we'll see this afternoon against ACCB. And Gladiators, they've strengthened their squad this year. I mean, I think they've got a few more options that can hurt you. And last year against ACCB, the Gladiators chased down 140 to win in a memorable encounter. So they split their matches last year. ACCB and the Gladiators coming up this afternoon. Starting in around about 55 minutes from now. Pitched up, driven. This is the last over the power play. We've got Atapatu up in the circle at mid-off. I mean, Cluj went so close to defending that 90 last time. They're going to have to be even better this time. But, you know, they're certainly very capable of doing that. I think that Sakran Sahi went for a few in 1 critical over. I think, yeah, when you're defending 80, you just can't afford to have a really bad over. That's the thing. If you keep pushing these kind of 10s or so, it's not disastrous. Yeah, nice shot. He drives this through the covers, and this will be a boundary. That's good batting from Hussain. Minimum of risk. And the power play, it's not just about going over the top, because if you get it through the gaps, particularly in that area, there's no one guarding the boundary behind. So it's minimum risk and pretty good result. 4 runs to Baniasa. Mishra has 2 wickets. The one he really wants is down the other end at the moment, 22 yards away. Ijaz Hussain, if you get him, then you feel it's going to be game on in a serious way for Cluj, the defending champions. Haven't seen Abdul Shakur yet either. I think he's another key one with this kind of a target, because he's certainly adept at adjusting his game to the situation if he gets in. Pretty good ball by Mishra. Does hoop it, doesn't he? Just want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. It's always great to have your company. And we certainly love that you choose to spend some of your day, or in some cases, quite a lot of your day on the European Cricket Network. Mishra. Good contest this against Ijaz Hussain. Sneaks down leg side. I think this will be a wide. Yep, will be. Didn't take anything on the way through. Got to say the umpiring's been pretty good. I said that, you know, there's been a couple of times where we've seen, you know, the technology assisting decisions, but I think, you know, pound for pound, I think wherever we go in Europe, every time we go, the umpiring standard has been higher. Big thanks to the officials. This one darts in as well. So I wonder if they're just thinking about Mishra and saying that we don't want to lose a wicket to him here. You got me just saying there, you know, he's a key. And you can afford to, I suppose, kind of be a bit more careful against Mishra and maybe attack another option, because that rate's not out of control. He's the one that doesn't really swing, but the batter does, and he'll get another boundary. Hussain, once again, it's smart batting. Yeah, there's nothing too risky about this. Basically turns into a half volley. He has to reach for it. You see, one hand comes off the bat in the end. But he gets enough on it, 4 runs, and at the moment, Banyasa, they're not having it all their own way, Rico, but they are in a pretty good position to go 2 for 2 this morning.
Yeah, I mean, they've made those little changes. They haven't worked. Both new batters, Prasanna and Singh, going up the order and both failing to register a run on the score. But I think in the back of his mind, that does mean that he's got some of that Sajid still there to come in.
Yeah.
I think that's why, you're right, that's why he's playing a little bit more defensively. It's not a big score, that'll be in the back of his mind. He knows, like he showed in that first match, once he gets himself in, I mean, he can tear you apart.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
he's just getting himself in, and he's probably hoping that he can get another batter like Hanif maybe, who gets in, because going forward in this series, they can't just rely on him scoring the runs.
Yeah, that's true. So Mishret took 2 wickets in his first over. Didn't take one in his third, but still 22 for 2. And have a look at how close that win probability is. It's really come back since the start of this innings. That's the pulse monitor. And Cluj roaring back to life. And, yeah, I mean, 48% just shows you it's a toss-up at the moment. I wonder. Yeah, I think I would probably have Banyasa slightly further ahead. And it's because of the batters still to come, including Abdul Shakur, who I think is kind of perfectly suited to this situation. So they are going for a spin option, and it's going to be Sohail Sheikh to bowl. This is one of their pace-off options, Cluj. Pretty good start as well. Just has it in that zone where nothing obvious for the batter Hanif to go with it. I'll say hello to Sabuj Ahmed, who is saying hello to me. Hello to you, Sabuj. Hope you're well. And hello to Charanjit Singh as well.
Yeah, hello to Charanjit. As we see this one, I think this does a bit, you know. I think the first ball surprised Hanif with the spin on it, and you can see he just saying he's doing this, he's doing this.
No signal, I
this
think.
One does a bit as well. There wasn't a signal here.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was
I don't think
wide.
that's not the signal the batter wanted.
Yeah.
The batter wanted the 2-arm spread, not the one in the air. And, well, I don't think it was, you know, Vinny.
Yeah.
I think it was good turn that did him.
Wow, this one's high. It's no ball called, so it won't be out. And he's going to launch it. They could probably run another one
Keep
in the
running.
air.
What are they doing? Go again. Oh, he's still going. Oh, get back. कितने जा रहे हैं? Oh, किधर जा रहे हैं? अंपायर ने हाल भी देख ला. यार तुरी अंदर नठना सीखे 2 बन जाने सीखे.
Yeah, we'll see this one. I mean, yeah, it's slow. Is it waist high or above? I mean, it's the interpretation that's been happening all week. Look, it is high. Look how high that is. Okay, yeah, it drops a bit. You could make an argument, but that is what we've been talking about. Is that it's no longer above waist height, it's waist height or above. So if the umpire isn't sure that that's entirely below the waist, remember it's in real time, and they're going to call it.
Is a lucky man. He just was saying he thought his day was done with the bat.
Yeah, and so
bowler. Doesn't he do well?
Yeah.
Sheikh, that was a great caught and bowled, and he was celebrating, and well, nobody, especially he just was saying, didn't see the no ball call or hear it.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
he launched it into the air.
He could have run 3.
I mean,
maybe.
we saw
we
fielders throwing them for 6 last week as well.
We did, actually.
Imagine that. Imagine we saw that.
Well,
yeah. I mean, look, what I'm saying is that the instructions are to call the marginals, and it was marginal. You know, if you really slow it down, you might say it's below the waist. But here's something that's amazing to me. Nobody knows what the waist actually is. We kind of accept it's the top of the trousers, right? Yeah. But some people think the waist is higher than the others.
Very good point. And this
it's so fuzzy. Yeah. I think it's not a good delivery. And, yeah, for consistency, if you're not sure, they should be called. And so I'm fine with that call.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of chat going on here. I'm not sure what it's about. There may have been, I know that the batter here, Hanif, has saying a few things to the umpire at the bowler's hand, Andrew Berg. I'm just not sure if it's just a little bit of banter going on there.
And here, I'm just going to throw a bit of free coaching. Here's an idea. Bounce the ball. You know, like here's just something just from left field.
Bounce the ball.
Here's a bit
the
of
thing
freak.
is,
He doesn't bounce this one either. And this one's not going to bounce again on the field. Maximo! 6 down the ground. Well, let's just say he hasn't had a good time, Shaq, so far. But this is good footwork that turns this into a full toss, you see.
Yeah.
And that one does go the journey, 6 runs.
that is a good shot, actually. He's onto it pretty quickly. He knows what the ball is going to be. Yeah, look, I mean, you're saying that bounce the ball, but I'm absolutely amazed, especially with the odd occasion I do watch some of the IPL or any T20 event,
Yeah.
the number of wickets are being taken by that slow full toss. That seems to be what they're being asked to bowl these days. This is another one that's smashed away, and not even Sam Williams, the project manager, can get anywhere near this. This is, again, 4 more runs.
Got to give a shout out to the ball retrievers, the golden retrievers I was calling them, because they've got the golden vests. Yeah, that one would be another boundary. So
There you go, Sam. We did get you on the camera today. I know he took a fantastic catch yesterday,
He did, yeah.
and we couldn't get the camera on it because it was hit so far, so big. I think that was another one that was off the bat of a sieve.
Goes for this, and this one's out of here. Going, gone. Maximo Hanif lights it up. It's the end of 4 overs, 41 for 2. And just like that, the game changes again. We'll have to check the pulse of Cluj. I think it's dropping. And so it is 41 for 2 after 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Rico 4. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. It's always great to have your company. Here, Cluj, defending champions, but certainly not having it their own way today.
No, I mean, not the best of overs there from Sheik. Not really sure what he was thinking. And you mentioned it sometimes that as a bowler, you've got to be able to change it up. If you know that you're floating it up and they're hitting you down the ground, change it, bowl it flatter. He didn't do anything different. You've got to say, bowled a few pies there.
Yeah, got to say hello to everyone in the chat as well. I like this comment from Charanjit, not Taranjit, Charanjit.
Charanjit, yeah.
Saying, Rico, your commentary is lit. Well, there you go. Have you ever
Thank
been
you
called
very
that
much.
before?
Lit,
Rico's
eh?
commentary is lit.
There you go.
So
Thank you very much.
You're doing a great
to
job.
Charanjit. Charanjit from Rome, right? Italy?
Yeah,
Italy, Charanjit?
could be.
Yeah, could be. Let us know,
I have
Charanjit.
no background on Charanjit with the
Maybe
CH.
Charanjit from Italy?
Let us know where you're watching from, Charanjit. Here's Vasu Saini. Next over.
Oh,
Not a
Gandhi.
good ball. Yeah,
Gandhi.
that's going to go the journey. Oh, this one might have gone all the way, and it has. Maximo. Well, Vasu doesn't bowl so many loose ones. The golden retriever's being kept busy as this game sprung to life. Baniasa roaring back into contention. They move to 47.
Yeah, he just whips this round, doesn't he? And well, it was more to chase after the bowling. Well, it's just going to pot here a little bit. Cluj are in danger of being well beaten here. This is short as well. It's more to chase. It's 4 more, and that's 10 or 2 deliveries. And there he is. There's Jenny. Jenny, the cameraman, the ECN, and he's the brother of Diana Oros. So the Oros, I think they're both here at the ground today. It's
they're both
lovely
here.
to see them. A bit of a family affair. And I think you all agree, folks, that some of those pictures, well, not some, most of those pictures are absolutely fantastic.
They put the deep backward square back on the boundary now, but that's really setting a field for bad bowling, I think. It was uncharacteristic from Vasu
Yeah.
to bowl 2 balls in that area. 50's up now for Baniasa, and they're cruising in this chase. Yeah, this will just be 1, but now Cluj, I think, maybe showing some of the effects. Obviously, the travel, it's a fairly long journey, about 500 kilometres or about 300 miles. So it's a long way to come. Of course, they'll be staying up here now for the week, but yeah, just certainly not their A game, even with no Taranjit in the side. This one will go to the sweeper for a single.
And that's important as well, isn't it? I think even though you sort of think you're cruising towards a victory, you still have to apply the basics. So, yeah, put the bad ball away. But when there is a single, take the single. You don't want to be throwing your wicket away just because you think you're going to win, because as we've seen and as we know, these matches can change in an instant.
Yeah, we see that, don't we, on that kind of pulse monitor we're talking about, the win probability. The win probability chart, WPC. Which a cool new addition to the coverage. Thanks to everyone behind the scenes for making that work as well. Saini gets this one on target. This is more what we expect from him. And he's often used as a death bowler, isn't he, Vasu? So you expect him to be accurate, but he's just let himself down with a couple of bad balls this over. That's the end of it. Ends up going for 13. The score is 54 for 2 after 5 overs.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult, isn't it, if you're, for a bowler, if your first, or in this case, your first 2 balls go to the boundary, then it's difficult to come back. So I suppose he does do well to come back. but it was a bad start for an experienced campaigner, you have to say, Sonny.
A question from Neil in the chat. How far is the boundary behind the keeper? Well, the boundary, this is a fairly circular ground here. So it's about 50 metres from the middle of the pitch. So if you think about where the keeper's standing, he's probably about 10 metres back. So yeah, probably it's 30 to 35 metres behind the keeper.
Good start there from, I think this is Safi comes in the ball.
Yeah. Safi's a good player, isn't he? I mean, young player. Saw him playing for Cluj last year in the ECS, also in the ECL. He brings a lot to the team. I think he also offers a lot in the field for them. Starts full toss, gets cracked. That's the pace on delivery. That's going to go halfway up the hill. And good batting from Hussain. He gets a gift and he unwraps it. 4 runs.
He just Hussain. Lagda na jada batting karda jada talwar chalonda. It's like he's got a sword. I love the way he's so extravagant. The way he uses his wrist and the way he sort of guides or pumps this ball where he wants it to go. Lovely, elegant player to watch sometimes.
That's a good comeback from Safi. Look, there's still a bit of discussion, I think, about the high delivery where EJ Hussain was caught. But this is what you need to understand about the wording. There's been kind of a couple of tweaks to the playing condition. It's now if the ball is waist height or above at the crease. And the other thing is the wording is that if either umpire is not absolutely sure, then it should be called. So that's a case where, okay, it's marginal. If you look at the replay, maybe you could say it's just below. But in real time, if either umpire is not absolutely sure, then it should be called. So that's what you need to understand, I think. And, we'll cut him a break. Cause you were talking about yesterday, it's actually one of the hardest ones to call in real time, right?
Yeah. I've got an opinion on it. I'm going to go say something after this delivery. As they take this. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'd say here, if we're saying it's waist or above, yeah, I'm with that. If I'm an umpire, I'm with that. And then if you're also saying to me, if you're not sure, call it,
yeah,
I'm with that. But what I don't like about it is then you go and review it afterwards. I think if you're going to go with that, if you're going to go with the umpires are giving the call and say, look, if you're not 100% sure, still call it because, like you say, you shouldn't be bowling a full toss anyway. Yeah, I'm good with it, but then don't review it.
Yeah, true.
That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, no, it's a fair opinion. They're going to hustle for 2 and they're going to get there here. Cricket's about opinions when it comes down to it. I mean, we all agree to be pretty boring. Anyway, it's the end of the over at 62 for 2 after 6. Oh, I tell you what, though, I am loving rocking the short sleeves today and just being here. It is one of the most beautiful cricket grounds in the whole of Europe. You see the blue sky. I mean, it was a week ago in Bulgaria. We had some unseasonal weather. It was actually snowing.
Yeah.
And you see that that last over and a bit has certainly changed the needle as far as the pulse monitor's gone.
Why does that look absolutely symmetrical in the middle? Is there?
Well, the reason is that for every time one team's percentage goes up, the other team's percentage goes down by the same amount, you see? So if you say it's a 50-50 chance, then that'll be even. If it's, say, 75-25, well, one team's gone up by 25 and one team's gone down by 25. That's why they're perfectly symmetrical. It's the beauty of mathematics.
Was that your idea?
It wasn't mine, but well done to the management. I want to know how many supercomputers it takes to build that, because we know that we've got one supercomputer doing a bit of a prediction at the start of the game, but that must be a whole bunch of supercomputers kind of networked together. But yeah, 62 for 2 off 6 and only 19 runs required now for victory.
Just a short delay. I think maybe we umpires have just been told to just wait for a second. It could be an issue with the technology. See, you talk about technology. That's the problem with technology. You can have all these lovely charts and things. You see, they put that chart on and then they blew the electrics, I reckon. But anyway, it gives us an opportunity to go back to, we were talking about this setup here in this ground. When we came this morning, I thought it was quite fitting. Yesterday, Maxie, there was quite a few ducks, as we know. Yeah. And driving in at that lake, and I was thinking to myself yesterday when I was talking about the lake, are there any ducks in that lake? Well, this morning, there was a lot of ducks. And I was thinking, well, all the ducks from yesterday are still sitting in that lake, and we've had quite a few ducks in there today as well. But look, it is absolute beautiful ground. It really is. I mean, I was trying to think off the top of my head some of the other grounds that we've been to
Yeah.
that are picturesque like this. You know what it does remind me of? And you were there recently, the Sparta ground, because one part of the Sparta ground has got this sort of woodland,
It's
and
like
they've actually got
forest.
Have you been in the walkway? Have you taken a walk
of
down?
course. Yeah,
Absolutely amazing.
It's beautiful. I mean, we do our best to try and paint the picture of what it's like. But yeah, it's a ground that I actually saw. This is one ground I saw many times before I actually visited last year, and I really love it. And yeah, thanks to everyone from Cricket Romania for making it so welcome.
And I'm not being mean. It was a dump. This was a dump. This was a recycling place, and turned it into this magnificent cricket ground.
All right.
We're ready to go.
I think we're ready to go.
Back to the action.
Here's Devray, who's going to bowl the next over. Yeah, bowls on a little bit short. This is high, and it should be caught. And it's not. It goes for 4. And so, well, that just sums it up. Vasu Saini not having a very good time at the moment. He bowled it uncharacteristically loose over. This one bounce over the boundary. And really, if any hopes for the Cluj fans, I think were dashed by that piece of cricket.
Yeah, I mean, just not happening for Saini today. I think he might as well look forward to having his Saini, because he's going to have plenty of time to have it, because the man who's out there, Hanif, he's rode his luck, and now he's hitting them big. Hussain there as well. I think Hussain, look, credit to the captain, Ijaz Hussain. He's made 3 changes, 2 haven't worked, 1 has, and that's going to give him good confidence for the coming matches, because he's tried people, those that have worked, he's now thinking to himself, right, I found another batter.
Always trying to strike a balance between how well you're going in the game and how well you're going in the week. I think you need to get cricket into people.
Yeah.
There's 15 to win now. This is going, and it could be chance. No, he just backs off at the last moment. Ravi out to Batu. Just a single. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it's great that we're seeing a bit more of Maniasa. Some of their other players, and haven't even seen Shakui yet. I thought he would be key in this chase, but I haven't needed him. I mean, those first 2 wickets kind of scuttled things. They were 2 wickets down with only 1 on the board. But this partnership of 66 really setting the table for another Baniasa victory. It'll be 4-0. Bowled though by Devray.
Well bowled, and good eye from Hussain. Of course it is. He's on fire. I mean, just looking at some of the scores that he's had already. I talked about him yesterday. He was in fine form. And then today, he's been just as good with bat and with ball. Scored What I like about him as well, Vinny, he's not one of those batters like you come across some that are limited just 1, maybe 2 shots. He does have all the shots. He's very quick on the pull shot. He plays straight down the ground very well, and he cuts the ball well as well. So he's a genuine batter, a genuine good hitter of the ball, and he can play shots to all parts of the ground. Hanif has supported him well. And does get, sounds like he gets bad on this, but gets a bit fortunate. Tini Poquito de suerte. He could have quite easily have knocked this back onto his stumps. That's the end of the over. And 68. So Devray goes for 6 in that one. As we look forward to the next match, and one team that certainly showed us what they could do yesterday was ECCB, and they're up next.
Yeah, so we've got Mohamed Mashal into the lineup for Bucharest Gladiators, and so that'll be a key in for them. Also Sagara Pereira coming in for them. As far as ACCB, saw all those players yesterday. And yeah, I mean, I think Gohan Manan at the top of the order. And I see they've listed Asad Abbas to open with him. Interesting. Abdul Asif, well, he was the man that all eyes were on yesterday, as he went from 5 to 92, I think it was, in a ridiculous hitting rampage. So that's this afternoon. And last time these 2 teams met, actually the Gladiators, they got up, they chased down 140. That was in last year's ECS.
Yeah, I've heard about that chase, and they still talk about it today. They were talking about it on the ground yesterday. Swing and a miss. Safi Ahmed is back into the attack. Sort of rushing back to his mark, and I'm getting the feeling that they're running a little bit late on time here as well.
It's actually hit the pad, so it won't be anything. Yeah, I mean, clearly I think there's in a hurry to get out of here. the way that it's gone. I'm sure they'll keep fighting. I mean, look, 12 off 15. It's just hard to see who's getting back into this game with 2 set batters there. Already put on 67. I guess you just got to start one at a time.
He's helped.
Just got to start one at a time. You get it back to run a ball pace and maybe take a wicket.
Definitely running behind the pace. Safi bowls and sprints back. The ball gets rolled back too quickly. They're trying to make up some timing as well. And dot balls will help you do that. This one won't because he'll have to bowl it again. Good take there by the keeper.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's a good keeper, isn't he? Just lose this one. I suppose if you're going to get it wide, get your money's worth.
Probably not easy for him as well. He's sprinting to bowl, sprinting back to get to bowl.
He's fit.
Out of puff.
He's a good young player, Safi. Goes for this. Well, this one could be a chance. Vasu's hunting it, and he catches it. What a really good catch. And he missed one earlier. They needed a wicket to have any chance. And Hanif holds out for 27. Vasu Saini, he's a key fielder, and I think he hasn't had the best 7.5 overs in the field, but that's a good moment for him. As maybe he keeps that slight glimmer of hope alive for Cluj. 17 for 3.
Certainly does, because there's been no runs, hasn't there? That's a good catch. I mean, I was a bit concerned the way the momentum took him forward. I was worried about him rolling, or the way he rolled over on his neck, but he's okay. Dealt with it well. That's a really, really good catch. And there's many a fielder that would not have got to that to make it into a chance. And he would have gone through and could have been an expensive boundary, but he takes a very good catch and keeps the hope alive. 73. This is being well played. They take him on. A good pick-up it is, and it's not a good throw. But fortunately, though it doesn't go to the keeper, it's well backed up. They do take the single.
This is like when you're busking in the street and instead of your guitar case you have the hat, and it's like perfectly there. You throw your loose change in there, and then doesn't stick the landing. End of the 8th over. Sajid's out there now. It's 71 for 3. Oh, now I think your job is to take it to the last. I mean, let's have a look. I mean, I'm surprised it didn't get a little bit of a kick last over. It's kind of flatlined around 7%. Been there for a while. Let's see if someone can resuscitate Cluj.
Yeah, who's coming on to bowl here now? I think it looks like it's Sunny. His first over was not a good one at all. The first 2 balls went for 10. But he's just taken a great catch. Maybe he's thinking, yeah, I'm with it now. I'm awake. I'm ready. Let's see.
Wide called.
Ooh, that will hurt you.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I think you've got to gamble and get fielders up and really try and turn up the temperature on Sajid, because he's new to the crease, and your only way you're going to win is you need a bunch of dot balls, and you probably need a few here, 3 or 4. And there's one of them, and that'll be the go-to here for Saini. I think you might as well gamble, and because if you have one here to Hussain, you know he's capable of winning the game in a couple of hits.
Yeah. Sajid, look where he's standing, and he will still step outside the off. He's right in front of his stumps. This time he stands still, and he does, and that's the point you're making. And this cap, well, how close is this from falling onto the stumps?
Super close.
Wow,
look at the hat. That comes off. Oh, well, I guess it wasn't as close as it looked like in real time. You've got to be careful. It's that.
Can you imagine that falls off?
That's one thing we've never seen is like a hat or a helmet falling on the stumps in over 2,000 matches. But it's going to happen one day.
It will do.
Oh, how unlucky would you be? What if the cap lodges on the stumps but doesn't knock off the bails? That hat's big enough to pretty much go over the whole stump.
It could probably happen. I mean, it's not. Well, the umpire now don't know what to do with it. He said,
I
don't want it.
No coronavirus anymore. I think
he takes it, but he doesn't know where to put it.
He gives it back to him.
Look, this is coming off again. Hang on. Yeah, I think
they're saying enough's enough. There we go. So he will be de-hatted. And
12th man comes on.
Get the extra sunscreen on.
The 12th man is ready to go home already. Look, he's thinking, that's me done. We've done this. We're going. Well, it's not over yet. And, well, he's running, but he's the only one running.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good result on Hussain. I mean, if you can just concede a 1 to Hussain, that's a win. Yeah. I mean, dot's even better. Yeah, but I think you're trying to sneak your dots on the new batter, Noman Sajid.
Sajid didn't move, did he? He just stayed planted.
Sajid's no mug
like
with the bat.
A tree, just rooted there.
Sajid can bat. It's just that he's new to the crease. He goes for it, and this was the risk, wasn't it? And this one, well, it might have gone all the way. No, it's gone for 4. And so, Sajid saying, no, captain, you stay there. And he certainly comes up with the goods. Again, Vasi Sayani just giving some length to Ejaz and disappears for 4. That's half the runs they need.
Just leans there, takes a bit of a breather. Ejaz Hussain, what a day he's had. 40 not out here. He got his 50 in the first match. And, racking up the runs and the wickets.
4 to win. Won't do it that way. Well, yeah, this is where, geez, you'd give anything for a dot here. Because you need 4 off 7. You really, well, you definitely don't want Hussain facing if you're Cluj.
Again into the last, I think. And
So do you bring
Hussein's
it?
got to be careful. Look at the first match. He did the same thing. He got out just at this stage.
Do you gamble and bring mid on, mid off up? Even knowing you can get over the top to win the game. Goes for it, misses. That's a good result. Oh, they got the throws, and that'll be the end of the over. So we're going to the last, Rico. Is there another twist in the tail? 7% it was before that over. I thought that was a bit low, especially with the wicket that came in the 7th over. Right now, the score is 77 for 3. 4 runs required off the last over of the morning session.
In the first game, it was 6 that was required. And, there was a couple of wickets in the over as well. And the interesting thing here is that it's Sajid who is on strike.
Yeah.
So
now you got to put all your eggs in the basket of trying to dot up Sajid 2 or 3 times. So now I think you got to have that field almost like you're defending 1 to win, because you really don't want him getting away. I don't see Baniasa losing this if Ejaz Hussain gets to face a ball in the first half of the over.
Is Ejaz Hussain holding the hat now? Is it? No, that's
No,
his
he's
gloves.
holding his gloves.
I was thinking, what's he got in his hands? Right, here we go.
All right, so here is Ravi Atabatu. Last over, 4 to win. Goes for it, he'll get 1. That's a good result from Baniasa. Well, now they're going to go for 2. Well, this is nuts. And somehow they've messed this up. I don't know what is going on. I mean, okay, sure, maybe you take a marginal 2, but this one was, honestly, it was suicidal. And Natagotla, who's a good keeper, he just got a terrible throw from the outfield. And now they needed 4. That's half of them.
That was well, we say nuts, but it proved out beneficial. It got 2. You would have thought Hussain would have wanted to be on strike.
Would have been a new batter on strike. And now this one will...
no.
It's going to be 4. Well, can you believe it? He hunts it. It was always going to be a single. Maybe he's thinking he might be able to turn to a catch, but wow, wheels fell off for Cluj. I think both teams made bonehead plays in the 10th over, but regardless, it will be Baniasa, and probably fittingly that they'll win this. Look how deep in the crease he is. And they should never have got 2, and they should never have got 4 here. And Cluj, it's a wake-up call for them. Defending champions, they go 0-2 in the morning session.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly... But what about Baniasa? I mean, that man there, the captain, he's just saying, no wonder he is happy. He's absolutely pumped, and he's delighted with what they've managed to achieve in the first 2 days. I mean, you said it, Vinny, that first time we saw them, I think they just registered 2 wins in the whole series, and here they are, 4 from 4. They can't believe it, and they've done the double over Cluj. Well, Cluj, they've come a long way to be here today. Maybe it was the travelling that's done them, but they've got time now to recover, and they've got to come back stronger, but they've got to start to bring their A game to the party, because today it was just not good enough.
Yeah, so well, it was always going to be tough to defend 80, but if there's one team in Romania that could do it, you'd think it'd be Cluj. And they had a couple of different looks in the top order, didn't they? But what they did have is Ejaz Hussain. He's having a really good series, and we've seen a lot of him on ECN. And he wasn't available for much of the ECS last year. And well, along with Hanif, he went about knocking off these runs. And some bad bowling in there, you have to say. Just a couple of overs where things got away. That Sheikh didn't really work out. Went for a bunch of boundaries towards the end of the over. Vasi Sayani, not off any bowls, that many bad balls. And then he has a moment here. Probably one of their best fielders, if not the best. But he made up for it there. So that just got them back in the conversation, didn't it? And when it came down to it, they just needed 4 off the last over. It was a risky 2, and then a missed field. You see Mishra, he was hunting the catch, I think, but ended up rolling all the way to the rope. And so it will be the end of the morning session. Well done to Baniasa. I mean, that's a team that only won 2 games last year out of their 8 games. They're already 4-0, and they're top of the table. And ACCB will have the chance to get some points, as will the Gladiators this afternoon when we return in around about 20 minutes for the afternoon session. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Ejaz Hussain with 40, and Mohammad Sajid finished it off after Hanif made 27. It was that partnership, key partnership between Ejaz Hussain and Adnan Hanif that set this up. They ended up putting on 68 runs, and that was just really, really crucial. A couple of controversial moments, but wouldn't expect anything less here on the ECN. 2 for 11, Mishra, best of the bowlers. And, apart from that, a couple got the treatment. Probably Sheikh just thought he had Ijaz Hussain, and he didn't, and then went for a bunch of boundaries. And Safi Ahmed bowled really well, the youngster, 1 for 11. And Devray just got the 1 over in the end. Atabatu couldn't quite hold on in the last.
Yeah, it's disappointing scorecard when you look at the both for Cluj. I mean, the little things they just didn't get right. I think you saw perhaps a little bit from their body language there towards the end of that match as well. They know it's just not been their day. But the thing is, look, they are the champions, and they're champions for a reason.
Yep.
They just haven't been able to perform here today, but I'm pretty sure that we're going to see them come back stronger and better.
Yeah, plenty of time to go for Cluj, but they'll want to get some points on the board and quick. But in the afternoon session, it'll be ACCB. They'll be batting first against the Bucharest Gladiators. So join us in another 15 minutes or so. We'll be back with the 7th match of this ECS. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching around the world. It's good to be back. And you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Romania. We're halfway through day 2 and we're heading into the afternoon session, and we have another doubleheader coming your way, matches 7 and 8. And we're starting with match 7 between ACCB and the Bucharest Gladiators. Well, both these teams, they'd be keen to get some points on the board, particularly the Gladiators, who walked away with no points on day 1 despite a decent performance. But look, we'll have to see what happens at the coin toss. Stefan Gooch, the tournament referee, is with 2 captains. Let's see what happens in the coin toss for match number 7.
Gladiators to call. Heads to call. It's tails. Back first. Okay. Good luck. Good luck, guys. Good luck. Good luck.
So it is Sukhbinder Singh, the ACCB skipper. He's been pretty lucky with the tosses. He's won again, and once again he'll bat first, and that was a good strategy for them yesterday afternoon. They did lose their first game, ACCB, but they came back really well against United to win the second after putting a massive 165 on the board, and they were only 45 at halfway, so they actually scored 120 in the second half of that, and that was all thanks to Abdul Asif. Well, didn't he turn it around? He went from 5 of 12 balls to end up cracking a score in the 90s, and he went absolutely crazy. He's one guy that the Bucharest Gladiators need to get early, I think, if they're going to be competitive. But speaking of the Gladiators, of course, we know they've got Pavel Florin. See if he bowls today. He might be the kind of option that might just disrupt this ACCB batting lineup, but he is a bit of a risk as well because we know he can go for runs. But he is a wicket taker. But how about Moyes? I think he's been really impressive. The Romanian bear, I was calling him Mohamed Moyes. I think he needs to have a big game. And look, don't forget, last year it was actually Bucharest Gladiators. They chased 140 against ACCB, one of the most memorable matches of ECS Romania in 2021. So I think it's going to be a great game. Let's get ready for the afternoon session. Rico Full is standing by, and the news from the toss. ACCB, they won the toss. They're batting first. Let's get ready for the afternoon session of some cricket.
Yes, let's get ready indeed. But first, let's admire this marvellous view that we have at this Mora Valaseia cricket ground. And there's the lake, the Mora Valaseia. Looks absolutely beautiful. And if you look hard enough, you can see that the ducks are building up in there as well. There was a few today, this morning, and between the battle between the two teams, Cluj and Banasia. And, well, I'm going to see any more between these two teams, ACCB versus the Bucharest Gladiators. The Gladiators were unable to register a win yesterday, despite good performances from Moiz Mohammed and Manmeet Kohli in particular. And I think Waqas Hamid, he played a good part as well. And what about ACCB? Well, we know they've got an all-star cast, Goran Manan. He wasn't really able to get going yesterday. He's still going to be opening the batting here today. And he's opening with Rajneesh Guy. I think Guy was the more successful player yesterday, but of course all eyes will be on one of the other big hitters as well that they've got in this side, especially Abdul Asif. Didn't he entertain us yesterday with his fine 92? So you get ready to start. So I was giving you a little bit on the batters, and it's going to be that man Mohamed Moyes to open the bowling. I think they rely a fair bit on Moyes having a good game, the Gladiators, and they'll need him to be at his best. I thought he had in the second match yesterday, certainly didn't seem to be moving as freely, but he seems to be fine. Starting here today, up in the air, and that's a lob. It's a lob from Manan. Lobs the bowler Moyes and gets himself a run, gets himself off the mark. This could have really gone anywhere. You see, good effort there from Moyes. But despite trying, he didn't have enough bounce in his footwear to get to the height of that. It's a very good afternoon as well to our crew. Sam Williams, Medadalv, Max Bai, and also Dennis Oroz, the photographer, Tyrone Peters as well, ECN crew, and of course the Spring Productions, our partner. And we have Martins, Valentine and Williams doing the job here. Williams is up in the tower. Hello Williams, give us a little shake if you can hear us, Williams. Is it warm enough up there for you? He's got his oh, there you go. Yes it is, he says. It's warm enough, and I think have you slapped on the factor 50? Yes he has. Give us another lot there. It looks like we're ready to start. Maybe just one or two little technical problems, but we're okay now. Yeah, every so often I think it's just a case of things that just go away. Maybe the internet goes for a second, but we're back. Moyes. And just loses his line. Goes a little bit too wide. Bowling to Guy. Questions Guy. Had a pretty good day yesterday. 45 of 24 in that first match against United, but they lost that one. And then he made a fantastic partnership for 141 with Abdul Asif when they posted 165 for one, and winning that one by 48 runs. So that's how the CCB registered their first victory. That one, well, good throw, but I think he was home. But the Gladiators, they weren't able to get a win under their belt. So looking to get points on the board. And, this one does not miss by much. You can see that, the anguish on the face of the bowler, and goes all the way through. And you just feel that any touch on this would have just smashed the ball into the stumps. So he's lucky on a number of accounts. Manan. That's a nice shot. He watches that, but unfortunately for him, it goes straight to the man at square. No run. Manan, we know all about his abilities for Manan. He scored 616 runs in the previous two European Cricket Series here. So we know his quality, just needs to get going. And this will help. It's a safe shot to play. He'll get 4 for that, so the first boundary. It's a good shot to play inside the power play. And he was unlucky the ball before when he kept it all along the ground. He thinks, well, okay, if I can't go through yet, I'll go over you. And he does. Nicely played. 4 runs. And this one, I don't know if he got, probably haven't got this on the camera, but it wasn't the best of throws back to the bowler. And I think Moyes has taken this on the head, but he's okay. He's not dizzy. And this is sliced away, and there's going to be more anguish for the bowler as he cries in anguish as this goes to the boundary as well. Not where he wanted this to go by any means, but he gets it in that gap between third man and point, and it's 4 more runs. Also, that completes. Does it complete? No, it doesn't. I thought it was the over. No, he just. What's happening here? And well, I make that. I'll get info through here in a minute. So I'm guessing that there's an issue. There's an issue here with the bowler, so this is going to be completing the first over. So Moyes has obviously got some discomfort or some injury. So Zain, Ali Zain loops this one up. And there's the dot. This one's gone even higher, and he picks this up well, and this goes. I think that looks like just one bounce and over the boundary. Let's play cricket. Yes, well, why not? Well, they're playing plenty of cricket here in Romania at the moment. And this one, well, it was just badly directed down the leg side. Gets smashed away. So it was the end of the over. So sorry for the confusion there. It was just the data on the screen was incorrect. So the over was completed by Moyes. He goes for 11 from it. And now it's Zain bowling the second. Well, this one is inviting the batter to go. I've come forward, and he gets it completely wrong, and the fielder, Cooley, almost gets it wrong as well, but he does hold on to the catch so well. That's what you call buying a wicket. And Zain tossed him up, and this time, well, Rajni's guy, he puts it straight into the hands of Mamit Kohli, who did his best to spill it, but he does hold on to it. And, well, look at it whichever way you want, but one thing you can say is he's got a wicket. And it's the curse of the Maximo as he comes in to the commentary box and the wicket goes down.
And whoops. It's, yeah, the go slow approach. I don't mind it. When we saw ACCB rack up a huge score, astronomical score yesterday, but there was a bit of a sameness about some of their bowling towards the end. So I think they've taken a calculated gamble, just bowling Ali Zain here in the power play, and it works. Gets the miss hit, and so the first wicket falls at 15 for 1. Yeah, disappointment for Rajneesh Guy. But yeah, I mean, maybe we'll see this as a tactic. I mean, they've got some slow bowling options. Obviously, you've got Zavoyu as well. You've got Pavel Florin. Not the worst thing. I think to try and get the batter to be over-aggressive, you have to take a real calculated risk there.
Ali Zain there, I mean, he just tosses it up. And Guy, I think when you see bowling like that, it's all very well when you're sitting, watching, saying, oh, look at this, you should be hitting it all over the place. But when you're out there like now, it's completely different. Because this one again, you see, you'd expect that to go. And all he's done, he sort of sweeps this straight to the man at square. Yeah, it's easy to look at and say you should be murdering this.
Yeah.
But when you're out there, it's completely different because the ball takes forever to come
more
to you.
can go wrong. You've got to get pinpoint your timing. You're playing less on instinct. You've almost got too much time to think.
Yeah.
Abdul Asif, though, we know how dangerous he is after yesterday, and this one is going to be a no
No
ball.
ball. Yep. And bounces.
Yeah, bounces twice
Twice
before
before it
the
gets
crease.
to that crease, so yeah, not a good delivery.
See that second bounce because it's before the line. Will be a no ball free hit. Well, now you can really go for it.
It's got to come down the track.
Yeah, you got to run down at this.
Full toss. I mean, I would imagine it would be floated
He's
up.
going to try and break the ball this time, I think, to Ali Zain.
Goes up in the air. They're just going to keep running because if it is taken, it won't matter. It is taken. It's a good catch. And here comes the throw, but they don't keep running. They do just take the single.
What do you think about the shirt number for Sagara Pereira that took that catch? That wasn't a catch. 000. Has he got Australian emergency line? 000. As if like 2 zeros wouldn't have got the point across.
Well, so if you don't use your feet, this is the trouble you're going to get yourself in. And I get the feeling this is somehow just managed not to knock the bails off. Well, it wasn't as close as... But
That's good bowling.
Close, good bowling, yeah.
He's always at home, though. Well, yeah, it's an interesting over, wasn't it? As we'll move into the third. Yeah, I think, Ali Zain, 1 for 6, 17 for 1 after 2. Not bad at all. Now they're going to go for Mohammad Mashal, who is into this Gladiators side. You see that? Look at the table. Gladiators and Cluj, the only teams without points. And, you think that both those teams will end up picking up some. You see both the games yesterday the Gladiators played weren't hiding at all. I think they've got a pretty good T10 unit that they've been building. So yeah, Mashal. So someone we saw playing for Bani Asa last year. Yeah, he's into the side for the Gladiators here in match number 7.
See if you can get through the defence yourself. I see if the Master Blaster yesterday, you did that game yesterday with Tyrone, and I know from watching from the side it took him an age to get going, didn't it? But once he got going, well, he just blew them away.
Yeah, it was crazy. Absolutely crazy. And, well, gets to the other end due to that misfield from Mohamed Moyes.
Oh, well, he's gone a long way up. He's got a lot to do, the fielder, and he doesn't get there. And then now they're looking for the ball. There you go. That was a little bit of something in the middle.
Yeah, well, Moyes was worried here about the other fielder coming in. I think it's Coley. So he's herring it. And Moyes, I think he pulls out. He's just a bit worried about the traffic coming from the right-hand side. Well, some countries you give way to your right. He did that time. And that was a long way in the air. It's surprising a fielder doesn't get there.
Just another single for now. Mick Coley in the action once more.
I mean, ACCB not having it all their own way, but they had a slow start to their last game, didn't they? They were 45 off 5, ended up scoring 120 in the second half of the innings.
This is more catching practice. It goes a long way up in the air. Moyes underneath it and takes a really good catch. Mohamed Moyes does the business. And it's another batter has to depart. And the big man once more, Manan, is just not happening for him. And we know that he can, once he gets into the groove, he can really be devastating. But at the moment, he seems to be hitting more up than distance. And this is a good catch.
Yeah, and it was just a challenge kind of a length, wasn't it? You can see why he'd go after it. Still in the power play, and Moyes he has to make a slight adjustment at the end. I think he's pretty relieved that he holds on. I think he's trying to catch it in front of his eyes, but that slight left to right at the end, but he adjusts well and he gets the big wicket of Gohar Manan. So both openers now removed from the equation. It's 20 for 2.
Yeah, 20 for 2. I like that. I don't know if you just saw that. As Gaman's coming off, he's offering his bat to the new batter. He says, nah, that one's not working very well. You can keep that one. I'll stick with what I've got. And it's Asad Abbas that makes his way out now.
Yeah, Asad Abbas is a big hitter in his own right. That's the thing with ACCB. I mean, the hitters just keep coming. So that's why they'll back themselves to play those big shots. Speaking of the big shot, new episode out. Have you caught it yet? Big Shot episode 3.
Saw it yesterday. It was good. It was a combination of, again, the ECL, and it also has some of the Karma series in there as well, including that.
I was disappointed that Fletcher's throw. Yeah.
Oh, Fletcher's throw didn't make it.
I was hoping we'd see Fletcher's throw, but get there. That would be pretty brutal with the cuts because there is so much action. Here is Mashal, who has a wicket now.
Cautiously played. He hesitates. But the throw goes to the keeper anyway. It was the striker that was more in danger, perhaps, of running out. So certainly Bucharest Gladiators will be pleased with the way things going at the moment. Ball to go in the power play. Only 21 on the board, and they've picked up 2 key wickets as well. It's nicely played. Tries to guide it in the gap. Not able to do so. End of the over.
Yeah, not the greatest power play, but kind of similar to yesterday, funnily enough. ACCB, we know that they went large in the second 5 overs of their innings. I just think with the way this game's going, that we might see some more slow bowling. You see that the Bucharest Gladiators, they pulled ahead now after the 3rd over. That's the pulse rate, the pulse monitor. It shows you the respective chances at different points in the game. And yeah, currently 63% of a Gladiators win. It would be an upset, you'd have to say, but they do have form because they did beat ACCB last year.
Moyes comes back and he's guides this towards the leg side, and well, we're gonna have to look at this again. Now, is the ball still in contact with, I believe that's Pavel when he makes contact with the rope. Let's have a look. He touches it before he touches the rope. Now, is he touching this? Yes or no? I think that's 4. Yes, that's 4 runs.
It will be. Great camera work. That's good effort. He does get down. He's frustrated, but he felt...
It would have been fine if he didn't try and touch it with his hand.
Yeah.
If he had not touched it and picked himself up.
Once you're touching the rope, you just got to leave the ball alone and hope it stops by itself. Once you touch it, you guarantee it'll be 4.
Yeah, it was, I mean, look, good effort, because I think he does get that big slide in. He almost does enough, but he's touching it on the way while he's sitting on the rope, basically. Wasn't the best of deliveries. Moyes now tries to compensate, overcompensates. And this time it goes wide outside the off. Yeah, apologies for that very first over. I was going by the screens. I thought that Moyes had maybe picked up an injury and the over was being completed by Zayn, but it wasn't. So, my bad, as they say. Against Moyes once more. And he's got him. Oh, this is spicy. This is hot and spicy, but it's pretty hot out here in the middle at this Muara Valasia cricket ground. But this was even hotter. What a catch this is. This is absolutely motoring.
And Moyes, he saw him take one when the ball was well up in the air. That was a good catch. This was a rocket
That
catch.
ball was smoked back at Moyes. And have a look at this for a reaction catch from the big bear. And he takes it and it just goes straight in the left Duke. And Moyes, well, he did throw it into his own face on a return catch yesterday. This time he has to take cover, but what he has done, he's removed Asad Abbas. And Asad could not believe that got caught. And to be honest, neither can I. As ACCB lose a third wicket, it's 26 for 3.
Oh, this one is a sensational catch. It's hit like a bullet. Okay, I'm going to say it's one of those, being the bowler myself, is one of those where sometimes you don't really know too much about it. And he's taken that in his left hand. And the thing is, though, he's gone for it. A lot of bowlers would have just gone side on and tried to let the ball go past and maybe half-heartedly offered a hand. He's gone for the catch. You see here again, it's gone really quick, and it just, I think he's very fortunate that this is stuck in his left hand.
Yeah, look at this, because he goes with 2, but it actually just sticks in 1. So it's an unintentional one-hander. And Moyes, well, the big bear, he's alive. Lots of bear hugs going on out there. New batter at the crease is Samiola.
Well, it's all about Moyes here at the moment. And he could have another. It's up in the air. It's a simple catch. And it's been taken. And it's 2 in 2. Mohamed Moyes. He is on fire. And Ula goes very first ball. He's going to be another one that's making his way into the lake. And the Gladiators, they're on fire. They need to come out, or they had to come out like Gladiators. They're searching for the first victory after losing 2 out of 2 yesterday. And right now, they're right up for it.
Well, leading edge just trying to turn the face on this one and pays the penalty. Can you believe what you're seeing here? ACCB, they're in a world of trouble now. It's 26 for 4. But one man that is still at the crease, Abdul Asif. And as long as he's there, I think this batting lineup is still a threat.
Yeah, I mean, it's just excellent bowling. It wasn't the right shot to play anyway. If he doesn't hit the bat, he's plumb LBW. He's went back foot. Not sure why he went back foot there. Ula, well, he's going to have to look that again with disappointment as he joins some of the other ducks in the lake. There's a new batter that has to come out, and he's got to be thinking Mohamed Ishaq, about putting some sort of partnership together. He knows that that's got to be his role here, and hope that Abdul Asif, who's only just faced 3 deliveries so far. Well, it's more than 3 actually. My one's just died on me again, so ignore that. But not a lot.
He's 3 off 6.
3 off 6, so there you go.
3 off 6. Yeah, so very interestingly poised game. And the bear, Moyes, once again he's taken 2 wickets in 2 balls, and now he's on a hat trick.
Hat-trick ball coming up. Mohamed Moyes is right up there. It's in the air, but just wide of the fielder. And well, I suspect maybe it's difficult to say how far it was from him here. We've seen the replay that, well, if I were to field, I'll be diving through the air trying to catch this. It was a hat-trick ball. It goes pretty quick. It's a big swing of the bat, and no, it's nowhere near
it's
him.
a good effort, really, to be fair, from Ali Zain. Gives it everything, but he was never getting that. And here's a man that we saw a bit of yesterday, Mohamed Ishaq. Very good second half to the game.
Interesting way to play the hat-trick ball, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's the way they play, ACCB. A bit of an excitement machine.
Full toss, no ball for short. He has been picked up on straight away there by Rob Henry. And the decision, the signal given by Abe Milan. This was a nasty delivery. And the umpire just having a little chat with him.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It's a controversial one at times today, but there's no doubt about that. Good umpiring, good early call.
Yeah.
Free hit coming up. Chance for Ishaq to counter-attack.
He misses out on it, and once more, I think sometimes batters forget that when it is a free hit, you can't afford to come out of your crease. You can't be stumped.
Yeah, it's true. It's, yeah, I think that Moyes is been a very entertaining character. I'm just trying to see if that is the end of the over or not. I think we'll have one more ball here. So it's had 2 wickets in this over, also 2 boundaries. So last ball coming up of the 4th.
Yeah, so could bowling that no ball be an advantageous one, because this is the... Oh, and he bowls a lovely one. It just moves away.
quite easily have taken the edge. Doesn't, so he's certainly played his part.
Into the over. It is 31 for 4. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'm here with my good friend Rico Full. And look out, just to let you know the program this week on ECN. Today and tomorrow I'll be here at the ECS Romania, but then on Thursday I'm travelling because I'm going to go to Spain, and we've got some T20 international cricket coming your way. So we'll have 2 matches going at once this afternoon. But what it does mean is, because we're covering that series involving Spain, Guernsey and Norway, is that we'll have cricket on Sunday as well. So you'll have 7 days of cricket this week on ECN, which I think is fantastic.
Marvellous, isn't it?
And we have 6 T20 matches, 1 on Friday, 3 on Saturday. So that's going to be wall to wall. Finals day here, and it's going to be 3 T20 international. So if you've got 2 screens, it's a good chance to fire them up. And 2 matches to conclude that series in Spain on Sunday. You know, and all those teams, I think they're ranked, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they're ranked 37, 38 and 41 in the world. So they're close, really tightly packed, and I expect that'll be a really entertaining, high quality tournament. Just 6 kind of round robin matches, and then no finals. See how that goes at Desert Springs. So yeah, join us for a big week of cricket here on ECN. Here is Manmeet Kohli.
Big swing at this, and then he's been sent back. That's it. He's saying no, not interested in that. Abdulaziz, though, he needs to start to maybe take charge and get himself on strike more often here. He's, I know he likes to start a little late, but when he gets going, he's unstoppable. But now's the time to start.
Seen Zane again, surprising me a little bit after his over.
This one will be quarter wide, yeah.
Seems like whatever they do seems to work. I mean, we had Moyes bowl the first, didn't take a wicket, but we had Zane take a wicket in the second, Mashal take a wicket in the third, Moyes take 2 wickets in the fourth. So it seems that whatever they're turning to seems to be working, and they do have a lot of bowling options. This is one area they struggled last year with depth, the Gladiators, but they do seem to have found some reinforcement, some good players come into the lineup. Yeah, they're very, very competitive indeed.
Another big swing.
Yeah, I mean, trying to hit his way out of trouble. You can understand that. Yeah, I mean, that's the way that they'll play on 73 pace at the moment. Yeah, just Gladiators are an exciting team to watch. You just never know what you're going to get from them, a bit like a box of chocolates.
Well, he's taking himself away. It's a wild swing. I mean, he's just hoping, isn't he? He's hoping that he's going to make contact. It's not clever batting. He's just eating up balls and gold dust. These top balls are for the Bucharest Gladiators. I wonder if he'll make any adjustment here, or whether it's something different from Kohli. Yeah, we do. It's a slow ball this time. That's clever. And you see, but once more, there was no real change from the batter. He still wants to stay there. Have a look at this, how he stays. Doesn't really hardly move. That foot just plants it sort of outside the leg stick and swings the bat in hope. Dots building up. It's at 8 balls now, 4 on the board. That's if it's not really that much better. Gets bat on this. That's will be just a single. So once again, at the end of the over, it is Ishak that pinches the strike once more. The only ball he does get bat onto, it's the 6th one. So it's just another run, 34 on the board. They are 4 wickets down. We're at the halfway point. Things have to start happening here now, Vinny, if we have a look at that scorecard.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much where they were yesterday. In fact, they're even further behind. They were 45 off 5. And I think at that stage, Abdulaziz was 4 off 11. And they ended up scoring 165.
Yeah.
So don't look away. That's my advice here. It looks like we're going to get Waqas Ahmed bowling over number 6. But I think, say that it does start getting away from them a little bit, Gladiators. I think they've got the option to really try and change the sort of bowler and change the kind of look that they're giving.
More the same. While they're coming into the attack.
They went back and looked at that, and I said, oh yeah, second 5 overs were crazy. So I went and had a look at it last night.
Yeah.
And I didn't even realise it was the first half of the over. They didn't even get any runs in the sixth. They ended up scoring 120 in the second half.
The hitting
It's probably
was
the
unbelievable.
biggest second half we might have ever had on ECN, to be honest.
What's interesting for me here is, I mean, maybe it's because he's not experienced or confident enough, but Abdullah just seems to be quite happy at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat and watching his shot swing and miss rather than try and go over to him and say, look, mate, that's not working.
Yeah.
Keep your eye on it. Put bat on it and I'm coming. But he doesn't seem to be too bothered at the moment. Well, this will help. It's probably, it's horrible to say, probably a blessing in disguise, I would say, for ACCB, because Hishak, well, he was swinging and missing and not helping the cause. And a good bit of bowling, though, from Waqas Hamid. He carries on from what he did well yesterday.
It's good bowling. I mean, look, he ends up going for 5 off 12, and that's exactly what Asif was yesterday. But unfortunately for Ishak, he'll go no further. And it's just a good ball. It's just full, it's straight. You see it bounces kind of between the feet, lengthwise of the batter. And so, yeah, it chews up a few, can't do much with it. Had a 4 first ball, and in fact, yeah, couldn't get another boundary at all. Now, we haven't had a boundary for 12 deliveries. So it's certainly advantage Gladiators. 34 for 4. 34 for 5 now, pardon me.
Yeah, 5 now. So, Waqas Hamid, he's all fired up. He's got a wicket to his name, and he comes once more. New batter, and strikes as well. He's running nowhere, and this is just poor cricket from Asif. I'm not really sure if somebody's sort of tied him to that spot that he can't move from it.
I'm just thinking because
I don't know.
Yeah,
very strange.
There's still 3 to come in the over. Now 2. Is he just giving up on this over, saying, "Oh,
no, surely not."
Yeah.
I mean, there's a single there, but he doesn't move. Look at the way he's standing here now. Look, wait till when does he actually move? Look, he hasn't even moved yet. That ball has been bowled. He has not moved. And I assure you, there is a man out there. That's not just a painting or a sticker that's been stuck. That is incredible.
Somebody wake him up. But the thing is, you don't want to wake him up if you're a
still ain't
Gladiators.
moved. Look.
If you're a Gladiators fan, you don't want to wake him up. It's almost like you need to get the, what is that, like a, the thing for cattle? That
Okay.
like,
Here we go. Let's watch for. Okay, we're watching again, folks. Let's see if there's any movement from Abdullah.
There we go.
Here
Sorry,
we
his
go.
head move.
Here we go.
Last
Here we
ball
go.
over.
The head moves. Oh, look at that. That's shocking. Well, here he does decide finally. That's after the ball has been hit past him. He decides to move.
Yeah, so it's the end of 6 overs. The score is 35 for 5. What a good over that was from Waqas Hamid. That was the only run off it. Ends up taking 1 for 1. So he's on a maiden. And the Gladiators, they're firming into a very strong position here and potentially their first points of the series. Have a look at their way. They've just kept flying, haven't they? They've been stuck around that kind of 60 to 70 mark. Still don't necessarily understand how, for example, it comes down a bit at the end of the over, but I just love it. I'm not going to pretend to know,
to be honest,
exactly how many supercomputers.
I'm going to do a Corey here. I'm going to say it makes no sense to me at all. How can you do that even when you don't? I can understand it if it was like the second innings and you know what you're going for. That you can base it on things.
Every chance.
How can you base that on anything?
It's probably based on the statistical data of over 2,500 games now.
You reckon?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's based on a lot of things.
This hit down the ground, trying to split the two fielders.
Right.
But
buckle up, Rico. Here we go.
Here
Abdul Asif, he's got, how many is that? 23 balls to play with. Yeah, I don't know.
He's going to be out.
This is where yesterday I just said I got a feeling that he's the kind of player that can hit himself out of trouble. So we know that. But can he do it? He's facing Mohammad Mashal. It's always a win, I think, for Gladiators if they can get him off strike. It just costs 1, especially because he doesn't look that interested in getting back to the strike.
This is what I say. You see, the thing is sometimes you go and you judge a person on the body language. The body language looks up for it. He wants to get there. You think, yeah, he said adrenaline is flowing. There's nothing flowing in that body at the moment. Up in the air, and he does really well to get there, Mamit Kohli. Not able to take the catch. He was sort of off balance. May have been probably better maybe just to get a little dive here, just there. So he's actually taking the ball and trying to land.
Yeah,
He's put a soft landing in. It was
running.
a difficult one, but it goes down.
Good point. Yeah, it's maybe one, if you can see where it's going to drop, you can kind of plan a dive, but he just runs it. You can't hold on. Do you reckon he's trying to get to 5 off 12? Because he's 5 off 9. And he's like, that's when I do my best work.
Yeah.
Because at the moment it's so
needs
strange.
to face 2 overs before he gets going. Possible.
Yeah. He's running out of time, that's the point. This time he's 5 off 12 in the 6th over. Now already we're deep into the 7th.
It's a full toss, and all he's able to do is find Coley again. This time it goes all along the ground. Coley does the fielding.
Oh, he just cannot get going, can he? As if he is such a form player. And like we're talking short-term form. So once he hits the first one, he seems to just be able to hit absolutely everything. But, I mean, that was a shin-high full toss. You would have expected him to hit it into the lake.
Is it just somebody else wearing his shirt? Because there's people that would have heard me and yourself talking about him thinking, hey, you want to watch this guy bat.
It's true to form.
What he did yesterday was amazing, and yet here we are, and he just doesn't look the same player. So gets wide for this one.
Yes, I mean, check this one out. I've got to say, Rob's done a good job out there. It's a late call up for this series. Definitely showing a bit of skill out there in the middle.
More swinging and missing, and the bowler and the wicketkeeper in combination, maybe trying to outfox the experience of Rob Henry.
Well, if it doesn't hit it, it has to be a wide because it's straight over the line. Okay, half the ball on the line, but I think that's enough.
Yeah, look, it's all about consistency, and if that's what the men in black have decided, that's how they're going to call them. That's what they're doing. And bowler was a bit surprised. Certainly wasn't any contact. This one is right at his body. Work to be done there by the fielder. There'll be no mistakes here. Well,
yeah, end of the over as well. So the score is 42 for 5. So Rulap will retain the strike. Asif 6 off 10. Wow, he's a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde character, isn't he? Abdul Asif. As just remind you that if you would like to, you can follow us on social media at European Cricket on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Got YouTube channel, of course, ECN European Cricket Network. If you're watching it, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. And also, you can message me at Mr. Maximo if you like on Instagram. I'll be trying to get to those as many as I can. And it's not easy. I appreciate so many people wanting to get in touch. Also, Rico's on social media now. How is your Instagram going at Rico Full? I've been enjoying it.
It's going okay. The other day...
Would you say you're an influencer now? I think you are.
In a minute.
Okay.
The other day... See this.
Podcast. Let's push down the ground for a single.
Yeah, the other day I was like wondering, I thought, like, normally I get like messages and you can see the message you get on the Facebook side. I thought on Instagram nobody seems to really sort of send me anything. But I didn't realise where you got there's a button which is like request.
Yeah, yeah.
You have to press something now to get to see all the and when I pressed that there were loads and my daughter just couldn't stop laughing at me. She said, Dad, that's so rude. You haven't replied to all of these people. I said, I didn't even know it was there.
I do apologise to everyone that sends me a message that I don't get back to. It's not because I don't want to, but what do we do, 8 hours here? I could probably spend 8 hours a day.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Trying to get back to everyone. But the occasional one, if I do get back to you, I'll often just try and say I'm really pleased that people enjoy the European Cricket Network.
That's a fair point for both of us. I mean, it's not through that we don't want to. So why don't we just say it on air to everybody after this ball? Short in the air. We might have to wait a bit longer because this is a chance. It goes up in the air and it's been smothered. It's another wicket for Waqas Ahmed. That's his second. And that's a nice catch there. I think that's Kohli.
Yeah, it is Kohli. I think it's probably a keeper's catch, but Hyder never sees it. He's looking straight into the sun. So it's good communication. That's an exception to the rule. You can't catch what you can't see, except for the flu, I suppose. But you see, it goes on. See, Hyder, he looks straight into the sun. He says, well, it's going to you anyway. So you have it. Kohli is happy to oblige. Good catch. And yeah, still we haven't seen a boundary since the 4th over. So we've gone 5, 6, 7. Now we're into the 8th over. So pretty much 4 overs without a boundary.
Yeah.
And yeah, just nothing happening for ACCB. Now it's 44 for 6.
6 wicket goes down. the new batter makes his way out.
Yeah, but let's give a big shout out.
Yeah.
Thanks to everyone that gets in touch with us. Please keep getting in touch with us as well on our social media, because we do love getting your messages and getting the feedback. So we do appreciate each and every one of you. In fact, what a good time, Rico, to put the lurker call out. I'm going to put the lurker call out here.
Yeah, good
Into
timing.
game 3. If you're lurking, if you are kind of watching but you're not able to get involved in the live chat most of the day, let us know now. Let us know where you're watching from. We want to say hello to you. It's Wakas bowled well. A full toss. So just be one. As if he's running out of time. They're not even running ball pace anymore, you know. Yeah, so yeah, if you're a lurker, there's no shame in it. Hashtag lurking. And if the mods, you can put out the call for the lurkers. We want to say hello and thanks for supporting the European Cricket Network.
Kanyan. AK. He's going out there to join Asif. It's pretty well, but even those that have been hit well end up going to the fielder. It's sort of been that kind of innings at the moment. And at no point has anything really happened.
Yeah, it's a bit of a flat line. To check the pulse on the pulse monitor, I think, in a second. Neil's lurking, Hawkmoon. Hello, Neil. Always a pleasure to see you. Thanks for watching today.
Good delivery. Well played. A very good bit of cricket, actually. And good cricket all round, because first it was an excellent delivery. It was well blocked out.
How about Wakas Ahmed, though? 2 for 6. So, yeah, the 2 wickets. But what about only conceding 6 of his 2 overs? And you consider that they are running out of time. ACCB, they are 47 for 6 off 8 overs. Look, how about this? The robot is also lurking.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
hello to the robot, whoever's behind that. They're watching from Munich. That's where the headquarters are. So I don't know who's behind the supercomputer today. And look, I also want to say hello to Nigel, who's watching from North Oxfordshire in the UK. To Ninj, he's not really lurking, but he's in the chat. And yeah, another name from last week in the chat. He's Coley in the 9th. And wow, what a good start that is. And AK has to get mowed down. It was full, it was straight. Coley coming up with the goods. And the Gladiators representing here. They've got ACCB right on the ropes now. Asif's there, but he can't do much about what's happening at the other end. It's 47 for 7.
This is a beautiful delivery. It was pacey, it was quick, the direction was fantastic. And you can see the batter there just trying to give himself a bit of room, just edging forward, trying to get to the pitch of it, and he knows he's beat. And that's gone past him before he's even got a chance to play a shot. Great bit of bowling from Manmeet Kohli, and he's certainly an exciting young man to watch. Both him and Ahmed, I do like the way that they did the bowling, and I think they're unlucky that yesterday they were on the beaten side twice, because they did play their part pretty well in those matches. Yeah, that's well bowled again there.
They didn't go down by much. You look at the net run rate, it was just -1, which means on average they went down by 10 runs. So yeah, they weren't blown off the park. Kohli in again. New batter out there. Here's Rahim Gul. Okay, I'm going to give a shout out to the lurkers, to Paulson Samuel, who was umpiring last week in Bulgaria. He's watching from Varna. I heard that Varna is a beautiful place to go in Bulgaria.
Yeah.
In the summer especially. Here's also going to say hello to Julian, who's watching from sunny Hertfordshire.
Oh.
Uh-oh, that's
This
a
one,
gift.
he's gone to the moon, but it started on his way to the moon, and then it was just fueled with rocket power from the bat of Asif. But you don't want to be bowling that to him, because that's what he does with it. That's got a long way up, and it's also a no ball. So that's how you get 7. You're not getting that ball back, and it's like, it's gone, it's got a gay,
Let's get out the hairdryer, because that one might be wet. It was way too high. Good early call. Credit to the officials. Picked up that straight away. And he deals with it. Oh, he's still got time to do some damage here. He's got 10 balls left. Yeah, still 10 left. They're 55. Now, the free hit from Kohli. Hit hard. This is where you need to push. Doesn't look like he will. It's pretty good fielding from Marshall down the ground. The man we saw playing for Bunny Arthur last year. I mentioned that, so he's into the side.
Was that was his first boundary, right? I think it was. That's his first boundary.
Yeah, just the 1-6 so far in his 15. Now it's over to Gul. It's a fair bit of this. So it's be right now. They're pushing for 2 here. No, surely not. So
Never.
he picks his moments. He picks his moments to push hard. He's looking for 2 there, Zef. Yeah, Julian saying he's Loving this beautiful cricket ground. Such a wonderful setting. It's great that you're with us, Julian. And thanks to Neil for your kind comment as well. More to come. Just be one down the ground. So 1 ball to go in this over. And it'll be Gould facing it. Might as well have a swing at this. Yeah, so hello to Zaid Aziz, who's watching from Trinidad. Well, I tell you what, I've never been to the Caribbean. That's one place I've never been.
Really?
I would love to go.
I would have been sure you toured there or something.
I haven't. And I'm the poorer for it. Gone round the legs. And yeah, Gould tried to get inventive. I don't mind that. I think he's just trying to gamble to get a boundary. If he does get a little edge on this, it probably does go for 4, but he pays the penalty. Kohli on target again. He takes the 2nd wicket. After 9 overs, the score is 58 for 8.
Yeah, he's bang on the money here, Kohli. And tries to be a little bit adventurous, but that's certainly not a ball you can sweep. Tries to get the old paddle in there, I think, looking to get this to the fine leg area. Full and straight. That's where you want to be.
I think it's a good option. I think it's a good option, but a bad outcome. Because if he does get something on that, he gets a boundary. They don't really want a single, so no point kind of driving to the outfielders and just getting the 1. I think it was worth going for, and unfortunately for Gould, it didn't work out. But it's the kind of shot I think that could have brought him a boundary. Yeah, so, you know, credit to him.
Anybody else there to give a shout out to?
Plenty more.
Any more lurkers?
Plenty more.
Go on.
There you go. Get through them all. Craig's watching with his son Ricky in Bendigo, Australia. I've been to Bendigo. That's one place I have been.
Bendigo?
Hello. Bendigo is in Victoria.
Is that where they play with the boomerangs?
It's in country Victoria. It's
boomerang territory, Bendigo, you know? Get it? You're a bit slow today, Vinny. What's up?
Oh, Bendigo.
This is the boundary, is it? Yeah. That's important. That's valuable runs because that gets them into the 60s.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a counter-attack. This one right off the end of the bat from Asif. It's not the way you expect him to score his boundaries. His Hyder does get down, but not quick enough. It's kicked, but it's kind of kicked into the rope. Yeah, I love watching the people in the chat, where they're watching from. Interests me. So, yeah, I'm not super sure I'm taking that one now with Asif, with batting with number 10. Geez, I tell you, I'm going slow, aren't I? Yeah, so Bendigo, very clever. No, Bendigo's a beautiful part.
Yeah.
And, I've got a cousin that lives just around that area, actually. So Kai's watching from Sydney. Saying it's a great cricket ground, enjoying the cricket. Yeah, it certainly is. Love being here. It's low ball. All right, so, and Kalen asking how do we play in this league, and I would say the way to play is to be in Europe and join a club. That's how you do it. Yeah. Or if you are going to be in Europe, get in touch with the club.
Become a registered player in Europe.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, we'll just drop short of.
I'm going to make a mental note to do my lurker call-outs earlier in the innings now, because I feel like I'm running out of time. But hello to Vinny Fangirl.
We can continue.
Hello, Vinny. Hello, Rico. Enjoying the game from Vinnyland, because we don't know where Vinny Fangirl is from. And Underground Bodega saying ACCB, a different team today. Alex watching from Oman.
It's a good way to finish. It's big. Goes all the way. I think that's a cracking shot. And this is what he was doing yesterday. You see how he really gets the leverage in. It's the ball to go.
Yeah.
And, well, if he can repeat that again, it'll certainly get them into, well, another, the 10s. So they're 70, so that's something. 76, 77 to win. Who knows? Let's see. Good, takes the pace off, so that Avinder does well.
He doesn't want to run here.
There's no way he's running.
He doesn't
you know
want to
he's
run.
not running. He doesn't walk, he doesn't run. What he tries to do is just hit, but unfortunately, that's not going to go down with a lot of coaches.
That's a cheeky little red in cut, is what that is. And Corey would love this. But it would have been out anyway. But he just makes sure that he's not out. And this one doesn't even stop a run. Unfortunately, it's Afran Mohammed that's got to cop it, as he is the 9th wicket to fall, and that will do it. So they are going to finish 71 for 9. And, well, I mean, ACCB, they won't be happy with that. It's a lot less than they scored yesterday. They were a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde yesterday. And what about Abdul Asif with his innings? Just couldn't get going. I think if it went 2, 3, 4 more overs, then maybe he was just hitting his straps, but just couldn't put an innings together. And Gladiators, they're well on top, but they're still going to have to bat well. And we know the Gladiators, sometimes they struggle with the stick. They're going to rely on a couple of players at the top of the order. But if they fire, I think the Gladiators are going to get on the board here in match 7 of the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Well, they'll be very disappointed if they don't win it, because in in all fairness, apart from, I don't know, a handful of balls in that innings, they did everything pretty right. I like the way they started. I like the thinking of getting Zane to bowl that second over, which worked out pretty well as Kohli took the catch. Marshall coming to bowl the third, then bringing Moyes back for the fourth. And there he is in the action there this time. This was unlucky from Pavel. Doesn't get the bowl there, but I can understand that because all the other bowlers do well. How about this? What a catch this is. Absolutely brilliant from Mohamed Moyes. And we may see that one on the big shot. Luckily enough, he doesn't get hit on the head. And then he made it 2 from 2. And they were really flying at the moment. And the good thing was that even though he had Abdul Asif out there, they never really took their foot off the pedal. They know what could happen. They kept bowling well. And that man there, Waqas Ahmed, he bowled pretty well as well. I think Waqas Ahmed and also Mamit Kohli for me were the pick of the bowlers, but I think there was some very good captaincy there as well from Cosmin. I think he knew exactly what he wanted to do. I think he sort of, if the right word is, sussed out the opponents very well. A lot of people, including myself, were expecting to see a few fireworks. Well, they came late, and that was one of them right towards the end there. One going over. Dennis, the ECN photographer, watching that one sail by. And right at the end, well, one thing that Asif doesn't do is run. And the batter towards the end there up front finds that out. You'd always think you go for 2, wouldn't you, of the last ball of the innings. But not Asif. He says, nah, I'm not going. I've got to my safe end. I don't move out of here. 71 on the board for ACCB. And, well, if you take the 28 out of that, it looks like a bit of a phone number, doesn't it? Amazingly enough, not so many ducks. There was only that one. Samuel went that first ball, so he's in the lake. And Abdul Asif, look at that, 28 of 19. Look, I'm going to say I'm sorry, but you gotta not just rely on what you do when you're at the strikers end. You got to play smarter. And one thing he didn't do well for me is back up. He should have been on strike a lot more, and if he was on strike a lot more, who knows, a man of that much talent, even if you got 10 more deliveries, you know, that score quite easily could be past the 100. So you got to think smart, you got to think about your team, you got to look the part out there. But the bowling was good. I said Moyes was good for me. There was 2 from Kohli as well, and Waqas Ahmed picking up 2, and then Ali Zain, I think great effort from him as well. I think it was just a very smart, I think one way to describe that, I think the fielding team were very smart, used their bowlers really well. Moyes was good as well. Again, like I said, Marshall, don't forget about him. I think he bowled his 2 overs just for 11. But Waqas Ahmed, look, you know, so far 2 for 6. That's outstanding. Manit Kohli, they just did everything right, and the fielders backed up the bowlers as well, which make the bowlers perform even better. We saw some great catching, so good all-round performance. I think the Bucharest Gladiators, they certainly look like the team that want this more. Well, we shall find out if that is the case. Join me, Rika Full and Mr. Maximo as we return in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of this match. But the way it stands at the moment is the Gladiators look to be the favourites to get to 72 and register their first victory in their 3rd match. So join us in about 10 minutes time. Hasta pronto! Hello and welcome back to the sunshine in Romania, here, in Bucharest here at this beautiful Moara Wallacea cricket ground. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series, and well, we've certainly had some very good matches so far. Yesterday was day one, and I guess the day belonged really to Panacea, who won both their matches, whereas the ACCB and United shared one victory apiece in their back-to-back matches. And this morning, well, so far, it belongs to Panacea once more, who certainly are the team in form. So it's 4 from 4 from them. And what the real surprise was is that Cluj, last year's champions, they lost both their games against them. And this one will be interesting because we've got two teams here. Bucharest Gladiators are yet to register a victory. And they were beaten by Panacea twice yesterday. And ACCB, they won one and lost one yesterday. But they certainly didn't bring the same sort of batting form with them today as what we saw yesterday. In their last match yesterday, they posted 165 for 1. It was against United in their only victory so far. But today, against a very lively and spirited Bucharest Gladiators, they sort of stumbled to 71. So 72 required for the Bucharest Gladiators to register their first victory. And well, one man I've been told to look out for is Mohamed Mashal. Said he's many consider him as the best batter in Romania. So let's see. He's on strike. First ball. Plays this out, but no run there. So Mashal is opening up. And Abdullah Saif, well, maybe this is why he spends a lot of time just standing at the non-striker's end. He likes to keep his energy up because he knows he's going to be required to bowl. Abdullah Saif. And this is a lovely shot. It wasn't the best of deliveries. It was directed in the wrong place. It was full. And the left-hander just says thank you very much. Doesn't try and hit it too hard. You see a lot of left-handers get into trouble with that sort of shot. And one man that comes to mind is somebody we know very well on the European Cricket Network, Varun Prasad in Malta. Seems to get into all sorts of trouble with those sort of shots, but that's the way to do it. You wait on the ball, not trying to hit it too hard and put it away. And that creates a field change straight away. I'm not sure that I like it. It was a bad ball. You're sending a field to a bad ball, really. Abdullah Saif needs to try and get this to go across the left-hander. It doesn't. And does this catch a bit of bat on the way? I don't think it does. No, that's confirmed for Rob Henry. So leg byes. Well, Abdullah Saif now has an opportunity to have a go at the right-hander. Moyes. He's had a good day so far, hasn't he? Couple of wickets. He's once again on a hat-trick. And also took a very good catch. Ball going a long way up in the air. Hits as well. If he gets it past the fielder, it will be 4, but not able to do so. That's well fielded. Gohar Manan. Moved very quickly. Tidies it up. Body behind the ball. 1 run. Wickets and wickets quickly. That's what's required here. ACCB goes across the line here. A bit of appeal. He's disappointed with himself. You can see why he tries to hit this too hard. And you know what? It wasn't too far away, but I think the reason that that one couldn't be out is because where the ball pitches outside the line of the leg stump. So an easy decision really for the umpire. And this one, he leans into this and he hits it big. Thumping hit, 6 runs. And that's the first of this innings. Absolutely smashes this. He doesn't quite get it down in the middle of the bat, but gets enough power into the shot. A good way to finish the over. 13 off it. And they're up and running. Too bad it's having a little conversation there in the middle. Speaking of conversation, thank you to everybody that's been conversing with us. Lots of chat generated towards the end of that last game. I'm sure when Maximo joins us, we'll give you some more shouts out, but keep them coming. And, thank you. Shukriya, as I would say, to all of you for staying involved with us. There's all kinds of creepy crawlies come to join the commentary box. The ice cube, as we know it. Back to the action. It's a nice looking shot. Well stopped. One man at point stops it. Good shot. Ula. Saeed Ula is the bowler. Two men out on the leg side to Moyes. And one of them could get into play here, but that's been hit too well. Too straight. Manos arriba, arbitro. Eso es 6 carreras. 6 more. And he's just leaning into these, isn't he? I think anything that's in that zone, he's going to swing and swing hard. That's the difference, and that's the merit of hitting straight rather than hitting wild across the line. And this time was the slower delivery. You need to be looking to hit this out on the offside. It was a good opportunity. It was there, but he drags it across onto the onside instead. Long on does the fielding, and now it's pressure on Saidullah to get the line right to the left-hander. Field needs to be changed again, and this is why I go back to that point when I was talking about the batting earlier, where I think the left-handers, it's good to have them up the order. You see, it causes problems. There's that wide, because you're now trying to bowl to the left-hander. So just go back to what I was saying before, that I think that somebody like Devray for Kluge certainly needs to be higher up the order for me. I wonder if that's something that we may see. But the left and right combination certainly works. I mean, you don't have too many deliveries, do you? I mean, 60 balls, and if you get a good partnership earlier up with left and right together, use up 20, 25 balls, get you going, lay the foundations for the rest to come in and have a go. That would be a wide, and I think the wicketkeeper's quite surprised that he's ended up with this. I think he thinks, oh no, has that gone through me? So I don't know if you catch it all here. Just have a look at the reaction if you've got it here, the keeper. Fuller smashed, and that goes for 4. Nobody is stopping that. That's a cracking shot. This is top draw. Beautiful. Balance, shape, power, timing. Straight drive, 4 runs. And looking good. Mashal. Suresh on the back of his shirt. I'm sure there's a story there. Thinks about playing this down the leg side, but has to quickly adjust, realises it's not on, and gets bad onto it, but no run as he pushes it onto the offside end of the over. And it's going well, wasn't it? 27 on the board, and when you're not chasing too many and you're already sort of 10 ahead of where your opposition was at the same point, you know that you're in the driving seat. And I tell you, they'll be happy to get some points on the board there. They're sitting at the bottom at the moment, but 2 points here at the jump above Kluge, and that'll really be something, and that's certainly putting some pressure on the reigning champions as well. It will be finishing the day, in that case, at the bottom of the pack after day 2. Abdul Asif is to continue, and that is a big wide. They're very quiet out there in the field, which tells you a story, and that's probably got a lot to do with, if you look at the the rate as well. Run a ball will do it at this stage. So big shots not really required. Extras help. And not required, but going for it. It's gone a long way up in the air. And it comes straight into the palm of the hands and pops out. So the chance goes. And he's having a look at those hands. He can't believe it. And that tells you the story. I said the body language wasn't good. And this certainly won't help. And that is Karthikyan puts it down. Nothing really has gone right for ACCB in this match. And now the batter's also got a run, so the field needs to change. Mid-wicket has gone back on the leg side. And this has been blasted straight, and look at the power. Lovely shot, beautifully executed. It's all about placement. He knows that man has been brought straighter following the shot to the end of the last over. So this time he plays it even wider, and it's all about using the footwork. He creates that space to hit in that area. Lovely shot, 4 more. Marshall going well. And well, he's going to be going somewhere else now because Abdul Asif goes right through him. This is a great delivery, and this has made a mess of the castle. The castle has been destroyed. It's all over the place. It's like it's gone off with a stick of dynamite. I'm talking about dynamite. This was a dynamite delivery. This was a boogie, oogie, woogie, kookaburra fireball. Chuck their foot, their style. And those stumps have been absolutely mashed. And it's probably not a good idea to look back when you hear the timber. Just walk, just go, just walk. So they get a breakthrough. And it's a big breakthrough because a man who was looking in pretty good form, Marshall, has to go. And that brings out Manmeet Kohli. And Moyes, a few words with them, these two. They've we saw them together yesterday a few times. And, one thing that Bucharest Gladiators did well yesterday is they always made good starts, so it's not a surprise that, where they are at this point of the match. Something which they've done regularly yesterday, but it's then you get those top order wickets, then they struggle to get runs. So it's almost like they need somebody to go big at the top. It's an appeal here, not out. Let's see this. Yeah, off the bat. I don't think that would be a bit of bat pad. Certainly not LBW. Kohli. We would love to get in the runs here today as well. Certainly bowled brilliantly. Plays it well. Partner. Moyes, a little ball watching. I think he just needs to take lead from Kohli. You're not the quickest in between the wickets, so turning around and keeping an eye on the ball as you're running is just going to slow you down. I think you're just far better off head down and going. He's on strike now, Moyes. Nicely played, and oh, it's gone through the inner fielder. It won't go to the boundary because there is a fielder out there backing up who does well, gets a good sharp throw in, but that misfield does allow the batters to take 2. And he does have to attack it. I think that was Saidullah. But not over to pick the ball up cleanly. That's at the end of the 3rd over. So power play comes to an end. It is 36 for 1. So Abdul Asif, he does pick up a wicket. So 1 for 20 off his 2 overs. And well, that tells you a story from the win probability board. It's saying that Bucharest side 93% favourites to win this. But as I said, keep an eye on that because I assure you, you get 1 or 2 good overs back to back, couple of wickets, and only 3 or 4 runs off them. That will change and change sharply. That is pretty full. I don't think it will be a no ball. So to see this again, as we welcome Mr. Maximo back into the commentary box.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. It's good to be back. And yeah, welcome to all of our viewers once again. Try and get back on my lurker shout-outs. Playing well, aren't they, Gladiators, this game? ACCB caught napping a little bit, I think. They haven't really turned up for this contest so far. And Moyes and Coley, yeah, poised to take the Gladiators to the target. They're halfway there. But yeah, expect a bit like a beach ball off a wall. You can expect the ACCB guys to bounce back in match 8. If not before, this one is lofted away. It's a long chase, and Munna's not going to get there. He's a pretty good fielder. Go home, Munna. And he couldn't hunt that one down. This one was an attempted Yorker, I think. Just turns into a half volley. Coley, pretty good striker of cricket ball. He's able to loft it away with extra cover for 4. So yeah, hello to everyone that said hi to us when I put the lurker call out at the end of the first innings. Locks watching from Oman. Well, this could be a chance. Munnan's coming in and he won't get there. Yeah, it's normally pretty quick, and now they're going to take a second. That's really good running from Moyes. So yeah, even with Munnan going back to recover, you can't prevent a second run. I thought for a second he might get there. He's deceptively quick. Go home, Munnan. He's got a very good pair of hands. Yeah, so I think Liam's question, I see Liam had a question in the chat. He's asking, I believe it was, where would we like to go that we haven't gone already? Maybe in Europe. Slower ball, knocked down for 1. And there's a few places. Well, one place I'd like to go is Estonia, which is where I do stay in Europe when I'm not working, which is hardly ever. But yeah, we had a series there in 2020. And so, yeah, we haven't been back since. They're quite busy there, that's the thing as well. But yeah, Talon Hippos, and they won that inaugural series. Nice little under edge. This one's going to roll away. Will get stopped by the captain, Sukhminder Singh. And it's the end of 4. Scores 44 for 1. Yeah, so it's certainly something we're looking forward to. Maybe going back to one day. There's a very nice cricket ground. And yeah, we love getting around Europe, of course. That's probably one I'll have to ask Rico. He's popped out for a bite to eat. It's well deserved. Thanks again to Rico for his hard work. Here's some places we are going over the next few weeks. Of course, we're in Romania this week. I'll be in Spain come Friday for the T20 International Series there, but then from next week we're in Landskrona. I've actually got a couple of weeks break, and I'll be watching like everyone else as Rico and Rhino will be taking you through that Landskrona series. Formerly, that was called Malmö, but I think it's just a better descriptor of where it is. We'll have the blue pitch. We'll be back, and then we've got Stockholm for a couple of weeks, Prague for a couple of weeks, and then 1 week each in Austria and Hungary. And after that, it's pretty exciting because yeah, we'll be heading to Italy for 5 weeks, and that's basically going to be a kind of mini ECL because we'll determine who will be the ECL representative. We'll have some regional weeks and then a Super Series that will determine who does get to represent Italy, who finished 3rd in the ECL just a few weeks ago. A miss hit as Sukhminder brings himself into the attack. So Moyes gets away with it. Yeah, so yeah, who picked this one? Yeah, Moyes is a guy that can win a game from you in so many ways. Gone. I think Coley's going to be gone here. Yeah, he's been given on the field. And so, yeah, Sukhminder change of pace, and Coley couldn't resist. He was on the charge. So often we see it, don't we? Where a slower ball that comes on and has some success. See, Coley, it was premeditated, and yeah, he's rethinking his life choices here. He's stuck by a long way. It's Asad Abbas who finishes the dismissal. Well, maybe there's some life in this game yet. I mean, it's 45 for 2. And I think it's a long way back, but you've got to start somewhere for ACCB. And now we're going to see Chalita Aravinda coming to the crease. Still got some batting to come. I mean, I'm always looking at Imran Haider. Seems to be batting pretty low in this series, but I think he's a guy that can kind of be that cool head and also hit the occasional aggressive shot. It's a bit like Abdul Shakur does for Bani Asa. He's yet to come. And 45 for 2. And, yeah, especially with Moyes there. You can't see them falling short, but funny things have happened. Full toss, set back by Moyes as Aravinda. Next to everyone that participated in the poll as well. Like, where are you watching from? If you're watching on YouTube, we have about 1 in 3 viewers watching from Europe. And, yeah, 56% from Asia. There's a few from the Americas, and then other. Well, if you are an other, let us know what you are. This is flat bat smashed down to Manan at long off. I've been meaning to get back to the lurker call out, and I want to say a super thank you to everyone who takes the time to get into chat to say hello, and it gives us a chance to acknowledge you. Always happy to push and run. Geez, what a good over this has been. Throw gets away, but no overthrow. Cannon's watching from South Africa. Must have a few African viewers, I'm sure. No, we're pretty big in Africa. Just the time zone, of course, pretty similar. I think it's nice that people spend their day sometimes at work watching ECS, working while working. Oh, he's mishit this, and he's going to get away with it. Oh, he's so lucky there. Ravinda just popped over the fielder. That's Karthikeyan again. He already shelled one. He's normally a pretty good fielder. So he just couldn't really get a dive in, could he? It's the end of the over. 48 for 2. 24 required off the second half. Graham Holmes a bit upset that no Pavel with the ball. But, I mean, they've got plenty of options. They certainly would be considering Florin, but when they needed a real slow option, they went for Ali Zayn, and that was effective in the second over. And funnily enough, we didn't see him again. So, now Aravinda will be facing up. And he'll be facing up to Sami Ullah. Just keep trying. He's got to think, okay, we have 2 good overs here. Maybe we can keep it to, say, mid-50s. And then you've got a game on. It's hard to see, especially with Moyes at the crease, but he hasn't had a lot of the strike of late. And, yeah, they certainly have some good bowling options. That was an excellent over, that last one from Sukhbinder Singh. Don't think he catches this. I think it does hit something. Is this off the bat or off the pad? Often these are just off the pad, but they make guilty noises. Yeah, I think that just flicked the pad down leg side. At any rate, it wasn't held onto by the keeper. This time swing and a miss, gets it right. So, I mean, Samuel, I should say, it's a good bowler to come in this situation, I think, for ACCB. Uh-oh, he's sent back and he's got to hustle. Wow, it's a good dive. Yeah, look at this. Straight away, so he takes off. And Moyes was having none of it. It was a pretty good dive. Got him home. There wasn't too much on the throw coming back. Just signs of some jitters for me. So goes for it. Manan. And there's another one he won't quite get to. Another teaser for Gohar. He does clean up and keep it to a single. It's actually incredible that Moyes has only faced 9 deliveries. And so far, there's been 34 in the innings. So that's roughly about a quarter of the bowling. And when he has had it, the strike, he's looked good. A bit like this, as he launches this one straight down the ground. What's going to bang into the side screen? Maximo! And the bear has been uncaged. As he says, oh, I've bided my time down the other end. Nothing too wrong with the ball. Kind of challenge length. He goes straight, resist the urge to try and hit across this. That's a really good cricket shot. And you can see why, if he gets a bit more of the strike, this game might not last too long at all. Good batting. That brings up the 50 as well for the Bucharest Gladiators. 55 or 5.5. Oh, gets lucky this time. Just lifts his head on this one. It's off the inside edge of the bat. Will retain the strike though. Moyes moves to 27. It's 56 for 2 after 6 overs. Just a reminder that these two teams will meet again in the last match of the day. I know we're all looking forward to that. And ACCB, they've been so lucky with the tosses. They've won again, and they'll bat again. And so we'll see that coming up in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Make sure you join us for that, the last match of the day. A very sunny Tuesday in Romania. You can see that Mashal has been injected into the Gladiators lineup, but they haven't really relied on him too much. Did get 3 boundaries and looked okay for 13. Certainly another weapon for them. So Binder's going to have another over. Another one, and this one now gets past them. And I don't know if this has run all the way to the boundary. I think it has. Oh, this is unbelievable. And I hope he's all right here. Maybe just a bit of cramp. But yeah, you see your shark. He's gone down. He's clutching his leg. But this, well, maybe we didn't see it, but it kind of bounces a second time and then spins away from the fielders, like plural fielders. And so it's a boundary, and that's just not what you need at this stage. Looking back, Rico full. Rico, we had a few kind of nervous moments, I think, Gladiators in the middle of this innings, but with Moyes back on strike, I think they're looking like they're going to do this with some time to spare.
Yeah, it looks like, and this one's another one in that swing zone of his, and you can't bowl it there to this sort of batter. That's his style, that's his technique. He will always play these shots. You see, it's like one of those clocks. You wind him all the way back, and then he just, boom, off he goes.
Yeah. Here's the next one, and now they can get within range. This one, I think, goes all the way. Well, wait for the call. My initial feeling was this might have just snuck over the line.
Yeah, I think it may just looking at it from side on. Keep an eye on it. And it's very hard. I think that's you've got to really, the fielder here has to give that one. And the bowler wants to bowl. The umpire's not even looking that way. And
because the fielder's in the way here, so I'm going to go with
probably 4, I think.
Oh, yeah,
just
super
bounces.
hard. Well, maybe we call it 5. Yeah, I actually probably think it might be 6.
You think?
I think it might be 6. I mean, it's whatever.
The fielder's got
there's
to know,
a lot of people around there, so it's going to be whatever they think.
Well, you've got to ask. I mean, the
They're
fielder
going to give it
must
4.
know.
Fair enough. I mean, the truth is, probably doesn't matter. Boys will move to 39. It's 4 to win now. And, well, this should be stopped, and it is. So 3 to win now. That's been a good performance from the Gladiators. They thoroughly deserve their points. And that's 2 in a row that they've beaten the ACCB. Remember, Gladiators had to qualify for this tournament.
It's been a very good performance, and just tried to dabble. And this one doesn't go safely into the hands of the keeper.
I like that, dabble.
Yeah,
Not just a
dabble.
dab. Let's have a little dabble.
A little dabble.
A little dabble at it.
Yeah, I mean, it's you just get the feeling there, don't you? I mean, ACCB are too good not to come back fighting for the next match.
Well,
this one's played out, the bubbles around. I think
what they did
this is going to
yesterday.
hurt them.
Yeah.
This is going to hurt them.
Yeah, that's what they did yesterday. As we have the scores tied, 71-71, 71 for 2, in fact, at the end of 7 overs. So we might have a slightly longer break than usual. Looks like it'll be about half an hour before the next game. The last game of the day here. Yeah, I'll be very curious to see. Well, I don't think it's if. I think I'll be curious to see when ACCB bounce back. And, I know, Rico, big thanks to you for your hard work. I know you're here carrying the can when I go to Spain later in the week, but going to give a chance again to get Tyrone on the last game of the day.
Yeah.
It's always interesting. I always find it really interesting when I watch when I'm not commentating, because it's just a slightly different look. But still, not very entertaining. Well, this one could be it, and it will be it, and they're going to do it in style. Maximal game, set, match, and Moyes Well, he might have been cost a couple of runs potentially, but he certainly cashes in because with the scores tied, he gets 6. And that's a perfect result for him. He'll finish 47 off 17 with his 4th big 6. Also hit 3 boundaries. And well done to the Bucharest Gladiators. They end up doing it here, and they do it with 17 balls to spare. Bit of an upset, but see, the Gladiators, they've been quietly building a pretty good T10 unit, and yeah, they thoroughly deserve this victory. They played ACCB in every facet of the game.
Yeah, I think they did. They outplayed them, they outsmarted them. It's another victory to them, and so far it certainly seems to be a day of, well, of the underdogs perhaps, if you want to put it that way. I'm sure that both the teams, Manisa and here the Bucharest Gladiators, will probably say, no, we're not the underdogs, but well, let's just say it's gone not as you would expect. But that's sport for you as we have a look at these highlights.
Yeah, and well, it did have Mashal up there. You know that he's a classy player. Got that one away nicely. Moyes just seemed starved of the strike. And when he got there, he was hungry. That was a nice one down the ground, wasn't it? From Mashal. You can see he's a class player, and we didn't quite see the best of him. He did strike 3 boundaries early, but he was also the first wicket to fall. As he just played across this one from Abdul Azif. He was bowled neck and crop for 13. That brought Coley to the crease, and he just had a bit of a rush of blood, I think, that saw him depart for just 8. Aravinda came out to finish it off, but yeah, Moyes, he looked like he was in a hurry for an early lunch, and the Bear was uncaged. And yeah, 4 big Maximos, wrapping up this game a bit early, Rico.
Yeah, I think that last one there probably had Williams a bit worried because that was coming right at him up in the tower. Williams, part of our crew from Spring Productions, him, Martins and Valentine. But yeah, this was a comprehensive victory. Moyes, I like the way he bat. He's one of those batters you know. Sometimes there's big batters out there, they can hit the ball big, but you think that they're hit and miss. Moyes really, he just plays the part really well. When he's on strike, he knows what he's doing. When he's not on strike, he's not getting worried, he's not getting panicky. He's a sort of player doesn't get panicked. You saw that when he's in the field, when he's bowling the same. Ball goes up in the air, doesn't panic what it takes to get. Seems to be a cool customer.
Yeah.
And I think, well, look out for that name, Mohamed Moyes, because I get a feeling that we're going to see a lot more from him.
Yeah, he just wasn't too fast, was he? And he did the heavy lifting, 47 off 17. Just 5 extras in the innings. 7.1 overs is what was required for the Gladiators to win match 7. Walking 677, they walk away with the 2 points. As far as the bowling went, it was just 1 wicket, and that went to Abdul Asif. It was 1 wicket early, and then Sukminder Singh with a change of pace. He was able to bowl 2 pretty good overs, 1 for 19, just using the 4 in the end, as ACCB have their 2nd loss. So yeah, that means that both these teams are now tied on 2 points going into this last game of the day. So this is pretty important because who knows, these two, they might be fighting for position come the end of the week. So one of these teams will finish the day with 4 points and one will finish with 2. So yeah, very interesting end of the day coming up, Rico.
Yeah, it is. And I'm just wondering, I mean, I don't like to be critical. I mean, some people say, okay, give me hard man, but I think something like Abdul Asif, he's a big player. Yeah, he's a big player. And I think he's going to show that now in this next game. He's going to come out there strong. I think we saw that in the field, and when he's bowling, when he's got to run, he's a pretty quick runner and he's a pretty decent bowler. We've got a good bit of pace, but he's got to show that enthusiasm. Maybe he's got to show that he likes the game, he loves the game, and when he's out there, he's got to look the part. And I really believe, and I think sometimes oppositions do assess players that way. If somebody comes out and they look active, they look busy, you think, yeah, okay, this guy can play. I think he lets himself down there. I like to see him just change his mentality slightly, go out there, look positive, and we know that when he's positive, he can be destructive as well.
Yeah, it's good feedback, I think. Yeah, I would just say he looked low energy when he was batting. And look, that's what can happen. I mean, he did whack 90 yesterday, so maybe he's a bit sore. Of course, he's got a lot of workload, doesn't he? He's running in bowling thunderbolts, but I think he is a bit of a key, and we'll be watching him closely. Rico, thanks again for your work today. I know that you're going to sit out the last game, and we'll get Tyrone Peters joining me for that. So join us when we come back in around about 25 minutes. We'll be back with the last match of the day. It'll be ACCB. Once again, they're going to bat first, and let's see if they bat a little bit better this time. Many sound here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day wherever you're watching from around the world. I'll pop into the chat for a while and see you shortly. More FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Marvelous Here Cricket Ground in Romania. Beautiful sunny skies today, day 2 of action, and really interesting first encounter between the Gladiators and ACCB, and they're up again in match 8. It's the final match of the day. Let's get ready for the coin toss. I know out in the middle, Stefan Gooch is with the 2 captains.
Okay, ACCB to call. Head. Head's the call. It is head. Betting cross. Okay. Good luck. Good luck.
So it is Asad Abbas standing in for the skipper at the toss, and he's decided that he wants to bat first. They've been pretty lucky with the tosses, ACCB, but they certainly didn't put as many runs as they wanted on the board in the last game. Let's see if it's a different story this time. We know they're dangerous, and we know, of course, they bounced back really hard, didn't they, in the last game yesterday when they put 165 runs on the board. And Gohar Manan, he's one to watch. He hasn't quite clicked yet with the bat for ACCB, but when he does, I tell you what, he's really hard to stop at this level. So, well, I'm ready for some cricket. Hope you are. And, well, it's going to be great to have this guy in the commentary box with me the last game of the day. Tyrone Peters once again joining me for the last match of day 2. Let's get ready for some cricket. Tyrone, over to you. The news from the toss. ACCB, they won the toss, and a bit like yesterday, they're batting first.
Yeah, welcome everybody to the Moara Vlasia Oval in Romania. It's another beautiful day in Romania, and we're looking forward to the last game of the day. Hopefully ACCB can put some more runs on the board. They've chosen again, well, they're going out into the field again. I mean, they're going out to bat again. So let's hope we can get another 160 on the board like yesterday. It was very exciting watching them bat. And yes, it was unbelievable last game where the Bucharest Gladiators dominated, winning by 8 wickets. And yeah, well, let's see what happens. We've got the famous Florin Plavin out there, and let's see if my boy Atsif can get some big runs again. Yesterday was very exciting with the bat. I think he was sitting on 5 of 12 balls and ended up on 90 out of 32 balls or something. So really exciting batting out here at the moment. We're going to see who's taking the first over today. We've got the umpires out there again doing a great job. It's really hot out here in Romania. Again, like I said, a beautiful day. And just a privilege to be out here to watch some good cricket. And yeah, let's see how this tournament's starting to develop. It looks like Moise is taking the first over. Mohammed Moise, he bowled a beautiful spell the last innings. And really put the ACC boys on the back foot. Looks like Gohar Manan is opening the batting for ACCB together with, we'll find out right now, as he takes guard. We see the ball boys in the background there with their thankless job, running around collecting the balls. They were having a bit of fun with Vinny in the middle during the break. Vinny was hitting a couple of bombs as everybody's getting ready for the first ball. The other opening batsman is Sharia Sohail. I think it's his first time playing. Didn't see him in the last game, so we will see him how he gets on today with the red helmet as Gohar Manan looks to face the first ball. Starts off with a wide. So maybe I'll put the mockers on him. He's had a great spell the last innings. Let's hope that he can, he's beautiful shape, but let's hope he can get it towards off stump and find that edge. Hello, Vinny. How are you? Back in the commentary box.
I'm back, and thanks, Tyrone. Yeah, super interesting rematch, isn't it? Now, this is edge, and it's gone. So they get an early wicket, and yeah, Manan's got to go. Well, normally I put the mockers on the batters when I return, and it's no different at the moment. And Moyes does it again. The Bear with the Bear attack in the first over. That's a big hitter gone, and it's 1 for 1.
As we said, like getting the ball to shape like that, getting it close to off stump, you're going to find the edge of the batter. And Gunnan's feet didn't really move at all. Finding that edge, brilliant.
Yeah, so nice bit of keeping as well. You can see they've got Ali Jawad behind the stumps in this game. So yeah, fantastic bit of bowling. It's just enough. It moves half a bat, I think. You see, Manan wants to go down the ground. Well, the Gladiators, they're fired up. We saw Baniasa do a number this morning on Cluj. They were probably underdogs. They won both. Right now, Gladiators will be hoping to do the same thing. But this guy, 24 hours ago, you and I watched him, and he looked half asleep for half the innings. And he's been half asleep today, maybe 3/4 asleep. But if he wakes up, Abdulaziz, he can go absolutely crazy. And that innings yesterday was probably the best innings of the tournament so far.
Definitely don't poke the bear, Vinny. Abdullah Sif, yesterday after we were having a little go at him, talking about retiring him, he decided to dominate the rest of the game with bat and ball. But yeah, brilliant bowling. Unbelievable, getting that nice shape. Looked like Manan was trying to hit him over long on again. His foot didn't get to the pitch of the ball and found the edge.
Yeah, well, let's see if Abdulaziz has brought the bear spray, because Moyes is fired up. He just keeps taking wickets, keeps contributing. Being nearly smoky for player of the tournament, Ahmed Moyes. It's so good. Now here he is, bowling to Abdulaziz. Pushes him back and just defended. So ACCB, they just couldn't get anything going. And that first game they played today, Tyrone, it was a bit like the last game yesterday. In the middle of the innings, they were, I think, about 30 odd. But this time they just couldn't accelerate. And Asif never found his mojo. Let's see if he recaptures some of that form here in match 8.
He doesn't seem to ever take a big stride forward. He always seems to hang on the back foot, so let's see what happens this ball.
Exactly right there, good observation. And it's a bit of a tape ball kind of strategy, and I think if people have played tape ball cricket, they tend to get back in the crease. They don't want to come rushing at the ball because the ball doesn't really travel through. So it can be a good tactic, but it does allow the bowler to kind of pitch it up a bit more and get away with it.
Also allowing that bowler, because he's pitching it up, to get a bit more shape and, as we saw, find that edge.
Goes down the ground this time. Should just be the one. Asif is off the mark. And yeah, gives us a chance to have a look at Shahriar Sahel. He's been promoted up to open the batting for ACCB. So they'll have a left-hand, right-hand combination. And yeah, this is always a test because the bowler who's shaping it around needs to make the adjustment for the left-hander now.
He's asked for leg guard. Let's see if he actually stands on leg. It seems like a big thing in the T10 tournaments where they call for leg guard and they end up standing on middle.
Just force a habit.
He's on leg.
It's looking shot first up.
Clearing that front leg. Vin doesn't seem to also want to get his front foot to the ball, but
yeah,
a lovely stroke.
Just backing himself to hit it. Good hand-eye coordination. Good shot first up. But yeah, Moyes having a day out here. 1 for 3 at the moment. Last ball coming up with the first over. Oh, is there a nick on this? We'll find out because they've run. I thought I heard a little something, and I think it is dropped. Oh, no, and now the bye signal. I thought I did hear a little something, but maybe it was just the sound of the batter swinging, maybe some of his equipment clicking. Well, certainly can't tell from that angle, and we probably won't be able to tell from this either. But, yeah, bye signal. So Ali Javad will be relieved. That's probably the one time as a keeper you want to see a bye signal because that's the end of the first over. It's 4 for 1.
As we see Asif looking up at the blue sky there, instead of looking at the ball, like having a big swing. And also noticing that Moyes was running at that angle you were speaking about yesterday. You know, when the guys are getting big away shape, rather running at an angle instead of trying to bowl it a little bit straighter. So really good to see Moyes using his skills, using the crease of the ball as well. As number 15, Ali Zain, comes onto the ball.
And they did this last time. They really slowed things down in the second over. Ali Zain just had an over that conceded 6, and he picked up a wicket along the way. So here he is. And this is launched. How far? It's going to be touch and go. In fact, it's going to be out. So how about that? Zain does it again in the second over. And really, it's one you thought you could hit to the moon, but it didn't make the journey. It stayed in the Earth's atmosphere and it came down. And that's a nice bit of catching out there. And that's Sagara Pereira, the 000 on his back. Well, that's the emergency line in Australia. And the emergency here is for Asif, who goes for just 1. And he'll be kicking himself, Tyrone.
Definitely. He was looking for that short ball. He's hanging back and he just didn't middle it. All his power and he just wasn't able to clear the 50-metre boundary.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe it's genius stuff from the keeper, Javad, to concede a bye at last ball, last over, because that meant that it was Abdulaziz on strike. And Ali Zain does it again. Now, last time he bowled that really good over in the second, they never brought him back for a second. Right now, 2 dangerous hitters in the shed. And we're all expecting ACCB to bounce back. So far, they're just bouncing out, 4 for 2.
We need the captain who's walking outside a bus to play a captain's knock. Really, they've been in a bit of trouble again, and they don't want to go 1 and 3. You know, they're trying to get their win rate back up to 2 and 2 and keep themselves in the tournament.
Yeah, exactly right. So this will bring Asad Abbas to the crease, the plucky keeper, and he's also captaining this game as Satpinder Singh elected to rest himself. So Assad winning the toss, electing to bat, and he's out there a bit sooner than I think he planned to be.
Big guy as well.
Yeah, he can whack it. Let's see how he approaches Zion. Remember, this is the power play. Normally, you'd want to attack this.
Wow.
There's your answer. There's your answer.
It's a big loopy ball by Zion, and I think the captain's just trying to take a bit too much responsibility on himself there.
Yeah, I mean, okay, he's blocked one. I don't know about him blocking this one. Interesting cricket. Down leg side. Yeah, it will be a wide. I don't think he actually hit anything on the way through.
This is very brave bowling by Zion. Tossing it up there to the moon.
Now, the batters, I think they need to be brave as well. I think they haven't got anything going so far. They're just 4 off 8 balls. After that one, they might be 5. But, yeah, I mean, I'd probably try and go straight, though. That'd be my key. Straight and elevate. Got mid-off up in the circle. That's the quicker one. And, yeah, well fielded down there. Get it in pretty quickly. And Sawar Ali. They will get through for a single.
Zion only one of the smaller guys in the side. Really, this ACCB side is built with, like, they've got a whole bunch of units running around here. So it's good to see Sahir Sohail running quickly between the wickets and making sure he makes his ground. As Zion's changing the field, it looks like he's wants to bring long off in and move the cover sweep out. But it seems to be a bit of a discussion there with Moise, who's telling him just to take it easy, relax, keep it simple. As he's coming around the wicket, changing his attack.
Well, this one's hit down the ground. Plays pretty well, but that's excellent fielding. And that's Mohammad Mashal. He's certainly adding a new dimension to this Gladiator side as well. Does well to keep that to 1.
I know he's been having problems with his right shoulder today. I was chatting with him earlier, and he's definitely struggling, but geez, didn't look like he had any issues there. Sliding and getting
over,
it in.
Doesn't it? Yeah, well, Zion's been excellent here. Let's see if he can get out of this over without conceding a boundary and perhaps burgle another wicket. Yeah, that's a no ball, and it won't be caught. I think everyone had a bit of an idea that was going to be too high. And he actually exactly did this in the last game as well. He took a wicket, he bowled it a high no ball that then went for 1. He did escape further punishment on that occasion with the free hit just getting hit for a single. Now let's see what Sohail can do. He can really get down to this if he wants. Yeah, I mean, that's
somehow
so hard to time up. Well, he had the immunity cloak on, but that's the kryptonite, the run out, isn't it? And so, just couldn't get this in the air. Kind of clunks it, you see. Yeah, well fielded by Kohli, who sniffs the run out. I mean, this one, probably just home. Still.
I think if Zion bowled any slower, it would have gone backwards.
I think you might be right. Last ball, the over. That one is a hit me ball, and this time the batter will oblige. So that's a nice bit of off the field fielding, but it will be 4 to end the over. It was such a similar over to last time that he bowled, because that over had a wicket, a 4 and a height no ball, and a 1 off a free hit. That did too. And what he has done, he's gotten rid of the very dangerous Abdul Asif. It's the end of 2. It's 14 for 2. Have a look at the table, Tyrone, because it's a bit of a logjam in the middle. You see the Gladiators, United and ACCB all on 2 points. But Bunny Assad, they've been the story of the tournament so far. They're running away with it. They're 4-0.
Unbelievable. Really good to watch. I've been chatting with those guys earlier. They've got a really good vibe amongst themselves. A couple of old guys in there. A little bit of wisdom. They like to keep it calm out there, and they actually won a very exciting game this morning, the first game.
Well, I don't know if Pavel does any coaching, but I think Ali Zion's bowling coach might be Pavel, judging by the speed of some of those deliveries.
And the loop on the delivery.
But see, that's been so effective. And Pavel bowls very similarly. And Pavel does have a kind of quicker one now. He doesn't bowl it that much. But
I think he got you 2 in 2 in the break.
He got me once.
Once, sorry.
That ball was not regulation. Anyway, here's a shout. So yeah, I like the mixing up the pace as well. So they go slow, then quick. It doesn't allow the batters to settle into any one rhythm. And to be fair, Pavel wanted me to have a bat, and it's a bit rusty.
Yeah.
I'm not going to make excuses, but I did crack one back at him, and he pouched it, goalkeeper style. And he is a
Unbelievable.
futsal goalkeeper.
Nice shot in again. To the captain of bus who slaps it around through to mid-wicket.
They're going to get two here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Strong end.
Abbas, he was running out of oxygen. I think I would have been throwing that one to the keeper's end, even if it took me a little bit longer.
He definitely seems to be sucking in the big ones out there, and he's on 8 or 5. So let's see how long the skipper can keep his stamina going.
It's the last over the power play as well, don't forget. There you go. It's another one that's dragged. They got that field, part of the field pretty well protected. That's Pereira that took a good catch earlier in this innings.
Yesterday you were saying that between 40 and 50 would be good for the power play. Let's see if they can get it close to 30.
Yeah, well, that's right. So here is Mashal. Oh, this one gets away from him. That's not a good delivery. So nice to see plenty of sunshine this week in Romania. And actually, I think the weather in Bulgaria is pretty similar. So I think we just got a bit unlucky there last week, Tyrone, with the rainy and snowy conditions. Not often you have a game delayed because of snow. I can't say it's happened to me before.
Shouting for LBW, no chance of that with the pitching miles outside leg. And they scampered through for a single there. Captain getting himself back on strike here. I think 2 balls to go, 20 for 2. Need a couple of boundaries here just to get the momentum of the innings flowing.
Yeah. It's been one of those days for ACCB.
And it could have been the second game yesterday as well, if it wasn't for Asif just kicking off.
It's a really good point you make. They've only batted well for 5 overs out of, how many is it now? About 30.
Yeah.
33. So, a bit worrisome for them. Oh, this one is launched, but I don't know if this will have the journey. It does, just maximal. That was a good effort from Pereira, who looks like a pretty good outfielder to me. He went all the way back, but I mean, he couldn't quite contort himself. You see, he goes all the way back, just enough from Abbas to get it out of the ground, 6 runs.
Marshall falling into the trap of into the slot for Abbas. He's targeting the cow corner area. Let's see if he learns from his mistake.
Oh, this one could be a chance. It's hanging in the air a long time, and he's going to get there, Pereira, and he's going to hold on to the catch. Well, the second time is the charm, as Sagara Pereira, he had plenty of time to camp himself under that, went super high. So Abbas 6 and out, and now that is the 3rd wicket in the power play. 3 overs down is 26 for 3.
That's another great catch there. It's just like all the characteristics of a good team when they hold their chances, making sure they keep the momentum up. They look like, again, they've got a great vibe going on there. They've won their last game. Let's see how they can continue with this bowling effort.
Yeah, it's outside his pads, so it's kind of a bit of a leading edge, believe it or not. And I tell you what, Mashal, well, he's pumped, and why not? And so, yes, 26 in the power play, 3 wickets. And Sherry Sahale, he's batted all the way through it, but he's only faced 5 deliveries so far out of the 19, includes the no ball that was bowled. Yeah, so VW asking when's Corey back in the commentary box. Well, I'm not so sure, but probably in the middle of the year. He is quite busy with coaching. And you will see Corey probably in a coaching capacity, because I will be in Spain. I'll be covering the T20 Internationals this week. So I don't know if we'll have a dedicated Corey camp, VW, but there'll be a chance at least to see him put some of his tactics into action, Tyrone.
Yeah, definitely. You know, no disrespect to Corey, he's a good friend of mine. Talks a big game. I know let's see if we can put it out there. He's got a great team. He's put together a great camp. So it's really good to see some good professionalism coming through in the Spanish side at the moment.
Yeah, they're ranked, I think, 37, 38 and 41, the 3 teams involved in that series. So I think it'll be a very closely contested series on Spanish soil. Here's Moyes. The Bears back.
Oh.
Probably, well, I was going to say, when the batter takes off, it's out of guilt.
Yeah.
And he was running to nowhere. Slow this down a little bit for you. It's a pretty good shout to me. Maybe it's going down the leg side. I think it's an excellent decision.
Great call by the umpire. Any benefit must go to the batsman.
Yeah, fantastic umpiring. I was just missing by a shade. It looks pretty good. And well, this one isn't missing. This one's going to knock him over. And so, Samiula comes out. He tries to launch this one. He had a close call the ball before, but this time, no doubt about it, over goes the castle. And ACCB, they lose a 4th wicket. It's 26 for 4.
I dare I say it, but the wheels seem to be coming off the ACCB cart at the moment.
You probably think after that batting performance in match 7 that they're, assured to bat better. At the moment, it's not happening. Well, I hope the youngster in the background has a bit more luck than the batter does on this occasion.
But again, Vinny, the batter putting his leg his front leg towards leg side, opening up and just having a wild mow towards the leg side and just not even watching the ball at the moment. So it just looks like their confidence is going. I don't know what the talk in the camp is at the moment. I don't know whether it's just to be positive. I hope you're saying to the guys, try and hit straight. There's no fielders there. You're giving yourself the most opportunity to use the full face of the bat. So just try and bang him over his head and you'll get your runs.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've seen a lot of these games, and I think when you lose early wickets, it's a bit counterintuitive, but you can't be too careful. You just build yourself a bigger hole. So you might bat through a few overs, but then you find yourself probably having to go for it anyway in the 7th or 8th.
Exactly. There's only 10 overs to bat, so you've got to be positive. You can't be saying, okay, now it's the time to have a go. Everybody's got to be walking in there with the mindset of if it's up, it's going. If it's short, it's going. And just stick to the plans that have worked for you in the past.
Always with another twofer.
As Gol hits it down the ground just for a single, gets himself in, smart batting. I think it was Rajesh Gol that was batting yesterday with Asif.
Yeah, he was there towards the very end.
I think he ended up on 35 or 25.
Guy, so he said Gol.
Yeah, Guy.
Yeah, no, Guy was the foil and actually played some pretty good shots himself. So he's a pretty good guy to come in.
Umpire stops the game.
This situation. All right, so we've got a slight break in the game. So I am going to give people a bit of what they want. I know that people want to see some Pavel. Well, I absolutely smashed this, and Pavel, he just ran off. I actually thought I got this pretty well, and well, that's slow motion. So I said, you've got to be kidding me. And then he was gone. So normally when you get the batter off, the batter walks off.
Yeah.
You don't often see the bowler just take the ball and run off the field. Anyway, I wasn't particularly impressed at the time, but I think it's all about coaching, he's feeling good now because I hit him that return catch. It wouldn't have been good for his confidence. I hit it just right, so it looks good.
Yeah, that's what friends do.
Yeah.
Sacrifice yourself for the greater cause. Love to see him get a bowl today.
I'm just waiting for this. And Pavel, there he is. He's on the field. But he wasn't on the field too much longer after I smoked this one at him. And look, I mean, I want to talk about just basic coordination. It's a really, really good catch. And I looked down at the bat. I did everything right. I blamed the bat. I blamed, these aren't my normal shoes. Had all the excuses ready to go. Anyway, Moyes is ready to go. He's got another twofer. Bowls a full toss. Well, makes the batter hustle, but they do get through for a single.
So Hale's back leg seems to be collapsing every time he's playing a shot, which doesn't help him with his weight distribution. So as soon as his head's falling back, he's not getting too much power into the stroke as he just dribbles one through to cover it.
Just makes that. I mean, Pavel's unlucky because that's the best thing he'll do all day, and it wasn't even in a match. So I don't know if they should bowl him. So Moyes gets turned around the corner. Good bit of fielding. This would have been gone. That's good sidearm throw. I think the fielder's saying, well, why did you intercept it? And he's saying, well, because it was nowhere near the stumps. So, I do like a bit of gesticulation.
Moyes seemed to be a rushing guy over there and ball watching, and geez, he would have been gone.
Yeah,
gone
Moyes,
for money.
I think saying to Moyes, get behind the stumps, but it all happened so quickly. I don't think the Bear had the reverse gear.
Shot.
Yeah, elevates it. And Coley will clean up here.
Again, not too much power from Sahel. I think he's just waiting for that short ball, but every time he seems to be trying to get on the front foot, it doesn't seem to be getting too much power, as that's the end of the over.
Yeah, end of the over. So score at the end of 4 is 28 for 4. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Tyrone Peters, and saying that Sunil is watching from Abu Dhabi and was just saying, quality broadcast, and that's very nice of you to say, and also that the umpiring's been good. And look, I mean, umpiring is something we do talk about a lot.
Yep.
You're very experienced, of course, but let's just give a shout out to the guys, because look, I know they're only 10 over matches, but they're pretty long matches. I mean, not long days, I should say, and the matches, just a lot going on in them, aren't there?
It's the concentration that kills you. You've got to be out there all the time focusing. in weather like this, wearing all black, it definitely takes it out of you.
Yeah.
And 4 games a day, I think some of these guys will be doing at least 3 games.
Yeah, I
So
want to know.
big shout out to them.
I want to know, maybe this over. So let's say, okay, when you're at bowler's end, we always kind of know probably what you're looking at. You know, look at bowler's feet and making decisions.
Shot.
This one is launched, and this one's out of here. Maximo! Yeah, that one. That's going to bisect the spectator sense. And Sahel, he's been a spectator a lot of this innings. He's only faced 8 balls through the first 4 overs, but he doubles his score with that big 6.
So Hale's definitely heard me there saying he's not getting any power when he comes forward and smashed that over cover just to prove me wrong.
Yeah, got the length he wanted, and there was a big gap, and there still is actually. A deep mid wicket, end of the power play. It's come and gone though, so 5 fielders are allowed outside the circle. This one gets through.
Cody
Sahel.
looking the side again.
Yeah.
I mean, Cody bowling outside off, but Sahel looking the side again.
So I want to know,
Yes.
if you're at square leg,
Yes.
tell me all the things you're looking for, because there's a lot you have to look out for that's probably not obvious to the viewers. So, I mean, one thing I'd imagine you'd be looking at, you know, where the fielders are, for
Yep,
example.
making sure there's enough fielders in the ring, or outside the ring, should I say.
Sliced
Shots.
away, yeah, and this one will go for 4. And that was just pure timing. Well, the longer that Sahel's out there, the better he's getting. That is a really nice shot. Gets down on one knee and just kind of helps it, deflects it. Doesn't try to hit too hard. The result's another boundary.
That's a great delivery. I mean, that's a great shot by Sahel. Kohli's pushed that wide outside off. Normally, that's a good delivery in this format of the game. But such good hands from Sahel. It's allowed him to hit it behind backward point. But yes, no, always watching the amount of fielders in the ring and then zoning in.
Tries it again, and this time it's an even better shot. I think this has gone all the way. No. Oh, I thought it had. It's gone for 4, but again, he knows if he can slice it over the infielder, there's nobody back there. I think it just bounces inside the boundary. See this here. It was.
Yeah, great call by the umpires again.
It's even a bit unclear, but he was in the best position there, I think, to make that call.
Sorry, so we zone in on the batter's hips, because a lot of the time, hips and head, because a lot of the time you're looking for that full toss no ball. It's waist and above. I mean, yeah, waist and above. And then also the one short ball for the over, because anything between the shoulder and the top of the head is, of course, a short ball.
Yeah.
And then the second one's an oval.
Yeah, so that's a lot that you got on your plate for when some people think it's having a rest. It certainly isn't, isn't it? And then, of course, stumpings,
and then one over the head for the wide, and then you're always getting grief from the fielders. They're always
the one for the over, do you just kind of keep that in your head? You have to remember there's been one for the over, or do you normally...
Well, you signal that to your partner, and then the partner's job is to signal that to the batsman as well as to the bowler, because it's a warning for the bowler to say, listen, the next one, there's a no.
Yeah, and so let's say that happens early in the over. You just have to remember that there's already been one for the over. Is that right?
For sure, that's it, definitely.
Write it down or...
No.
Let's get through everybody, and it's going to be 4. I don't know if it gets a little bit of the pad on the way through. It's going to be byes given. Well, this is just the angle from Kohli. And I know that Ali Javad, a bit of a makeshift option, because no hider in the side for Bucharest Gladiators. Unfortunately, that one gets the better of him.
I know keepers hate bars. You talk to a wiki about how many bars for the day, you can't even look at your nose. So it's unlucky for him.
I used to be pretty competitive with the other keeper.
Yeah.
And I would want less byes than him. It became a thing. Yeah, it's good bowling that time. It became a thing, so much so that even if I wasn't watching, if I was in the dressing room, let's say, maybe getting my kid on, and there was a 4 bye, someone would run and tell me if we were batting. Go, Vinny, byes. And I'd be, yes. I'd give it a big fist pump. Not that I'm wishing any ill on my fellow keepers, but just I'm internally competitive. Yeah, but it's the end of the 5th over. It's 49 for 4.
All the great keepers that I've met, that's exactly what they do. They always want to show that they're the best keeper on the day, and you know, they're very astute at checking what's happening with the other keeper and seeing how many bars they've given.
And you can learn from them, and you can also learn what to do and what not to do. Yeah, for sure. That's something. So much of it's a mental game. So it looks easy, one of those things, but step back behind the stumps. The good ones make it look easy, I think.
Well, this is a bowler that I like.
Yeah.
This Waqas Ahmed. I think he's really got a lovely action. He's got good wheels about him. I think his run-up might be a little bit too long for the T10 game, but the team don't seem to be running behind time, because that's another thing you've got to watch out for as umpires. Are they on time? You've got to hustle them through the overs.
I mean, it's from Bulgaria. The short run-ups are working pretty well for the bowlers. It's a pretty good in-swinger first up to the left-hander. Sahel gets down the other end. So just signs of a counter-attack really for the first time today from ACCB. That last over went for 19 from Mamik Kohli. went 6.44, 4 buys and 1. So essentially 4 boundaries if you include the 4 buys.
They're going to need a couple more of those to get their score back up over 100, which is, I think, the only score that could be competitive here.
Apologies for lack of scorecard on the screen, but if you're listening, I'll keep reading out the score right now. That's the 50 up. It's 50 for 4 off 5.1. Thanks to Luke Belgium, who's doing some scoring in the chat as well. Appreciate your service. It's been wide. It's on the charge. And, more work for Jawad back there. He's got the helmet on. Even though he's a fair way back, you can understand maybe you get a few second bounces and stuff, which can be a bit of a pain. So if you're comfortable enough using it, then fair enough. Hopefully, Wakas can get through his over and protect that head on a sunny day.
Yeah.
It's looking pretty exposed at the moment.
Also getting some good shape as he gets slapped back over his head. No timing at all, so it looks like it will only be a single.
Yeah, so that'll be 52 for 4 off 5.2. And Gladiators, this would be a dream for them. Really gets their week back on track, doesn't it? If they could knock over ACCB. Again, still plenty of cricket to go this afternoon in Romania.
Bold. I wanted to ask you, Vinny, what are the magical overs? What's the number for those magical
20.
overs?
We call any
20 and
any
above.
over 20 is magical. It's a magical over. It's just something that we started saying. It's kind of stuck. And if it gets to 30, we call that supersonic. Supersonic's pretty rare. I think Rico might have come up with the supersonic. I was just trying to think of some of the things that we say in ECN that we've kind of brought into the vernacular.
Yeah.
That's a good full block hole ball. Ahmed rarely gets taken down, doesn't he? He's a pretty good bowler, like you say. Yeah, so, okay, magical over. Obviously, golden ball is something we've come up with here at ECN.
Obviously,
Supersonic.
Maximo.
Maximo, obviously.
Seis Carreras.
The Seis Carreras. The Tortuga is a good one. It's the origin of the Tortuga when there's a bad bounce in the field. We say it's got a bit of a Tortuga. I'll tell you the origin of that in a second. Now goes on the slice. This one's in front of point. Wow, he's timed that so well. It's going to go to the boundary. So, good ball retrieving once again. Nobody wants it. But how about this from Shahriar Sahel? You can see why they put him to the top of the order. Didn't have a lot of the strike early, but he's been particularly proficient through the offside and going over the offside.
Definitely keeping them in the game, and hopefully he can get that score up to over 100, because while he's here, it's possible. Those hands again, really beautiful hands through the ball.
Yeah, so, there's a few. And if you can think of any more terms that we want, and if you want to know the origin of them, put them in the chat. I'll see there's another good one that's been in there already. Here is the last ball, the over from Ahmed. And he knocks him over. The perfect reply, and Sahal's going to have to go. And he just went to the well once too often, didn't he? This wasn't really there to hit. It was fairly straight. Crashes into the leg stump. And Sahal lifts his head and loses his wicket at 56 for 5. End of a pretty good over from Ahmed, who takes 1 for 7.
Wakas Ahmed again, so impressive. 1 for 7 in his over. Gone for 1 boundary, but he comes back with the crucial wicket. And now, honestly, in my opinion, I don't see ACCB being able to get over 100 runs.
Yeah, I mean, that just wasn't a good shot. He's played so many good shots, and he lets himself down. I think sometimes when you're batting, you can start to believe your own hype. That's one he went after that he just shouldn't have. He could have knocked it away. It was also last ball, the over, so he probably could have kept the strike. But he got carried away. I think gets sucked in a little bit by the lack of a deep mid wicket. I think he thinks, all right, I'm going for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, was nowhere near it. The 56 for 5. Yeah, so the Tortuga, it's once we were in Spain last year in Barcelona, and for some reason there was a terrible bounce. It was rolling. It went kind of over the guy's head for 4. And I said, well, what is that? Was it like a tortoise on the field or something? It hit the shell. And then Rico told me that Tortuga is Spanish for tortoise.
Oh, wow.
So sometimes we call our tortoise Jeffrey. It's named after Jeffrey Boycott.
Okay.
Something that moves slowly.
Better so slow.
There's also, so we've got 2 games going on. We'll have Henrietta, which is our female Tortuga. So just that's one of them. The other one Liam's put in is, it might actually mean Helix. Might have been talking about Gundy ball, which just means dirty ball. Short down the leg side. It's a Gundy ball. Normally gets the treatment. Of course, Rico with his balle.
Yes,
there's
balle.
also. Yeah, he's certainly whenever we go anywhere in public, people are yelling it at him.
Yeah.
Not as if I don't get enough of it all day. It's yeah. Oh, it's great that we've carved out our own place in the cricket atmosphere. 10 rounds, and this one gets through Zavoyu. Some fancy footwork. So eventually he does the job, but doesn't prevent two. That's Karthikeyan, who's off the mark.
The skipper gets out his football skills. Cosman. I would love to be able to pronounce his surname. Cosman Zavoye.
Yeah, it's Cosman Zavoye.
Zavoye.
Yeah, he is a real character. Again, native Romanian player. He's the first regular captain, club captain, that is Romanian born. So, yeah, he's played a bit for the national team as well, Cosman.
Marshalling his troops from the short third man.
He's got a good cricket brain. You know, he's been around the traps now. He's been playing for something like 15 years, maybe slightly more. Again, picked up the game at an advanced age, I suppose. Didn't play as a kid, but he just loves playing the game. And I think he's very proud to be the first native Romanian club captain.
Ball.
Yeah, how about that? And so once again, the stumps are rattled, and this is Mishal who gets one to nip back slightly. Karthikeyan gets a couple, but then he gets out the very next ball. ACCB, they're a mess at the moment. They're 59 for 6.
6.3 overs gone, 59 for 6. The last game they were bowled out for 71 in the 10th over. I think it was in the last over, yeah. And Marshall's having a field day with the batters at the moment. Beautiful, top of middle. Same length we were speaking about yesterday. Any form of cricket, if you can hit the top of the stumps, you're always doing well. The batsman pushing back, trying to, I don't know, push it through cover for one.
Yeah. Again, at this stage, you don't have to go after everything. It was a bit of a nothing shot, was it?
Yeah.
And a lot of footwork. The batters that kind of get their pads out the way. So you just don't have that second line of defence. Yeah, that was a good bit of bowling from Mishal, who I actually think gets its nip back a little bit off the deck. We know that, you know, there is something in this pitch for the bowlers if they get it right. You saw a bit of seam there.
Said Ullah taking guard.
Yeah, Said Ullah, again, he's no mug with the bat. So they keep coming, but no one has been able to kind of break them out of their funk.
Ace. Well bowled again by Marshall. He's definitely got his tail up at the moment.
Yeah, he does. He's still got a couple to come here. I mean, they're on 90 pace, so if they can bat out the overs, it's not a terrible score.
Not at all.
Yeah, just sneaks in, probably an umpire's call on the wide.
Do you think they can defend 90?
I certainly think they can. Yeah, for sure. The Gladiators, they're short up their batting a bit, but that was their Achilles heel last year, where they just couldn't put enough runs on the board, except for a memorable game where they chased 140 against ACCB. So, yeah, they're a bit unpredictable with the bat. I think they rely quite heavily on a couple of players at the top, Gladiators. Oh, this is sliced away. Is this going to... Yeah, it won't quite get to Cosman, who's coming in. So Saidullah is off the mark. Andrew Batchelder said he saw a question this morning. What is the hardest thing in cricket? There were some funny answers, like bowling to Joss Butler. I don't know, he's in pretty good form at the moment. He thinks throwing accurately and fast from the boundary. What do people reckon? Well, let's have your thoughts in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. As we get to the end of the 7th over, and the score 60 for 6. And a few people wanting to get Pavel a bowl. But we saw him ready to take a wicket this game, just not in the game. As we have a look at tomorrow, and we will have 4 more matches, of course, and I'm going to enjoy tomorrow because it's actually my last day here in Romania. I'm sad to have to leave because tell you what, it's absolutely beautiful at the moment. But I'm having to go to Spain to cover the T20 Internationals, but Rico will be here, and you'll be here, and a few others. But we have the Gladiators first up tomorrow against United. That'll be a really interesting clash. The Gladiators certainly on the up. And then ACCB, things don't get much easier for them. They've got Cluj in the afternoon. And Cluj, they will be desperate to get some points on the board. And that's a rematch of last year's final. So I think that'll be a really interesting day. Day 3. Join us from 6 a.m. GMT, which is 8 o'clock in Central Europe, and 11:30 a.m. in India. And yet the other thing is that ACCB Cluj, there was a game last year where, I think we were talking about it yesterday, where ACCB broke the power play runs record, posted 158 and lost. And lost with like 9 balls to spare as well when Cluj chased down 159. So a fair bit of history between those two teams. As this is in the air. Now someone should catch this. Moyes, I think he's going to be the one that might get there. And the Bears just a couple of steps short. I see the... It's kind of like when you see the footprints in the woods. And the Bear... I think he was the only one that was ever going to get to that. What do you think?
Definitely. I think his name was Waqas Ahmed. He was trying to get across there, but there was no chance.
He had longer. He's faster, but he had a long way further to go. Coley gets sliced away, and this will probably be 4 once it gets past the infield. It's very quick in that direction, runs down the slope. Cuatro carreras más.
Hey, Rushnesh guy, he's again the mainstay trying to bat through the innings, get their team to a respectable score.
He's another one that just hasn't had a lot of the strike yet.
Also, doesn't seem to be watching the ball too well. You know, both these guys, Said Ullah as well.
It's
The
a
last shots,
it's a basic thing that you forget.
they're just feeling a bit of panic and they're just having a swing.
Well,
That's a better stroke.
works this time. I think this
Much
will run
better
away to the
stroke.
boundary. That is the gap as well. So Guy, we've seen him drop down, so maybe it's a blessing in disguise because they need somebody to kick for them. Coley, it's been expensive, hasn't he, so far in this game?
Definitely the man that they seem to be targeted. I thought he was able to pull back his figures here, but back-to-back boundaries have definitely, smashed his figures up. As he runs in there again. Guy lines him up inside edge, dot ball. He'll be happy with that, trying to rescue his figures at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen sometimes. We saw it happen to a couple of the United bowlers yesterday as well, where the batters get on a heater and you just can't stop them no matter what. It's been an ugly kind of 69, but it still is 69 with a couple of overs to play. You can eke out a 10 and a 10, get to 90. I think that is defendable for sure. We'll get one here. It'll be the end of the 8th over, and it's Guy who's got the job to do, I think, as we'll move into the 9th. The score is 70 for 6. And that's another thing that we say on ECN. We say it all happens in the 9th. It's just kind of one of those things that
I've heard that. Why do you guys say that?
It's just a saying because we just had a few 9th overs where there's a lot going on. And it kind of makes sense because you'd expect the 10th over for it to be pretty crazy because it's the 10th, and that's also true. But the 9th is where I think, the insanity switch gets pulled. And you see a lot of kind of run outs, you see lots of big swings, you see batters trying to attack every possible opportunity. 9th overtime now. And yeah, it's just when you see something weird in the 9th, we often say it all happens in the 9th. So I want to say hello to everyone that's been saying hello to us. I can see that Kitty Hundley is in the chat. Yeah, some people wondering, will we see Pavel bowl today? I thought he said he's had his highlight. But, I mean, potentially you could bowl the 10th, I suppose. At the moment it's working, and Wakas Ahmed, be crazy not to give him another one after his first over. His first over finished with a wicket. Starts with a dot ball here in the 9th.
ACCB need a massive over here, and with Wakas Ahmed bowling, I hardly doubt that's going to happen. But funnier things have happened. This is a funny game. Just got to make sure you're the last team laughing. And first ball's a dot. 1.1 overs, 1 for 7. He's smiling at the moment.
Yeah, of course. It's a pretty good ball. Pretty good shot, and not great fielding. That's going to go for 4. And really has to do better there. That's Ali Zaid, who gets there, but he doesn't really commit his body to it. He kind of just wafts a hand at it. And once it gets past him, it was too much for Zavoy to do. You see, doesn't kind of fully commit to getting off his feet. Zavoy did, but it was too late. 4 runs.
Guy showing his power there. He's coming down, he's yorked himself, he's towed it, but it's still cruised past point, beating third man, another boundary. Let's see what Wakas can do.
It was a pretty good ball.
Yeah, it wasn't bad at all.
Just a very, very good piece of batting. Helped by some slightly lackluster fielding. This one should be cleaned up. Just the one. That's Pereira. Didn't he have a bit of a golden patch early in this innings when he pulled off a couple of good catches?
Yeah, some fantastic catches. Fingers pointing up, Aussie styles. So he'll be happy with that. That is also, for me, a lot easier and a lot safer to catch those high balls. 3 balls gone. Let's see what Wakas has got for us.
He's bowling to Ullah. This is a slight cutter, I think, and it should be out, and it is.
Wicket.
Yeah, and so, Coley takes the catch. Well, he didn't have a great time with the ball in hand, but this time the ball falls into his hands. All happening in the 9th, as usual. A 7th wicket, it's 75 for 7.
And I don't know if you noticed, when Wakas has again also taken your advice. That last ball, he definitely ran in at an angle, was able to give it a bit more. There was a little bit of a wave shape just before the impact of the bat. Yeah. Easy catch for Coley. And again, ACCB in dire trouble here. They're in a bit of trouble, a bit of strife, as you would say.
Going to come back to what was being said by Andrew about what's the hardest thing in cricket. I actually think, to be honest, I think wrist spin. I think leg spin. I think it's such an unusual thing physically to do.
To bowl.
It's an unusual action, and it's hard to do it with consistency, which makes someone like Shane Warne, his accuracy and his variations quite amazing. He's not the only one, of course, but he's probably the most famous.
Yeah, definitely.
I think that's something that some people just can't do it. You can teach people to catch. You can teach people to do various aspects of the game. But some people, you just, you know, if you try for years and years, they're probably just not going to be able to do it. And then to do it consistently and then, yeah, to have those variations. So that's probably, that would be my pick. How about you?
Yeah, listen, I agree with you there. But also, I was going to ask you, do you think that your body type has got something to do with your ability to bowl leg spin? Because besides Kumli, who was quite a tall guy and he didn't really rip it too much, most leg spinners are short guys that are able to get their hip over.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Sure.
This one's pretty well hit, but I don't think he's going to clear. Oh, he does. Well, Marshall, I thought he might have had a play on that, but it just kept going, didn't it? It was out of here. It was a Bizaway super strike, and he doesn't really swing on this. He just paddles it straight over the boundary, straight over Marshall's head, and it's 6 runs.
Another big unit coming to the crease and bludgeoning it over a wide long on.
And Mohammed Zakaria has come in at number 9, and he's just kind of blocked that one for 6, and that's a perfect result because it also means that guys on strike for the start of the 10th over, and it looks to me like we're going to have Shalitha Aravinda bowling over number 10.
Exactly 9 and over at the moment. So again, big over, you have one of your magical ones, and they'll get themselves over the 100 mark.
Oh, that'd be a great result, but it's a funny innings because it's looked like they've been struggling, but they've just done enough to get a competitive score on the board. Swing and a miss, but called a wide.
Yeah, good call by the umpire. When it goes over the line, it's definitely wide.
Yeah, we talked about this a bit yesterday. It's definitely a wide. I think Gerard's not happy, but certainly wasn't even a borderline one, that one.
Still 6 balls remaining here, as there's a field change. I don't know if there's enough players in the ring at the moment. Joe, they've kept points in the ring and they're sending out backward square leg.
Got some other people's ideas about what's the hardest thing in cricket. Luke says maybe facing some of the West Indies bowlers back in the day. Facing really fast bowling is probably one that's, you know, you wouldn't be human if you didn't have some sort of fear factor.
The fear factor is huge.
And the fear of getting out, fear of, you know, getting hurt and looking silly.
Yeah, definitely.
What else? We got, you know, bowling fast on the slip. This one would just be a single. Why not give that strike to Zakaria? Certainly dealt with the last ball last over. I think a few people are a bit sad we haven't seen Pavel yet. Maybe they're just waiting for the big moment. At least you saw a little bit of Pavel.
Maybe they're waiting for the rest of the other games.
I don't want to be the only person Pavel gets out all week. But anyway. This one is a slow ball. He might have hurt himself here.
He's hurt his hand. I don't know. He's flicking his hand up. Maybe just a bit of cramp because he was having a big swing there.
Maybe. This can happen from just gripping the bat. And obviously you're trying, squeezing the handle pretty hard. And I don't know how many 6s he's hit in his life. Zakaria, he's still getting aftershocks.
See him line him up again, yeah. Ball 3.
Good slow ball, that one. Then goes pace on. It's clever bowling, but it's going to be a wide.
Yeah, it's definitely a wide. I don't know why he's complaining. He's just focused on what he's got to do.
Yeah, that must be a pet hate. Let's have a look at it. Oh, yeah, that's miles wide. But, yeah, I think sometimes as a bowler or a cricket player in general, sometimes you change reality to be what you want to see. So in his mind, it's not a wide. Good slow ball this time. It's picked up and it's well caught. What an excellent catch that is. And isn't he having a day out? That's Pereira. 3 zeros on his back and 3 top-class catches here in match 8. And that is the end of Zakaria. He scores a 6, but he scores no more as he becomes the 8th wicket to fall. 3 balls remaining. It's 85 for 8.
For me, that's a brilliant catch. You know, if you look at it, when you're running in, it's probably the most difficult thing to do as well when catching the ball. Your head's moving, your eyes are moving. And you're magnificent. That's 3 from 3. Brilliant catch. He celebrates with his finger in the air. And again, ACCB's troubles continue into the last over. They need at least a boundary here, maybe a maximal.
Yeah, so yeah, done well to put the brakes on here. Aravinda, okay, a couple of borderline wides, a couple of wides, but hasn't been hurt in the boundary sense. And that was an excellent bit of outfielding, wasn't it, from Pereira?
Brilliant. Pereira's having a great day in the field. I think going back to the bowlers, like change of reality is more so that he's got a story to tell his mates when he walks off the field. Like, nah, it was such a harsh call. Forgetting that this is on live stream. Brilliant slow ball, big LBW appeal. Is he going to make it? Yes, he scampers through for 1. And a leg bar is called by the umpire. Score moves now to 86 after 9.4 overs. 2 big hits here and they get themselves to 98.
Yeah, that's what they'll be thinking, but can they even set 90? I mean, it'll be a good test. they'll have a few more to play with than in the last game where Bucharest Gladiators needed 77.
Oh, bowled again. Just a tipping delivery. Good length. Batsman trying to hack that across the line where he's just missed out. Rather better to try and push that or hit it through the cover region. But brilliant bowling at the moment.
Yeah, it's been very, very good. All right.
Ravinda.
Last ball. Strap yourself in. Miss it. They might as well run anyway. Gerard can't find the handle. And so they'll sneak through. I think this will be leg buys. It's actually buys, so they haven't hit anything. So it'll be 87 in the end, ACCB. And yeah, Guy with 19 not out. He's a big reason they got that many.
Yep.
It was an ugly 80s kind of score. But it's not a terrible score. In fact, it is 11 more than they set Bucharest Gladiators last time. Look, they're going to be relying a lot, I'm sure, on the top order. We'll probably see Moyes and Marshall opening up for them. Obviously got Coley that we always talk about. As we'll see, that was the predicted. And they haven't quite got that many. ACCB, well, they're trying to get out of their malaise. They don't want to go to a third loss, and they're at risk. See, early on, a nice bit of bowling. Moyes getting it to shape away. Gets rid of the dangerous Munna, caught behind. That was a good catch by the makeshift keeper, Ali Jawad, behind the stump. But then Pereira. We talk about the fielding. It's so important. He holds on to 3 important catches, including a stunner late on. And really, it's been a good day so far for the Bucharest Gladiators.
Very stop-start innings by the ACCB guys. There's another brilliant catch by Pereira, but they never seem to get themselves going. One big over would always follow up with a poor over, and then another big over with a poor over. So those 2 big overs are always the ones that you're looking for. And again, looking up at the sky, not really watching the ball. The Bear getting another wicket.
I think the Coley's saying, good, do that again. Yeah. And sometimes that's the best coaching. But you see there were some nice shots. This is probably one of the shining lights as well. Sharius Sahale took a little while to get going, didn't have a lot of the strike, but he particularly carved the ball well. But then he just went one time too many, didn't he? This wasn't on, and over went the castle, and that was Wakas Ahmed. He continues to impress. They're building something pretty special, the Gladiators. And yeah, this is another nice bit of bowling from Marshall. As that one just nips back. And the boundaries came late, and they mostly came from Guy, he's a bit of a Swiss Army knife. He can kind of fit anywhere in the order. Eventually, you see the wickets were tumbling at the end. That was a nice catch by Coley. Well, this is an absolute stinger from Zakaria, who just kind of nursed that one out of the ground. Third, and probably the best catch from Carrera in the last over before they would eventually get to a score of 87. So 88, pair of snowmen for the Gladiators. They'll be 2-2, and their week will be right back on track, of course, after they lost both of their matches yesterday. Sharius Sahale with 26, the top scorer, but ably assisted by Rajnish Guy, who scored 19 not out of 15, batting at number 6. Asad Abbas with 15. He was one of the victims of Pereira's outfielding. The other contributions were just the 6 from Zakaria, and a couple of 2s in there. A couple of 2s in the bowling as well. Moyes, 2 for 7. He's the best of the bowlers for me, but they all bowled well, didn't they? Marshall with a couple of wickets, likewise Wakas Ahmed. And Aravinda came on just to bowl that 10th over and did pretty well. Zain, again, he bowls a second, takes a wicket, and they don't go back to him. But I guess they didn't need to. They've just had a good, balanced attack, it looks like, the Gladiators.
Yeah, they're definitely figuring out what works for them well. And as we've noticed before in these T10 tournaments, the side that figures out their combinations the best, they're normally able to build biggest momentum and carry themselves through the finals.
Yeah, so we're going to take a quick break, and hopefully we see you in just a few minutes. We'll have the final innings of the day, and I think it'll be a very interesting one. It's Grady 80s time. 88 is the target for the Bucharest Gladiators if they're going to sweep this series against ACCB. It'll be a turn up for the books. Make sure you join us at just the other side of this break. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Tyrone Peters. I hope you're having a great day. Back for the final instalment of day 2 very, very shortly. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back. We are in the midst of match number 8 in the FanCode European Cricket Series, Romania. We have 5 teams, same 5 teams as last year in fact. And it is the qualifiers for this series, the Bucharest Gladiators. They are certainly impressing at the moment, as we will see them coming out and chasing 88 for victory. If they do, it'll be their second win of the day, and ACCB, they just cannot get it together. Last year's finalists, they are a very good cricket team, but just not having a great start to the week. They've only won 1 of their first 3 games. They're on the brink of another loss here. But having said that, they do have 87 runs on the board. I think if they bowled and fielded their potential, and they pick up some key wickets, they're capable of defending it. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Joining me in the comedy box, last match of the day once again, is Tyrone Peters. And yeah, Tyrone, should be a very interesting last 10 overs here in Bucharest.
Definitely want to see how ACCB approach this. You know, they're coming on the back of a bad loss the last game. They definitely need to try and pull something out the bag here to pull this win off. You know, 87s are not a lot of runs to play with in T10 cricket. But like we said, with batting, 2 big overs can help you out. With bowling, 2 really good overs with the ball can really set the cat amongst the pigeons, as I would say.
Yeah, for sure. This is one that could probably go either way, if I'm honest. And I think a lot depends on these openers, Tyrone. They're setting up Mohamed Mashal and Mohamed Moyes. But Moyes in particular, for me, I think go pretty close to being player of the tournament so far. It's just been so crucial to the success of the Gladiators.
And with our boy Asif opening the bowling here, hopefully he can get amongst them. But yeah, brilliant. Moyes has been unbelievable. As you call him, the bear. He's definitely been right up there with one of the MVPs of the tournament so far.
Yeah, but this will be a good contest. It is about contests. These one-on-one contests, I do find it interesting when we see the big players matching up. And I think Abdul Asif against Mohamed Mashal and Mohamed Moyes will go a long way to determining the outcome of this match. So once again, I want to welcome you, whether you're watching on FanCode in India or whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It's great to have your company. And so settle in for one more innings. Beautiful conditions, 27 degrees Celsius right now. It's about 80 Fahrenheit if you're watching from the US. That's a really wonderful day. Just a reminder that summer's coming, Tyrone. The days are getting longer. And yeah, the temperature's getting a bit warmer.
Yeah, loving the sun, Vinny. I can't tell you how much I'm loving the sun compared to last week in Bulgaria. As Asif runs in.
Here we go.
Marshall facing up. Big shot to start off. Marshall looks like he's in a bit of a hurry here. That is horns.
Yeah,
great shot.
It's a good
Show us
shot.
those horns.
Yeah, I love that. Maybe you can show us the horns, because I love it. As Mashal doesn't wait too long to get going. 6 to start. So when you say horns, I know you're a tall guy, but maybe you can show us. Go and show us where the horns are. So you're saying that it's horns. Is that a South African thing?
Oh, that's just a club thing. One of my club back home, the JP Joes, that's what we say. It's horns. Show us your horns. Marshall definitely whips it off his hip. Looks like he could get another boundary. Brilliant start to the innings by the Bucharest Gladiators. And Asif just having a bad day. You know, they do call cricket the great leveler. And he was on top of the mountain yesterday. He's gone a bit from hero to, dare I say it, 0. But he does still have 4 balls left in the over, so he can turn this around.
It's left-hander at the top of the order. They're game changers, aren't they? See, both those balls would probably trouble a right-hander. But a left-hander was easy pickings.
Well bowled. Asif getting back on the line, pushing across the left-hander. Back of a length delivery, not allowing Marshall to free his hands. And the first ball, it's first dots of the game for them.
It's a good adjustment, is it, from Asif? Got to say hello to Maya, who's in the chat. Good to have you with us. And to Andrew and Waza. Good to have you, Waza. Khwaja as well is watching.
Another beautiful shot by Marshall, down to third man for a single. He's scampering through for 1. I love to see a batter pushing hard for the single. And Moyes wasn't, so it showed you there how he cost his team another run. But when you hit the ball like Moyes, why would you want to risk a second?
Well, I think that don't underestimate the fatigue factor for some of these players as well. They come out of the off-season. Someone like Moyes, even Abdul Asif, both these two, their workload's been pretty hard. They've
had to do a lot of the batting, a lot of the bowling, and obviously the key fielders. So yeah, I think this will be an interesting one as Moyes will face Asif for the first time here in match 8.
Squeezes that bat really hard. Lines him up. Bang! And that is another horns.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Great start by Moyes. Asif walking back, looking over his captain, thinking, what do I do here?
Yeah, put up the horns again. This is just a half tracker from Asif. It's a tired kind of delivery, isn't it? But Moyes is all over it. So, yeah, like the way they're certainly not afraid to attack the power plate, both of these two. As we say hello to Amy, who's in the chat. Nice to have you with us, Amy, and Jackson as well. And to Graham Bodega.
Another pull shot by Moyes. He's really choking bat down hard there. Looks like he just spliced that one. Didn't get too much timing on that one. But yeah, the score moves up to 17 or 5 balls. 1 ball to come in the over. Hello, Amy. Hope the weather in Sydney is well this evening.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be a nice balmy night. Although it's getting a bit colder in that part of the world. End of the first over. Pretty good one for the Bucharest Gladiators as the score is 18 without loss. Yeah, I know that there must be around about, I'm going to say, 10 p.m. It's quarter past 10.
I think it's 11.
I'm going to say,
There's 7
I'm
hour
going to
gap.
say, well, tell us, Amy. I think from here, I have a feeling, oh no, okay, I'll take it back now. It's 11:05. I was looking at the sunset time, not the actual time. I was trying to cheat. All right.
Sammy bowling big induckers, yeah. Moyes just pushing it back to the bowler, but a great start by the Bucharest Gladiators. 18 for naught off the 1, and already ahead of the run rate. The run rate's dropped down to 7.7, which in T10 cricket really isn't the biggest threat in the world.
Yeah, exactly right. I think 8 and less, you're normally pretty comfortable. Samuela searching for an early wicket. You've got to get the top 3. I think you've got to get them pretty quickly if you want to get into the game here.
Great shape at Moyes. Has just smashed this over long on, should I say. It's allowing his bottom hand to get under the ball, and that sort of length is perfect for a big bottom-handed player.
Yeah, what a good shot that is. It's just a length ball. And look, there is an outfielder there, but the bear doesn't care. And he absolutely smokes that for 6. Good batting.
Another Maximal there. He's just dealing in 6s at the moment.
He sure is.
He'll shuffle across and he hits it down towards cow corner. Another boundary for Moyes. As I don't know who was trying to make yards out there, but like you said, when you've got so many big units out there, they're not really the best athletes chasing after the ball on the boundaries.
Yeah, it's exactly right. Yeah, the good start continues. Gladiators, I mean, this is such a turn-up for the books.
A little bit of a deja vu from the last game, even though they were only chasing 77 the last time. They're flying along here. In the arc once again. On the boundary. Oh, he's dropped it. Oh, he's just punched it forward. That's probably hurt his hands a little bit as Moyes gets away with that one.
Well, that's the thing. I think with this start, you got to gamble for the catch. And I think he does try. And yeah, it's the old crocodile style. Yeah, just bounces straight out. And so, yeah, that was a big chance to get Moyes. Just nothing going right for ACCB. This time yesterday, they were on top of the world, but cricket's a great leveler, isn't it, Tyrone?
Definitely. 1 minute you're up, next minute you're down. As Sammy's coming around the wicket now, let's see if he can shape the ball away from Marshall. But short to get some shape, and he gets pulled down towards the deep backward square boundary. Great piece of fielding, I thought. Unlucky for the fielder down there. I think it's Ali Zaim. No, it wasn't Ali Zaim. It was, I think it's Sami Ullah. No, he hasn't been able to whip it in. I'm sorry. His hand didn't do the job.
That might be
another boundary.
Might be Nalanga down there.
Sohail, I think it is. Our lefty.
It
Just doing a favour for his left-handed friend.
It was. Yeah, so.
Sammy needs to pitch this up if he wants to get any sort of shape and wants to try and find that edge of Marshall. Another short delivery, pushes back, looking for the 1, gets sent back by Moyes. Again, when you're smashing the ball like Moyes does, you don't want to be taking risky singles. The run rate's flying. The score at the end of the second over is 33 for naught. So the run rate requires drop down to 6.8, and it seems very, very likeable that the Bucharest Gladiators are going to chase this down.
Especially when you drop the bear. That's no good. As you see, what impact this will have on the table. And the Gladiators, they can finish the day cemented in second place
at the moment. Don't forget Cluj. They'll be movers. They'll be movers and shakers as they come out tomorrow. But they're going to potentially face an ACCB side that's lost both games today. And I think that'll be a really interesting match. It's the rematch of last year's final.
Vinny, you've got loads of experience in this format of the game, and you've seen these tables over and over again. What sort of impact does the net run rate have? Because, you know, if the Bucharest Gladiators chase us down quickly, that really could boost their net run rate. As Asif comes in, he gets slapped down the ground by Moyes. Not the most attractive cricket shot, but pretty effective. He gets his single, puts Marshall back on strike, and Asif looking to bowl his second ball of his second over. First over went for 18, wasn't looking too good there, so let's see if he can turn his figures around. And they don't seem to have changed their bowling format, like their routine. They seem to stick with it, but you know, when it's not working, maybe you should change things.
Yeah, definitely.
Marshall lines up Asif again. As he runs in, is he going to push it across him? He does, but Marshall gets underneath it, gets a huge piece of that. Another maximal over fine leg boundary. So he'll just watch that sail over his head. Marshall's looking really good here. It's a great piece of timing. He just swivels on that one, out the middle of the bat, and another big six.
Yeah, good batting. He plays that shot so well, doesn't he? And so, yeah, just turns on it. And, well, I know you live in the Netherlands, and we were there a couple of weeks ago. I know that's pretty flat. I'll tell you something else that's pretty flat is ACCB in the field at the moment. They are just not really enjoying themselves. And they're not going to enjoy this either, because this is blasted over extra cover. Maximal, 6 more. And Marshall going absolutely crazy. He's 27 off 8.
For me, that is a shot of the day. I was just about to say, I haven't seen Marshall come forward yet. He's been playing all of his shots off the back foot, but that is a cracking shot. Straight over wide, long off. Very difficult cricket shot to play. And honestly, this guy looks like the real deal. He's flying along now, and if he just stays there for 3 more overs, this game could be done really quickly. 27 off 8. Asif doesn't know where to turn. What will he do next? Pitches it up. Very sensible batting. Just pushes it along. He's got quite a lot of runs in this over, so he pushes it down to, I think that's backward point at the moment. No run. Moyes is not running. Like you said, fatigue starts playing a part late in the day. He's also, again, like I said, a big unit. The sun's cooking them. So it looks like they just want to do this in boundaries, but wow. Marshall's looking good at the moment.
He sure is.
Oh, well bowled. It's a great response by Asif. He's got Marshall playing and missing. Again, top of off, just outside. Great length delivery, and looks like he just rolled his fingers in that one.
I think that might have just been genuine seam. I think he hits the seam and goes away. And it's actually too good for Marshall. I mean, if you can get one past a batter in this kind of form, you know it's a good delivery.
Marshall's lining him up again. Just tickles it off his legs for a single. Smart batting, really sensible. Looks like they've got one off the last ball of the over, and they're ending up on 47 for Nord, and that's the end of their power play.
Yeah, so end of the power play. So it's 47 without loss. Got a question from Ninj in the chat asking which side of the ground is the lake on, Mara Vlasia. It's on the right-hand side. Well, there's the pulse, which, tell you what, that 93.7 has been coming up a few times. You see that the Bucharest Gladiators, they certainly are very heavy favourites. And that's a new innovation today,
Can you
Tyrone.
explain that pulse to us? Because I've never seen that before.
So
That's good.
that's a win probability chart. It shows you what their I think it must be several supercomputers tied together, working out at every point in the game like what the percentage of each team's chances of winning are. So you can see as one goes up, one goes down. So at the moment it's saying it's a 93% chance that the Gladiators will get over the line, and certainly hard to disagree with that.
And 7% for the ACCB guys. This is pretty fatal.
Yeah, I mean...
As Nilanga looks like he's lining up here, left armour.
Here's Nilanga. So, yeah, left-hander to left-hander it could be.
I know you Australians always like a left arm quick.
Yeah, we had a few of them.
Nice long run up. Looks quite smooth. Oh, Marshall's having none of it. That's another big one, straight back over the bowler's head. Brilliant cricket shot. And nothing seems to be stopping the momentum of the Gladiators at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about taking the wind out of your sails, and you come up, you run in 20 yards, and this one gets pumped about 60 down the ground. And so, yeah, the 50 partnership up now, 53 off 19 deliveries. It's been such a good start. And Marshall,
mean, just think about these two. I mean, really, nobody's safe in this competition if these two get going.
Well bowled. And then Michelle pushes the backward point. Again, very smart batting. They only need 5.7 and over. Now it's 5.1 and over. And he's just hit him for 6. Now he's got 1. Looks like they're having a couple of words with each other, but all friendly chats out there. And Nilanga just letting him know, listen, mate, stay that side. I'm coming over the wicket to Moyes. And let's see how he bowls to the right-hander, because I know it's always a bit of a battle, lefties to lefties, but I always feel like a left-hander to a right-hander batsman has sometimes a bit of an advantage. But Moyes has got a big bottom hand. He likes to go across the line. So if he doesn't push it across him here, this could be carnage.
Yeah, let's see if there's an adjustment.
Boom. As he hits it down to, down Kalkorna's throat. And this time the crocodile works. As Saidullah takes his catch. He's hurt his hands again. With that technique, I'm not too surprised. But he's taken the catch. That's all that matters.
Here's the thing. The crocodile style, it can be effective, but crocodiles eat fingers.
Yeah.
And you got to worry about when you get it on off the end of them. This time, it goes straight into the middle of the mitts. So Saidullah does take the catch. And a rare bright spot for ACCB as Moyes departs for 19. Overshadowed a bit in this partnership, but he does put on 54 for the first wicket with Mashal. 54 for 1 in the 4th over.
As the new batter comes out to the crease here, it looks like it's our man, Pereira. He's had a good day so far, so he'll have his spirits high. Let's see how he goes with Mashal.
Yeah, it's good to see him in the lineup. And yeah, certainly if his fielding's anything to go by, it seemed like a high-quality cricketer.
No, definitely.
34 runs to get to finish day 2. Well, Andy House is in the chat. Hello, Andy. He's saying, looks like could be an early finish for the Blue Cree.
Oh, how's he? So good to hear from you, buddy. Hope your hand's doing better.
Yeah.
How's that boxing glove?
Housey is watching very, very closely. And he's one of our integrity officers. And that's a big focus, actually.
Yeah.
As you'd know, Tyrone, you know very well that we have people that pretty much full-time, just making sure that everyone's aware of what the obligations are, so that I think we do as much as anyone, I think, to make sure that the integrity of the competition is upheld.
As Nilanga comes in again, wide down leg side. Bit of a gift for Pereira. Nice to have a little bit of a sata. He sees what's happening. Doesn't seem like there's too much shape. And Nilanga just gives his skipper a bit of a thumbs up. Don't worry, I'll get the next one right. But right now, with only 33 runs to defend, I don't know how much right you're going to be getting.
Yeah. I mean, you need to get the top 3 or 4 and throw Pereira into the mix. You need to do it pretty quickly because only 5 and over required. And this time it's just driven down the ground. Pereira gets off the mark. Nice looking drive.
A smart batting by Pereira, and looks like the Gladiators boys are giving some of the other guys a bit of a chance. Looks like your mate's padded up there. Hopefully he comes in next. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen him bat or bowl yet. So that could be an opportunity, if the game situation is looking pretty favourable, to get Pavel in there.
Especially if Michelle's still out there, because he's just going at a rate of knots.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. You see, Pavel's ready to go. He's got the helmet on and everything. So
as Michelle lines up Nilanga again. Lefty to lefty. Well bowled. It's a great delivery. Top of off, looked like it. And again, Michelle being very sensible. He understands that he's a senior role now. Moise is gone. Just pushed it into the covers for a single. No risk needed. Only 5 and over required. And it puts Pereira back on strike.
Yeah. So 1 ball to go in the over. And so you can see Pavel, he's ready for action. He's asking for a few tips. He's going to the opposition bench for a drink. See, nobody wanted to spare one in his tent. Last ball of the over coming up from Pabudu Nilanga.
Another wide down leg. Malanga's just not been able to get his radar right this first over. He's already given away 3 extras. Just giving the runs to the Bucharest Gladiators, and Captain can't be too happy about that. He seems to be blaming the shape, but there's Pavel there lined up. Even though he's built like a brick, he is unbelievably friendly. What a great guy.
He's a great guy.
You know what I mean? And such good, well-mannered and great team man.
Clipped away. Well, I'm going to send Mashal back. Fair enough, because he'll be on strike. End of 4 overs. It's 58 for 1.
With 30 runs needed, 36 balls remaining. It looks like this is one-way traffic. Gladiators are dominating this game again. ACCB, like Vinny said, flat as the Netherlands at the moment. And hopefully they can get a bit of a spark happening here. It looks like they're bringing on the man who took the catch.
Yeah, well, now we are heading for what I think maybe the last phase of the day. I mean, at the moment they're on track to finish this a little bit early. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Tyrone Peters. And look, you've been on the tour now for, what is it, 8-9 weeks straight?
This is my 9th week.
And where you're going to be having a bit of a holiday soon, aren't
Yeah,
you?
gonna
Now,
have
what
a
are the
little-
dates that you're going to be going away in, is it Thailand?
Yeah, Thailand.
I
I'll
won't
be
find-
going. I leave on the night of the 13th and I get back on the 6th of June. So hopefully it's going to be a time of my life.
You have deserved it.
Thanks,
You,
mate.
I know your partner Amy are super excited about that. Of course, you've had to spend a bit of time apart. It's been it's kind of story of the pandemic for so many people, having to be away from loved ones. So I bet you'll enjoy that.
Thanks, man.
Make sure you send us a postcard.
I will do. Marcel's sending them a postcard now. He's smashing them all over the show. Only gets a single now. Conceded off his bowling does Said Ullah. But again, anything half short, Marcel's back and swinging across the line there. Really good to see how quick his feet move and putting Pereira back on strike now. Can Ullah bring a bit of a spark to this game? Pereira nicely behind point, straight to backward point actually, and they actually scampered 2 for 1. Remembering the days when John T. Rose used to be behind points, there was never a 1. But it seems like here, it's just 1s for free at the moment. But like you say, ACCB at the moment is struggling, and I think they just want to get off the field as much as the Gladiators do, because they can't be enjoying it out there.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Shaw lines him up. Beautiful cricket shot. That is horns, baby. Massive shot over backward square leg. And again, anything short to this man. He just swivels around the corner. Not a big guy, but wow, he times it beautifully. And honestly, I think there would be 6 on most fields.
Yeah, I mean, that's halfway up the hill, and you're asking for trouble if you're bowling there to Mashal. And there might have been a fielder there. Well, he needed to be about 40 metres high if he was going to stop that. Yeah, says Cadetos Mas.
Got a nice stick in his hand there as Said Ullah runs up again to bowl his 4th delivery. Short, pushed it outside off stump, straight to points again. Runny, easy runs, looks like money for Jam at point at the moment. So Pereira back on strike, and geez, this game seems to be running away from
Sure
the
does.
ACCB boys.
I mean, like I said, it's not going to get easier for them tomorrow either, because they do have a date with Cluj in the afternoon.
Oh, Ullah loses control of that, and that's the worst one of the day. 5 wides. To be honest, that's worse than going for 6, because actually 5 no balls because it didn't even bounce on the pitch.
Here, this is the thing. It's a no ball for above waist. But, you know, this is one of the rule changes that came in 2017. Now that it used to be called 5 no balls. Now it's no ball plus 4 buys.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's so harsh on
the
the keeper.
keeper.
And only 1 run goes against the bowler. He deserves all those runs. But regardless, they'll go to the total.
True. That is so true, but no, that's harsh on the keeper.
Unbelievable. Don't even get me started. No, we were talking about buys earlier. Free hit.
Oh, another big wide down leg. I think we're going to have a look at this one. Surely you can't be getting it wrong that quickly.
Oh, dear. I mean, that's another terrible delivery. So this will be 5 wides now.
Oh.
So
The captain's the keeper as well. He must be cursing.
yeah, well, he's the stand-in captain, Asad Abbas, because no Sukhbinder Singh in the lineup. But Asad's probably saying, what have I gotten myself into here? Because this doesn't look like the ACCB team that we know. Another free hit.
Pereira, don't know what we would call that as a cricket shot, but he just spoons that to cover, gets a single. No one's there.
Yeah.
He seems to be quite upset with himself, but really
It was a teaspoon. It was
funny
like a
to
little
describe
spoon.
that one.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he's trying to get that over the leg side, but he's just late on it, and that's why it kind of just skews on the offside. But
Marshall checking the amount of balls he's got left. What do you do, Yo? You reckon he goes for the boundary or just gets a single to get himself back on strike? Oh, no.
there's your answer.
There's the answer.
Well, put up the horns.
Bang.
Maximum time. And that takes them to 84. And the Gladiators have absolutely been murdering this afternoon. Mashal, if you keep feeding him there, he's just scored. It's going to get bigger and bigger. And that actually brings up his 50 off only 18 balls. 6 big sixes in there. 2 fours. I tell you what, he's been putting up the horns time and time again after 5 overs. Gladiators 84 for 1. Just 4 runs required, but they will be back tomorrow morning. The Gladiators, they're taking on United. Well, it's going to be a very interesting contest. Don't forget, you've got Ramesh Satheesan, the national team skipper, leading United, and they'll be out for some points, no doubt. So will the Gladiators. And then in the afternoon, that's a rematch of last year's final, ACCB versus Cluj. Cluj and the only team without points in the series now. Don't want to turn that around. All starts again tomorrow. My last day in Romania, but it won't be the last day of the series because I'm going all the way to Saturday, starting every day at 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock in Central Europe, and 11:30 in India. All right, back to live action, 4 to win.
Oh, Pereira playing one of his conventional strokes of trying to get it down to long on by trying to pull it from wide outside off.
I've got one eye on Pavel, and
Let's get him on,
not that you ever want a wicket, but surely, you know, there's a lot of people that want a wicket right now. I just don't think Mashal's going to give you the luxury.
No, he's not.
I have a feeling it might be start the car time because
one more ball.
Yeah, a boundary will do it.
Oh, easy game. That's 6. Another one. Mashal takes us home.
That's gone all the way up the hill. That's how hard he's hit that. Maximo time. Game, set, match. And the Gladiators give ACCB a right royal pounding this afternoon. And they do this one with 28 balls to spare, winning by 9 wickets. Jeez, what a performance by the Gladiators. A side that had to qualify for the right to be here, Tyrone.
Unbelievable.
And they have completely destroyed ACCB, last year's finalists.
And Marshall definitely putting up a mom performance there, man of the match. Brilliant with the ball and unbelievable with the bat. He must have a beautiful stick in his hand there, but there's some really good cricket shots there. And when, you know, so strong on the back foot, and when he was confronted with the delivery that was pitched up, he played probably the shot of the day for me. Big 6 over extra cover. Now he's celebrating with his friends, telling everybody thanks for coming, guys. I really enjoyed it. The ACCB guys don't look too down. They look like they're trying to build each other up, but wow, those were 2 raw things in this afternoon. So I really just hope that they can pick themselves up tomorrow. They got the afternoon games. As we look at some of the highlights here, while Marshall shakes his hands, first one, I think it was the first ball of the innings. Big 6 over the leg side. There's a bit more conventional, flick off his hip for 4. And Moise was getting going as well, showing his power, smashing it over backward square leg until he, again, hit another beautiful 6, but then seemed to give it away here, just didn't get in out the middle.
Yeah, I mean,
boom.
This is one.
That was the crocodile man.
This one, yeah, it was kind of, what was the word I'm looking for? It's kind of sprung off the palms, that one. But meanwhile,
wow.
Mohamed Shah, that was such a good shot. I mean, can play him all around the wicket, and you know, Rico was saying this morning, a lot of people consider him just raw batsmanship is the best batter in the country.
Wow.
A lot of people say that, and that's the one that was taken by Sayedullah. But I tell you what, lucky you didn't have the crowd on that side. And that one was kind of pinned the tail in the donkey style fail. There were 2 in a row that were miles from where they needed to be. And well, before too long, it was all over. And watch this one. Bounces all the way up the hill, brought up the 50. And in this one, where's the curtain call, wasn't it, for Mashal? And he will get the player of the match, I'm sure, along with Pereira. He sees them home with plenty of time. 28 balls remaining. And it's the Gladiators. They go 2 for 2. And that sets up a really interesting couple of matches tomorrow between Cluj and ACCB that will be desperate for some points. Cluj without any ACCB, well, they just want to turn their week around. 56 off 19 balls, 7 big maximos and 2 fours for Mohamed Mashal, assisted by Moise, who played second violin for the first time in a while. He scored 19 off 8, still hit a couple out of the park. Pereira joined to bring up the winning runs. And yeah, just a clinical performance and not too much to shout about. Nilunga took the only wicket. You see all bowlers in double digits and some of them in magical territory. Magical for the wrong reasons. And yes, Sayedullah is over. Went the journey, didn't it? So
that was only with the 4 bars that didn't go against him.
Yeah,
that's, no ball.
That's true. So yeah, it wasn't a good over. You're right. In the end, I think that over went for 26. So it's been a great day here, and hopefully you can join us for more cricket tomorrow. And look, Tyrone, it's been wonderful to have you here as well. And I know tomorrow will be a pretty special day for me because it'll be my last day in Romania before I'm traveling to Spain on Thursday. But that should be super interesting, obviously. But I'll be watching, and I think what we're seeing here is a lot of teams that can beat each other. And that's what you want in a 5-team series like that, like this. Any team, if their stars fire, that they're going to win cricket matches. And I think it just sets up a very fascinating week ahead.
Well, the business end of the tournament's going to be as soon as you leave in. I'm going to be very sad to see you go. It's always exciting when you're around and a great laugh. So when you leave, this whole tournament's going to open up again. And Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Yeah.
Hopefully we're in for some really exciting cricket.
Yeah, and the weather's been wonderful. I mean, we got up to 27 degrees today, and yeah, it's just been
Let's put
nice.
some sunscreen
It's
on
nice
for the
to rock
first
out
time.
the short sleeves for the
Yeah,
first time
man.
in a while. But look, just a reminder, you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, if you want to have a look at all the scores, fixtures, and see what's coming up as well. Some of the tournaments coming up, the fixtures are already there. You've also got all the stats, the player stats, and historical stats as well.
Yep.
So you can go back and see who performed last year for who and how they're going this time. Also, you can follow us on social media, of course, at European Cricket. It'd be lovely to see you guys interacting. I know the Big Shot episode 3's out. Check that out on YouTube. I'm sure it's on Cricket District as well. Thanks to Toby for his help with that.
Yeah.
Thanks to everyone here at the ground, the Blue Crew. I mean, it's been a long day for everybody, and it certainly is great to be working with such a talented and passionate bunch of people, and yourself included, Tyrone. And look, biggest thanks to the viewers. I think it's been great to have you, and hopefully you enjoyed the day. We'll be back tomorrow, and we're going to do it all again, hey?
Yeah, definitely. Can't wait. And thanks for everything. Thank you to Romania for being so hospitable to us. And I'm looking forward to a lovely day of cricket tomorrow. Hopefully with more exciting games, and let's see how that table looks at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really have the close contest in the afternoon, but we did get surprised, didn't we? We got surprised because the Gladiators, they're bringing it, and they had to qualify for the tournament, so they are a team that have some cricket in them. And yeah, we'll see them again tomorrow, of course, in the morning. But for now, this is Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo, alongside everyone here in the tent, as you can come in and have a quick hello as well.
Have a look here.
Here you go.
Have a look
See,
here.
this is one of the things I love, is the fact that so many kids are around. I'm loving that European Cricket Network hat. You're looking fantastic in that, and I'm sure that you guys will be looking forward to tomorrow as well. For now, we're going to leave you with some highlights of the day. From Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Tyrone Peters. And on behalf of Rico Full, hope you have a happy and safe evening, and we'll see you tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Good night.
Bye. Nice one.
Number 4, but he's picked that up beautifully. He sent it all the way. Ginna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the spire. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker, or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes. He sent that pack in. But the shaka. 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion, pride and flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier. That's supercharged. 6 runs. That's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.